The lamp was on inside, and the dim yellow light threw two shadows against the curtain. One tall and straight, that was me. One big and hulking, that was the woman. The woman spoke up. "Ah, don't be nervous, sugar. Ain't nothing, but a little bit of business. Auntie's been around the block. I know how you young uns get all stupid and shy. Come on now, let Auntie live a little tonight." That hulking shadow came drifting closer, tugging and pulling, hands everywhere, then stuck out that big round head of hers, leaning in to kiss me. Outside the window, those two idiots were shaking with excitement. Hey, they're kissing. They're kissing. Beautiful. Now even if Qingzhou dies out in the countryside, he can die happy. Oh, come on, you useless lump. She's already got her pants off. Go on and do something. He's done for, he's done for. He pushed her away. Chicken. Total chicken. He's running. He's running. After him. I came stumbling out the door, made it as far as the poplar tree, and couldn't hold it in another second. I threw up everything I had. Those two came around from behind the house, and before they could get a word out, we spotted a flashlight beam bobbing toward us from the end of the street. Neighborhood patrol. Fall back. The two of them grabbed me under the arms. I was still gagging, dragged me into an alley, and we vanished like smoke. We ran 2 solid li without stopping, dove into my house, slammed the door in a panic, and collapsed on the floor, gasping. Courage is a strange thing. We had the guts to sneak into the house of the most notorious widow in town, and then damn near died of fright over one flashlight. Once they got their breath back, the two of them started complaining. Big Tooth said, "Qingzhou, what the hell's wrong with you? I fronted the money for this, and you punk out at the finish line?" Blackie chimed in, "Yeah, if you ain't got the stones, quit running your mouth all day. We hand her to you on a platter, and you go puke your guts out. What's there to puke about?" I stared at the two of them, speechless. Big Tooth. "Blackie, you two have the nerve to lecture me? I asked you to find me a pretty woman. What in God's name did you find? What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her?" I walked in and just froze. That woman looks exactly like Pigsy out of Journey to the West. Big head, round face, squinty little eyes, 3 chins, lips so thick it's like she's got a slab of pork in each one. Ears like fans, neck like a tree trunk, thick waist, thick legs, giant ass, and when she flexed her arm the muscle damn near matched my uncle's, and he's a forge worker. And after all that, she asks me if she's pretty. The more I talked, the madder I got. Look, I'm not picky, but even I've got limits. So I asked for my money back. And she says, sure, she'll give it back. Hell, she'll pay me. As long as I pick her up and hold her. Motherf, if I had that kind of strength, would I be worried about getting shipped off to the countryside? Blackie didn't like that one bit. I think you're just too damn fussy. Thick waist, big hips. That's exactly what the old folks always said to look for. Who wouldn't want a wife built like that? So she's a little on the heavy side. It's nowhere near as bad as you're making out. I thought she looked pretty good. Right, Big Tooth? Big Tooth nodded hard, his face 30% dreamy and 70% lecherous. He clearly meant it. I couldn't believe it. You two honestly think that woman is attractive? She's not ugly, anyway. Otherwise we wouldn't have chipped in for you. You think it's easy finding someone willing to spend the night with you? My skin crawled. Were people in this era really this off in the head about looks? Was it because nobody got enough fat in their diet, so everybody was crazy for pork belly? Just picturing that greasy woman set my stomach churning again. No way. I'm skinny as a bamboo pole. How am I supposed to survive that? Well, she was the only one we could find who'd take money and get the job done. If she's not good enough for you, then there's nothing more we can do. You're on your own. Yeah, and even if we wanted to help, we can't. The money's all gone. I let out a long sigh, and my mind drifted back to a few days earlier. The truth is, I don't belong to this world at all. I used to be an ordinary, spectacularly unlucky guy from the future. Drowning in debt, phone ringing off the hook with collection calls, so many people who cared about me. And the debt was only half of it. I wasn't young anymore, still single, and my health had gone to hell. Pathetic, right? In the end, I gave up. Capitalism won. I just laid down and quit. Then one day, dumb luck fell right out of the sky and hit me on the head. I woke up one morning with a system in my brain, telling me it could take me to a world of cultivation and let me live a completely different life. The condition, I had to pay it tribute, harvest some cultivation world energy so it could level up. I'd had it up to here with a life I could see the end of from where I stood. I said yes without a second's thought. The next instant, everything spun, and my vision filled with twisting light. Before I could get my bearings, the system let out a yelp. Oh. Turns out the system had bosses too. Taking me across worlds was against regulations. It was moonlighting for some extra cash on the side. When it ran into an inspector, it threw me under the bus without hesitating. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying stark naked in a rundown courtyard, pitch black all around, the moon hanging overhead. The system left behind a message and a pile of junk and took off. I remember that message word for word. Asterisk, greetings, esteemed transmigrator. Due to circumstances beyond our control, the system has performed an emergency change of destination plane. Please do not panic. This is only a minor incident, and everything remains under control. Asterisk. Asterisk, your current plane is a parallel Earth. The year is 1970. You are anchored in Chinsong, China, a world you should find reasonably familiar. Asterisk. Asterisk, we sincerely apologize for the poor experience. As compensation, you have been granted one copy of the Joyous Union Sect's Dual Cultivation Manual, already uploaded directly into your mind. You have also been granted a personal spatial dimension containing one high-grade illusion phantom aura concealing jade talisman, infinitely reusable, one otherworld-enhanced Tang Dao, plus a quantity of spirit stones, knockout drugs, and a dust-repelling night operations outfit, all to help you survive more comfortably. Asterisk. Asterisk, the system has also arranged a new identity for you and altered your face and build. Documentation is available for your review at any time. Asterisk. Asterisk, great transmigrator. Please believe, a man carrying decades of future memories is the biggest badass there is. Summon your courage and your backbone, live by your wits, and wait for the system to come take you home. Asterisk. I was completely numb, but pretty soon something more immediate than numbness set in. Cold. Spring nights are freezing. I was so cold I damn near turned inside out. Out. Sifting through the memories of the poor bastard who'd been erased to make room for me, I figured it out. This crummy little bungalow with its walled yard was my home in this world. The guy I'd replaced was also named Li Qingzhou. His mother died when he was 13. His father stoked the boilers at the cotton mill, a total simp. Boiler stoker isn't a glamorous job, but it was a permanent position, 40-some yuan a month, plus all kinds of subsidies. Except after Dad remarried. He never came home again, and never sent back a single cent. Whatever he didn't drink away went straight to supporting that widow and her pack of kids. The most disgusting part? Those kids were registered on the same household register as me, which meant I no longer counted as an only child. And under the current policy, that meant I was getting sent down to the countryside. A few days ago, that scheming stepmother of mine had kindly signed me up, and she was so damn civic-minded about it too. Volunteered to have me assigned to the most remote, most miserable commune they had. Anybody who didn't know better would think she was just brimming with revolutionary enthusiasm. The educated youth office didn't care about any of that. They had quotas. Missed them, and heads rolled. Somebody had volunteered. Did I really think I could wriggle out of it? Dream on. Once I was gone, this rundown courtyard house and my old man's job slot would both go to somebody else. Not a scrap for me. The original owner of this body couldn't handle it. Didn't get sick from the stress, didn't kill himself either. Somehow he just got picked by the system. Probably because he was such a poor, unlucky bastard, and because he happened to share my name. Wiped out, just like that, without ever knowing why. Damn system. Cold-blooded. I picked myself up off the floor, dug 2 shirts out of the closet, layered up, and crawled under the quilt to see what kind of compensation the system had given me. This was the difference between living well and living miserably. Old saying, the bigger the hope, the bigger the letdown. I went to open the storage space and grab something, only to discover the thing required spiritual energy to open. Right now all I could do was stare at it. Completely useless. What was this supposed to be? A carrot dangled in front of a donkey? I cursed that system's ancestors back 18 generations. At least the Dual Cultivation Manual had been dumped straight into my brain. One thought, and it surfaced on its own. It was called the Yin-Yang Mystic Union Art, divided into 3 great realms: Spirit Breath Resonance, Dragon Tiger Harmony, and myriad forms return to origin. 9 levels each, corresponding to Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. Anything above Golden Core? Nope. The system was probably afraid I'd cultivate too high, upset the balance of this world, and attract attention from upstairs. It wasn't stupid. I read through it carefully. Asterisk, Lone Yang cannot create. Solitary Yin cannot grow. When mystic energies merge, Yin and Yang both flourish. Man and woman breathing as one, circulating through the meridians, the lesser circuit turning, all blockages cleared. Asterisk. The wording was obscure, but thankfully there were illustrations. The energy pathways drawn out crystal clear, with annotations in the margins. You had to hand it to the Joy Sect, very user-friendly. And the difficulty wasn't high, either. How fast you progressed depended mainly on your constitution, your fate, and how low the cultivator's moral standards were. Ahem. Joy Sect members generally didn't have much in the way of moral standards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up as the most universally reviled sect in the cultivation world. But I was very satisfied with this manual. In my previous life, all I'd ever practiced was the 5-pillar dragon grasping technique. Never once got to put it to real use. Now that I had this, how could I not be tempted? All right, you dog of a system, I guess you've got a shred of conscience after all. You left me a way out. Next step. Find a suitable partner, cultivate some spiritual energy, open the storage space, and I'm off to the races. Then it hit me. Wait. No. I was a scrawny kid right now. A dead broke scrawny kid. Where exactly was I supposed to find a dual cultivation partner? Even if I wanted a wife, she'd have to want me back. Every girl in the city wanted to marry a man with a permanent state job or a government cadre, who'd marry some poor sucker about to be shipped off to the countryside. And if I didn't get married, how was I supposed to find someone to cultivate with? Try the whole free love thing in 1970. That was a good way to get yourself killed. In this era, a man and a woman met a handful of times, and then it was straight to marriage talks. Dating for fun wasn't a thing. Everything ran through relatives, neighbors, the big sisters at your work unit, and professional matchmakers. How does the saying go? Any romance not aimed at marriage is just harassment. And hooliganism was no joke as a criminal charge. It was infamous even decades later. I had no interest in being hauled off to the firing range. And right then, when I was at my wit's end and about to cry, the original owner's two best buddies showed up to cheer me up. My spirits lifted instantly. Good brothers, arriving right on cue. Perfect timing. What are brothers for, if not to be roped into your schemes? Whether I ate meat or ate chaff depended entirely on whether these two came through for me. 3 cobblers beat 1 zhuge liang. Anything beat sitting here worrying alone. Come in, gentlemen. Have a seat. Take the seat of honor. These two had grown up with the original owner, running around bare-assed together since they were toddlers. All 3 of their mothers worked at the cotton mill. Back when the original owner's mom was still alive, the 3 families were close. The kids played together, went to school together, got in fights together, got in trouble together. Over the years, they became solid as they come. One was dark-skinned and short, nicknamed Haiwa, 19, a year older than me. The other had big buck teeth and was skinny as a bamboo pole. Daya, buck teeth, 18, same age as me. Both of them were about to inherit their parents' jobs. Neither had to go down to the countryside. They'd come to console me, with just a hint of gloating mixed in. What they didn't expect was for me to be so warm and welcoming, showing zero envy or resentment, just moaning nonstop about how rotten my luck was. Young guys don't know how treacherous the world can be. Seeing a good buddy this pathetic, how could they not feel for me? Qingzhou, we've been brothers a long time. At this historic moment, as we're about to go our separate ways, just say the word. Say it, don't hold back. What can your brothers do for you? Yeah, Qingzhou, name it. If it's within our power, we'll go through fire and water. Really? It's kind of hard to say out loud. It's not a big thing, but you two might not be able to pull it off. Just spit it out, man. I'm a little embarrassed. We grew up bare-ass together. I know how old you were when you had your first wet dream. What's there to be embarrassed about? Haha. All right, I'll say it. Say it. Don't hold back. My stepmother signed me up for a remote mountain district. Way out there. Not enough food. Not enough clothes. Sometimes people out there have to beg. I ship out in a few days. It's hard living in those mountains. I'll probably never make it back to the city, never get a wife, never have kids. I don't want to be a bachelor my whole life. I've never even touched a woman. So, could you two help me find a woman? Haiwa jumped 3 feet in the air. Buckteeth started sucking his teeth, looking like his head was about to split open. Qingzhou, you're doing this on purpose. You know we can't help with that. Why not? We don't have women either. Yeah, we're both losing sleep over the same problem. We can't even help ourselves. How are we supposed to help you? I wasn't about to let these two off the hook that easy. No, you can do it. You've got to believe in the power of belief. Look, I'm not asking for forever. One night, a passing fling, that's fine. My standards are low. As long as she's pretty and has a nice figure, I can make do. Haiwa was so mad steam was coming out of his ears. Your mother, you can make do? Why would some pretty girl with a nice figure want you? You think you're panning? Song you. Honestly, in neither life was I any kind of knockout. Decent height, well-proportioned, passable face, call me mildly handsome. But what good are looks alone? No money, no job. You're not finding a partner in any era like that. So you two really won't help? You can honestly sit there and watch your brother go his whole life without ever holding a woman's hand and die a lonely ghost? You two have it made, staying in the city, eating well, marrying pretty wives, popping out a house full of kids, wife and children. A warm Kong to sleep on. But me? I'm different. I go off to some godforsaken mountain hollow and end up an old bachelor. One day I starve to death. They roll me up in a straw mat, haul me out to the potter's field, and that's my whole life. Done. Pitiful. Just plain cursed. Big Tooth couldn't take it. He mumbled. But messing around with women is breaking the rules. You get caught. They stick a dunce cap on you and parade you through the streets with a worn-out shoe hung around your neck. Bad enough case, they might even shoot you. It's not good. Blackie rubbed his temples. Yeah. There's no point. I'm about to get shipped off to the countryside, and you're talking to me about point? Assigned to a hole like that. How's it any different from a labor camp? Blackie snorted out a laugh. It's different. At least in a labor camp you get fed. Big Tooth cracked up too. I sulked. Damn, that's such a good point, I can't even argue. All three of us laughed, but there wasn't much joy in it. Mostly it was sadness. Big Tooth was thinking, things can't possibly get any worse for this poor bastard, so we might as well grant him his dying wish. Fine. We'll keep our eyes open, see if there's any woman comrade with, loose morals. We hear anything, we'll come find you. You spend the next few days packing. Anything you're short on, say the word, and we'll scrape it together. I was thinking, if I could just open the space, I'd be set. Anything I needed, I'd buy myself. Money, ration coupons, clothes, none of it mattered to me at all. 2 days later, a little past 8 in the evening, I'd just had a bowl of thin porridge with pickled vegetables, and was at home getting familiar with the Yin-Yang Mystic Union art. Big Tooth and Blackie came in with their arms slung around each other's shoulders, not saying a word, just grinning like a couple of perverts. What's with the dirty smiles? You got a lead. There's a widow named Chui over on the back street of the old town. No proper job, supports 2 kids doing mending work. Kind-hearted woman, but she's been sleeping in an empty bed for years, and she can't stand the loneliness. Somebody comes calling, she doesn't turn them away. Rule is, both parties willing, and nobody makes trouble afterward. We talked it over with her, put down 5 yuan. Considering you're about to be sent down, and your dad doesn't love you and your stepmom hates you, and you're just generally pathetic, she's willing to help you fulfill your last wish. Yeah, she's got a good heart, takes care of her family, real broad-minded, always glad to help someone out. A genuinely good person. I was a little reluctant. The woman was already a mother of 2, and I'd only just turned adult. Not exactly a match. Say what you want, I'm a decent-looking kid. For my first time, I'm not asking for a movie star, but couldn't it at least be some sweet young thing, a girl-next-door type? Instead I'm supposed to get this major life experience over with using a middle-aged dandy? I might end up scarred for life. But reality was reality. How else was I supposed to cultivate? How else was I going to open the space? How else was I ever going to live free and easy? If you want the glory out front, you've got to eat the suffering out back. Worst case, I treat it as a bad dream. With the lights off, it's all the same anyway. When do we go? Right now? Sooner it's over, sooner we're back. I steeled myself, grim and resolute as a martyr walking to the execution ground. For the good life ahead, screw it. I'm going all in. Let's go. Wait. She's got to get the 2 kids to sleep first. When 2 armies face off, you strike while the drums are still beating. I'd worked myself up into a fever pitch, and now, interrupted like that, my nerve went right out of me. That's how it always is with a first-timer. The will is there, but not the guts, swinging between excitement and panic. I was no exception. To take the edge off, I hurried to get the 2 of them talking, and one thing led to another until we were on the subject of me being sent down. Bring that up, and you have to hand it to my stepmother. The woman knew what she was doing. Sure, sending youth to the countryside was national policy. Everybody had to take part. But under local rules, if my stepmom hadn't sabotaged it, my dad could have gone to the educated youth office and laid out the situation. Blended family. He works a special category job. His health is bad. He can't count on stepchildren to support him in old age, so he strongly requests his son be allowed to stay in the city. The office would have taken the reality of it into account. They might actually have let me stay. But my stepmom had that old fool wrapped around her finger. There was no way she'd let that happen. If I didn't go, how would her own kids ever get a shot at the job slot and the housing? So I had to be sent down, and not just anywhere. It had to be one of those high-profile, super enthusiastic, glory-covered outfits. Like answering the call and joining a production team in one of those dirt-poor counties in northern Shaanxi, Miji, Suida, Onsai, Jidan, Yinchuan. In this era, it sounded tremendously honorable. A lot of Beijing-educated youth went there. And within a few months, they were all writing home begging for help, complaining they couldn't get enough to eat. Most of the educated youth out of Chinsong went to nearby communes. Hardly anybody went to northern Shaanxi, and nobody wanted to. People weren't stupid. They knew the situation up there better than the Beijing kids did. The policy had been running almost 3 years. You can't keep news like that bottled up. Who didn't know what northern Shaanxi was really like? My half-brother and half-sister were coming up on being sent down too, and my stepmother wasn't dumb enough to not know which places were good and which meant eating bitterness. But that was exactly the effect she wanted. Best case, I'd starve to death in northern Shaanxi, and she'd never have to think about me again. Bringing that up got Blackie and Big Tooth even more worked up than me. They looked ready to kill my simp of a father and my black-hearted stepmother. I didn't have that much hatred in me. I wasn't the poor bastard whose body this used to be. Sure, it made me angry, but most of that was emotion I'd picked up involuntarily while sifting through his memories. It wasn't entirely my own. I wasn't afraid of going to the countryside either. Out in the sticks I might actually have more freedom. What scared me was having no path to cultivation, no spiritual energy, no way to open the space. It was getting late, so we dropped the depressing subject, and the three of us headed out the door full of nervous excitement, sneaking our way toward Widow Chui's place. What happened next doesn't need describing. I nearly threw up from how gross it was, and then my two buddies had to drag me the whole way home. Complete disaster. Terrific. Not only did I humiliate myself, we blew 5 whole yuan. A fortune, for nothing. The plan was stillborn. It was very late by then, and Big Tooth and Blackie were getting ready to leave. The second they lifted a foot, I lunged like a drowning man grabbing at the last straw and threw my arms around their legs. Brothers. My two great big brothers. Help me out. Think of something else. Blackie was speechless. We did help you. We risked getting our heads cut off, finding you a woman. That's not enough for you. But I didn't get it done. Just find me a skinnier one this time. Big Tooth exploded. Asterisk another asterisk one? Are you worried we're not going to die fast enough? That one was just me not performing. Give me one more chance, come on. Damn man. You're an educated youth of a new era. Instead of thinking about how to contribute to the revolutionary cause, your mind's rotting away, you're wallowing in degeneracy, and all you can think about is that one thing. Have you got any political consciousness left at all? I shook my head and looked at Blackie with total sincerity. Consciousness, ideology, moral character, I've got none of it. All I know is that without a woman, the rest of my life is going to be miserable. Big Tooth slapped his forehead. You're insane. You've genuinely lost your mind. You had your shot and you blew it, and now you're blaming us? Kissing up won't help you now. If you've got any guts, walk out that door right now, go back, and finish what you started. Widow Chui probably won't turn you down. I burst into tears. I didn't dare. No matter how much I tried to psych myself up, the second I pictured facing that contender, I just couldn't. I couldn't handle it. In the end, Big Tooth and Blackie abandoned me without mercy, saying they'd go home and put together some stuff for me to take to the countryside, telling me to quit overthinking and just wait for departure day. I slept badly that night and got up at the crack of dawn. Not that getting up early did any good. I had no energy for anything. I sat on the edge of the bed staring at the 4 bare walls, and after a long while, I finally figured something out. In this strange era, apart from the dual cultivation technique, the space, and everything inside the space, I had nothing anybody else didn't have. Without those, I was just an ordinary guy. A head full of scattered memories from the future wasn't worth squat. If I wanted to strike it rich and rise above the crowd, I'd have to wait a good 10+ years for the reforms to really take off. But in an era with no doctors, no medicine, and lousy sanitation, forget about how hard life in the countryside would be or how backbreaking the farm work was. I could just as easily drop dead one day. So other than cultivating the yin-yang mystic union art and unlocking the space, I had no other options. Thinking that through, I felt my skin thicken by another layer. I couldn't even be bothered to cook. I splashed water on my face, tidied up, latched the door behind me, and headed for Victory Street. Victory Street was where my stepmother lived. Not exactly close. By the time I got there, that so-called father of mine was standing there puffed up like some big shot, chest out, belly forward, being sent off by a crowd of people who didn't share a drop of his blood. He was glowing, riding high, ready to head out and work himself to the bone for a family that would never be his. I couldn't help but marvel. No wonder so many men go for widows. When it comes to feeding a man's ego, ordinary people simply can't compete. We're all normal human beings. Who treats her own husband like some brainless slab of meat to be coddled? But this young woman and her pack of tagalong kids? They could. When Lord Lee saw me, he was clearly annoyed, like I'd shown up first thing in the morning just to ruin his day. What are you doing here? Who told you to come? Get lost. I came to talk about me going down to the countryside. If you're in a rush to get to work, go ahead. It makes no difference whether you're here or not. Lee like I exploded. You little punk. What do you mean it makes no difference whether your old man is here? Am I dead to you? Not dead, but close enough. How many times have I even seen you these past few years? That hit a nerve. His face went red. Being called out to his face by a kid, he couldn't stand losing face, and it made him angrier still. It wasn't that he'd genuinely forgotten he had a son. I was the only person on earth who shared his blood. There were times he'd thought about coming by, bringing something, slipping me some money. But his whole paycheck was in his new wife's hands. Where was the money supposed to come from? And whenever he worked up the nerve to bring it up, something would interrupt, and eventually it just fizzled out. Over time, the guilt piled up, and once it piled high enough, he started instinctively avoiding me. He was too ashamed to face his own son. This father of mine, Lee like I, did have a stubborn streak, I'll give him that. He'd rather haul freight and pick up odd jobs than go begging his own father for money. And on the rare occasions we did meet, I never once gave him a pleasant look. So the guilt curdled into anger, and the anger deepened into resentment. Add in the contrast with Widow Yang's smooth-talking stepkids, plus her nightly whispers in his ear, and Lee like I genuinely believed his own son was an ungrateful little animal, a stray you could never tame. He'd often ask himself, why can't the kid see how much I've sacrificed for him? Why can't he understand the depth of a father's love? Your old man suffered half his life. His wife finally died, and at long last there's nobody nagging him, nobody riding him. And he's an honest-to-God boiler man with a respectable job. Can't he enjoy himself a little? And Widow Yang kept pouring it on. Boys shouldn't be spoiled. If he won't listen, if he won't respect his elders, let him eat some bitterness. Let him suffer a bit. Once the dumb kid runs out of options and remembers who his father is, he'll come around on his own. Then you make it up to him, and you're one big happy family again, right? Father and son. After all, you can break the bone but the tendons still hold. How bad could it get? The plain truth is, Li Kai was never a bright man. If he were, he wouldn't have spent half his life shoveling coal into a boiler. Put a few drinks in him and let someone work him over, and he was no different from the village idiot. He actually bought into the nonsense that starving your own son and forcing him to come crawling back would somehow bring them closer. But I wasn't the original owner of this body. I felt nothing for Li Kai, not one shred of affection, not 1 ounce of goodwill. So of course I wasn't going to be nice to him. I couldn't even be bothered to talk to the idiot. A man who never has more than 50 cents in his pocket? What's the point of wasting breath? Today, I was here to negotiate with Widow Yang. In front of Li Kai, Widow Yang played the doting mother better than my actual mother ever could. Pulling out a chair, pouring water, fussing over him. It cost her nothing and bought her the image of the perfect wife and mother. Why wouldn't she? Look at all the successful businessmen in the future. Sharp guys, right? Yet the moment they build a blended family, they fall straight into a logic trap and can never think their way out of it. The way they see it, their beloved new wife has humbled herself completely, working so hard to hold a warm home together, putting her heart into it, having such a rough time of it. So why are their own son and daughter so difficult? Why can't they warm up to their stepmother? Why do they have to turn everything into a screaming match and make his life miserable? What they don't get is this. From the day he found a new woman and started planning that second marriage, he's been living in a fake world, a performance stage for his benefit. Only when the money runs out does everything revert to genuine feeling, no acting, no pretending. That's real life. But when that day comes, who's going to stick around and fawn over him? All that talk about the bond between a stepmother and stepchildren. Take the money out of it, take the self-interest out of it, and see what's left. So I wasn't buying any of it. And I didn't need to be polite either. I wasn't some love-starved kid crying for his mommy and daddy. I was here for money. All right, Widow Yang, let's cut it out. We're both 1,000-year-old foxes here. Don't try running a ghost story on me. I came today to inform you. Get 500 yuan ready, plus a stack of ration coupons, a set of bedding, and 2 changes of clothes. 3 days from now, I'll be back to pick it up. Widow Yang didn't say a word. She just shot Li Kai a look, her face dark. And that brainless fool went off like he had rabies, snapping straight at his own son. 500 yuan? And bedding and clothes on top of that? Have you lost your mind? I haven't lost my mind. I'm perfectly clear-headed. 3 years. I waited more than 3 years. Waited. What came instead of you finally coming to your senses was your woman signing me up to go get re-educated in the poorest, most miserable countryside there is. Your own flesh and blood son gets screwed over like that. And when he finally shows up at your door, you treat him like a beggar? 500 yuan. You make 500 a year. Is that a lot? Li Lightsai's face was a picture of disappointment. He put on his best wounded father act. 3 years. Over 3 years. And this is the first time you've come to see me on your own, and the first thing out of your mouth is money. Do you even see me as your father anymore? Your mother was right. You're an animal who only sees money. Whose mother? My mother's been dead for years. And who the hell wants you as a father, you old bastard? You've already got yourself a whole litter of kids. What do you need me for? I want out. I'm cutting ties. Li Kai exploded. You don't want me as your father? Fine. Fine. Then I don't want you as my son. Get the hell out. Me? Get out. You sure that's what you want? The house I'm living in, my mother left it to me. I'm getting shipped off to the countryside, and there's no guarantee I'll ever come back. So, I'm planning on selling it. Cheap. 500 yuan, some ration coupons you don't even use, a set of bedding, a few sets of clothes, and you'd be getting the deal of a lifetime. You sure you don't want it? Li Kai went from furious to apoplectic. He'd already promised Widow Yang that the little courtyard house would go to her eldest, Li Tian, for his wedding. A northwestern man's word is his bond. In his mind, that courtyard already belonged to Li Tian. And here I was demanding money. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Bullshit. Your old man isn't dead yet. Since when do you make decisions in this family? That courtyard is mine to give, and I'll give it to whoever I damn well please. I smiled thinly. Oh really? You decide? You give it to whoever you please? Well, I've already made up my mind. If you won't pay, I'll go see Section Chief Nyo over at the cotton mill security office. His son just joined the neighborhood patrol and got himself a girlfriend. but they can't get married, no place to live. So tell me, if I show up offering him a discount, is he going to decide the house is mine, left to me by my mother? Or is he going to decide it belongs to some boiler room worker who remarried into another family and hasn't come home in years? Come on. A few years of getting fawned over by the Yangs, and you think you're the emperor? Everything's your call. And another thing, you're drunk out of your mind half the time. How many times has your team leader written you up? Per factory rules, you think they could take your job and toss you out on your ass? I'm genuinely curious. What do you say we find out? Lee Lightsey's old face turned the color of raw liver. He raised his hand to strike me. Wanna hit me? Great. You lay one finger on me, and I'm going straight to the hospital. Get myself a medical certificate, and just like that, no countryside for me. Come on, old dog. Take a swing at your own father. And don't hold back. Lee Likai couldn't take the humiliation. He forgot about slapping me entirely and started casting around the room for something heavy, ready to beat his ungrateful son to death. I wasn't scared. I just gave him a contemptuous little laugh. TCH, lost it already? He had lost it. Widow Young hadn't. She flashed a look, and her 3 tagalongs rushed forward and pinned him down. I laughed even harder. Huh, old dog, 3 little ingrates, and that's all it takes to hold you down? Wait till you're old. They'll swarm you just like that. Pick your useless carcass up and dump it on the trash heap. Widow Young dabbed at her eyes theatrically and launched into her performance. Qingzhou, don't blame your father. If you have to blame someone, blame me. The truth is, I signed you up for the countryside so you'd toughen up. A real man should see the world. How's a boy supposed to amount to anything cooped up at home? Look at my ass. Widow Young, don't try your little mind games on me. I'm not buying. And don't push me. You think you can sign me up, but I can't sign up those little monsters of yours? You were vicious enough to ship me all the way to northern Shaanxi. Well, push me hard enough, and I'll send your brats out to eat sand in the desert. Try me. You want to hurt each other? Let's go. Let's see who's got less to lose. The second they heard me insult their mother, the 3 tagalongs, renamed Li Tian, Li Zhan, and Li Yong, got hot. They were young, after all. However many tricks they'd picked up from Widow Yang, they were still hot-blooded kids with tempers. These 3 ingrates hated me down to their teeth. A minute ago, they'd have loved nothing more than to help their brainless stepfather break my legs. But the moment I said I'd burn it all down and send them out to eat sand, they froze. Instead, they clung tighter to Li Lightsey's legs and started squeezing out fake tears. Dad, don't hit Big Brother. He's just upset right now. He's jealous that you love us. Yeah, Dad, forgive Big Brother. He's just like us. He's only a kid who wants his father's love. It's all our fault. We'll apologize to Big Brother right now. We'll kowtow to him. He'll forgive you. Lee Likai looked ready to cry from the sheer tenderness of it. You worthless little punk. You so much as touch them and see what happens. They're your brothers and sister. Look how good they are. They really do think of you as their big brother. Then look at yourself. That actually made me laugh. Heh, who treats an outsider like family unless there's something in it for them? You're a moron, old man. I'm not. A few sniffles and a couple of big brothers, and suddenly we're one big family? Don't try to guilt trip me. So, Widow Yang, your call. We all go down together, or you pay up and make this go away. Widow Yang's face darkened. She didn't say a word, but inside she was churning. She knew that a man with his back against the wall would do anything. I had nothing. Nothing to lose and nothing to fear. Dirt poor and half crazy. Now that I'd kicked down the door, was I going to be scared of people with something to protect? She was actually starting to regret it. Regret going too far, too fast. She was afraid that even if she paid up today, I'd still drag her eldest son and daughter down with me. These days they were sending kids down to the countryside at 14 or 15, still in middle school. By that standard, both her kids were old enough. Her original plan had been simple. Use me as the sacrificial lamb, buy her own to another year or so. In the meantime, get the old man's factory position transferred over, then spend a little money finding Li Zhan some kind of job. Temp work would do, as long as it kept her out of the countryside. A girl only had to hang on a few years before she could be married off, and then the job was done. But now that I had her by the throat, if she refused to cough up a single cent, her own kids would be the ones to suffer. Oh, would you listen to yourself? What kind of talk is that? We're all family. You go down to the countryside, and you think your father would ever let you go without? Don't you worry. Old Lee's already. He and I already talked it over. We're going to give you some money. Bedding, clothes. I've had all that ready for a while now, like any mother would. Isn't that right, Old Lee? Old Lee. Lee Likai was still tangling with the freeloaders. Feeling like he'd just been insulted beyond all measure, he wanted to beat me to death, and now he was supposed to hand me money? But before he could spit it out, I suddenly dropped the whole arrogant bully act. A warm smile spread across my face. Really? That's wonderful. Oh my, look at the mess I've made of this. Got it all twisted around. My fault, all my fault. I misunderstood you, Auntie Yang. I was in the wrong. This temper of mine, I really need to work on it. Auntie Yang, You won't hold it against me, will you? What are you talking about, you silly boy? How could your auntie hold a grudge against a child? Good, that's good. Hearing you say that just takes a weight right off my chest. Oh, by the way, Annie Yang, how much money did you and my dad set aside for me again? The corner of Widow Yang's mouth twitched twice. Then she steeled herself and gritted her teeth. 100. My face darkened instantly. It looked like I was about to blow again. Widow Yang hurriedly grabbed my arm. Don't get worked up, child. Hear your auntie out. 100 yuan is a lot. Sure, your dad brings home 40-some a month, but feeding a family costs money, doesn't it? And you know your dad likes his liquor. We're really not as well off as you think. I don't buy it. Even if the old man knocks back a few cups of cheap booze, how much can that run? 3+ years, and he couldn't save 500. Aya, you've never had to support a family. You don't know how hard it is. Tell you what, I'll throw in 50 gene of grain coupons on top. How's that? No good. 50 gene is nothing. This isn't a few years back. I was little then. I didn't eat much. I'm grown now. Big appetite. Serious appetite. Two people who'd been screaming murder minutes ago were now going back and forth, haggling like it was a business deal. You want more, I want to give less. You think you're getting shortchanged. I don't trust you either. Li Kai and the freeloaders just stood there with their jaws hanging open. I didn't see the problem. When you're flat broke, dignity's a luxury. Water too clear has no fish. A man shameless enough is unbeatable. As long as I could swallow my pride, how could I fail to squeeze out some cash? Get the money in hand first. Once Widow Yang's crew had wrung Lord Li dry and kicked him out the door, I could circle back and deal with the whole lot of them. No rush. Such useful tools, too. Save me the trouble of finding someone else to handle that brainless old bastard. I ground away at Widow Yang for ages, right up until it got so late that Li Kai had to leave for his shift and go be somebody's workhorse. The two of us were still at it. The sticking point was simple. Neither of us trusted the other. I was afraid she'd stiff me once I'd shipped out to the countryside. She was afraid I'd take the money and still find ways to trip up her kids. In the end, we each gave ground. Widow Yang would hand over 150 yuan up front, plus coupons, bedding, and clothes. Once I got to the countryside and sent a letter back, she'd wire another 150. But the house, the job slot, everything of the old man's, none of it had anything to do with me anymore. I smiled at her. Auntie, you're being too careful. Truth is, I don't hate you and your little brood all that much. It's that old bastard I can't stand. I'd love nothing more than to see him alone, penniless, out on the street, dying with nowhere to be buried. Down the road, when he's outlived his usefulness, don't go easy on him. Consider it doing me a favor. Widow Yang laughed awkwardly. What kind of talk is that? Your father works himself to the bone for this family. He's been nothing but good to me and the kids. How could we ever do something so heartless? Li Tian, Li Zhen, and Li Yong, all three freeloaders, rushed to thump their chests. Don't you worry, big brother. We'll take care of the old man for you. He'll live out his years in comfort. We'll see him through to the end. I burst out laughing. Excellent. With guarantees like that, I can rest easy. Ha ha ha. In a couple of days when I go to the neighborhood office to file my paperwork, I'll sign a formal severance of relations with the old man. Once he's got nobody left to lean on, you'll all feel a lot more comfortable making your move, won't you? Widow Yang and the freeloaders kept insisting they'd never, but a thought had lodged itself in their minds and wouldn't leave. Even if it hadn't been there before, after what I'd said, it was bound to start taking root. Money in hand, I didn't linger. We weren't family. Why hang around once I'd gotten paid? Like I actually enjoyed Widow Yang's company. I strolled out of her place and ambled toward home. Passing a little stall the neighborhood office ran for hardship cases, I ordered a bowl of jiaowan, sat down, ate slowly, and thought about my future. Last night's failure had opened my eyes to just how buttoned up this era was. Buying my way out of trouble, I crossed that option off the list. I'd read plenty of web novels in my past life. Some had the protagonist roaming the mountains, hunting, keeping a stable of pretty educated youths, always set deep in the hills where nobody was watching, where sharing one big quilt was no fantasy. No idea if any of it was true, but you could tell the author was an old hand behind the wheel, doing about 120. Had me, a pure-hearted old bachelor, red in the face. Then there were the ones where he becomes a barefoot doctor, cultivates, knows Chinese medicine, and the young women and young wives throw themselves at him one after another. I used to drool over those. So why couldn't I pull it off? Say what you want. At least I had cash and grain coupons. That put me way ahead of all those protagonists who start out with one knife and one dog. The countryside is a vast world where much can be accomplished. All those young women and young wives were out there right now, waiting anxiously for me to come collect. As for the countryside being hard, the farm work being brutal, who doesn't have it hard? Who isn't worn out? You think hauling sacks and picking up odd jobs in the city because you've got no work unit is any easier? And once I cultivated some spiritual energy, farm work would be nothing. You don't think I could unhitch the ox, strap myself to the plow, and turn over 3 moo in one go? Ha ha ha. The more I thought about it, the better it sounded. I couldn't help laughing out loud. Startled, the one-legged stall owner half out of his skin, and the pedestrians going by gave the lunatic a wide berth. Decision made. I polished off the jiaowan in a few bites, tossed down a dime, and marched off with my head high. That receding figure of mine, heroic as hell. I didn't head straight home. I went to find my 2 best buddies. The moment Buckteeth saw me, his long face scrunched up and he started sucking air through his teeth. The moment Blackie saw me, he started rubbing his temples and sighing, one sigh after another. Brother, listen to me. Can you please stop coming up with these crazy ideas? Yeah, Qingzhou. You keep this up and all 3 of us are taking a walk to the execution ground. That annoyed me. What? Is that really what you think of me? Can't I take an active part in the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement, go battle the elements in the vast open country, and temper a loyal red heart? You 2 really don't give me any credit. Haiwa didn't even look at me. A dog will never quit eating shit. Kid, mark my words. A woman's gonna be the death of you someday. Dia nodded like crazy. You dumbass, it runs in the family. Your old man's no prize either. Your ma wasn't even dead a week before he shacked up with a widow. How were you ever gonna turn out decent? What was it he always said? Oh right, that the men in the Lee family are hung like horses and go at it like animals, so they can't survive without a woman. I was stunned. I honestly hadn't known that. It wasn't even in the original owner's memories. So that's why Dia and Haiwa kept insisting on setting me up with some plump, curvy widow. Turns out that was my so-called father's type. Damn it. I was catching heat for something I never even did. And what kind of taste did people have in this era anyway? Thick waist, big butt, that's the ideal? No, wait. These 2 almost got me completely off track. Look, I didn't come here to get into trouble with you guys this time. I'm getting sent down to the countryside. I need to prep, learn a few things, so I don't starve to death out there. Dia whipped around and eyed me suspiciously. Hold up. You've actually got a brain in there? You can think about something besides women. Haiwa kicked him. The hell's that supposed to mean? Qingzhou's not that stupid. Dia slapped the footprint off his butt, didn't seem to care, and turned back to me. So what do you want to learn? What skill could possibly make life out in the sticks any easier? Besides, aren't you leaving in a few days? Is there even time? Better to sharpen the spear right before battle than not at all. I want you 2 to find me somebody who knows northern Shaanxi inside out. The climate, the terrain, the wild plants and animals, the local customs. Ideally someone who can hunt, knows herbal medicine, can treat minor illnesses, patch up wounds. If they know first aid, even better. Like a guy who served out there, or someone from that area who's stationed here now. I need somebody to teach me how to stay alive so I don't drop dead within a week of getting there. Haiwa frowned. Is northern Shaanxi really that dangerous? You're acting like you're shipping off to war. If you don't know something, just ask the locals when you get there. Why do you have to find somebody here in Shinsong? Northern Shaanxi's huge. Who knows where they'll dump me? What if they stick me up in the mountains clearing land? I've got a plan ahead. Oh, and one more thing. You 2 need to help me get my hands on a gun. A Type 56 semi-auto would be ideal. If not, an old bolt-action will do. Haiwa and Dia exchanged a look, then swore in unison. Son of a bitch. That's what you were building up to. Speaking of guns, in my old life, they were tightly controlled. You could do time just for a toy gun. Plenty of grown men dreamed of owning a few, and traveled abroad not for the scenery, but just to fire off a couple of rounds. But before the 90s, awash in guns wouldn't be an exaggeration. The whole nation was armed, prepping for war and famine. What kind of soldier doesn't have a gun? Good guns were hard to come by, but there were mountains of old ones pulled from active service and handed out to the militia for training. I'm not exaggerating when I say practically every militiaman's house in the countryside had a rifle in it. Add in the homemade shot-loaded hunting guns and the weapons lost on old battlefields and scavenged since. The amount of hardware floating around among ordinary people was no joke. It was harder in the city than the countryside, but that depended on whether you knew the right people. The back lot of the cotton mill security office had a full-blown armory. Old guns, new guns, crates of ammo and grenades stacked to the ceiling, even anti-aircraft machine guns and mortars. Things had been chaotic these past few years, and plenty of guns had slipped into private hands. If you were willing to pay, buying a rifle was nothing. Still, a good gun, even something ancient like a Zhongjing or an Arisaka Type 38, didn't come cheap as long as it still fired. Dia and Haiwa were 2 jobless kids. Where would they get that kind of money? I dug a few 10 yuan notes out of my pocket, along with some ration coupons I wouldn't need in the countryside, and handed them to Dia. You don't have to pay. I've got money now. Dia snatched them, did a quick count, and exploded. You lousy son of a bitch. You've been sitting on a secret stash. Haiwa, get him. Haiwa immediately cracked his knuckles. Oh, that's rich. Every time we asked you to chip in, you acted like we were bleeding you dry. What an actor. And here we were, thinking you were broke, busting our asses scraping together stuff for your luggage, and you had this squirreled away? Confess. How much more are you hiding? I begged for mercy. Chief, don't shoot. Let me explain myself. Then talk, before I put a bullet in you. I went to see Widow Yang. I sold her the little courtyard house I was living in. The two of them, who had me in a headlock, both froze. They quietly let go, not knowing what to say. Selling the house meant I really had no way back. Though honestly, even if I hadn't sold it, there was nothing to come back to. After my mother died, my father remarried at record speed and abandoned me. I was 13. That idiot had already torn this family down to the studs. There was nothing left between father and son. What home did I have? There really wasn't any other way. You could have sold it to anybody. Why her? Yeah, and the money she paid you was your dad's money in the first place. You're just moving it from one pocket to the other. She's the only one who came out ahead. I gave a helpless smile. I'm out of time. I couldn't wait around. Better her than nobody. At least I walk away with something instead of nothing. Besides, I still need that family to take down the old bastard for me. Bring the whole household crashing down, and then I can make sure he dies without a grave to lie in. Do it myself? I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Both of them laughed. You little punk. Still as vicious as ever. Yep. You've got a nasty streak in you. One small courtyard house in exchange for peace of mind. Not a bad trade. I was a modern man who knew where history was headed. I had a rough idea what the next few years would bring. Unlike Daya and Haiwa, why would I lose sleep over one rundown house? Once you head out there, are you ever coming back? They both looked a little sad. They didn't want me to go. I shook my head slowly. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back and visit you too. Maybe I'll stay out there for good. Maybe I'll go check out some other city. We'll see where life takes me. It's fine. We're all still young. There's plenty of time. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll all end up back together, right? Right. And when that day comes, we'll be the unstoppable iron triangle again. Teenage melancholy never lasts long. Within minutes, the three of us were eagerly speculating again. What was northern Shaanxi like? What should I bring? Were there a lot of pretty girls out there? The place I was headed was Miji County. There's an old saying, Miji for the women, Sueda for the men. Already itching to find myself a partner for some. Dual cultivation. I was hooked the second I heard the word Miji. Otherwise, how else would I have turned into? That easy, huh? The three of us young guys talked ourselves hoarse. That evening, Big Tooth's mom came home, and when she heard I wanted to pick up some basic medical know-how, she said she knew somebody. Xiaozhou, your auntie here met a nurse from the factory clinic a couple days ago. She and her husband are both from northern Shaanxi. I'll put in a word with her tomorrow. You go see the two of them, and you can't go wrong. Yeah? So how'd somebody from northern Shaanxi end up working here? She's a military dependent. Her husband was stationed here, got demobilized into the factory, and had her transferred over. They both just started work a few days ago, haven't even brought their kid out yet. Big Tooth heard that and jumped in. Why wait till tomorrow? Let's go now? Qingzhou's got his physical in a couple days, and then he's on a train and gone. You kid, it's not nice to bother people this late at night. We're all revolutionary comrades. What's not nice about it? Come on, let's go now. Big Tooth grabbed me, hustled his mother out the door, and the three of us headed for the factory's third family housing compound. The compound sat up on the Lust tableland, a decent hike. The workers climbed that slope every single day going to and from their shifts, and the housing wasn't anything special either. Row after row of tile-roofed bungalows, a whole family crammed into a dozen square meters, standard stuff. Per person floor space was actually worse than in the old housing area. But the amenities out here were better. A workers' auditorium, an open-air movie screen, a bathhouse, a barbershop, and a school. My stepbrother Liang went to school right there. Most of the units were laid out 4 families to a small courtyard, with a locust tree planted in the middle. When Big Tooth's mom brought us in, the nurse was off queuing at the tap to haul water, so only her husband was home. The man wasn't much of a smiler, looked stern, but he turned out to be incredibly generous with his time. Once Big Tooth's mom explained why we'd come, he sat us down and started running through everything I needed to watch out for. The terrain in northern Shaanxi isn't anything like Chinsong. Higher elevation, freezing winters, blazing summers, and it's nothing but gullies and ridges. One commune can have 1,000 gullies in it. Steep slopes, deep ravines, terrible soil erosion, flash floods, landslides, and sinkholes all the time. It's the kind of place where it's dead easy to get lost. Back when the nationalists and the Japanese were trying to encircle the 8th Route Army, they'd get turned around in those endless gullies all the time and end up chewed to pieces by guerrilla tactics. The most dangerous thing is the voids the rain carves out over the years. Ground looks perfectly solid, but it's just a crust of dirt on top. One step and you drop straight through. Some of those holes are tens of meters deep. If the fall doesn't kill you, you'll die stuck down there. And the land can't hold water, so drought is a fact of life. People walk a couple of miles just to haul water, and there still isn't enough to drink. A whole family getting by on one basin of water a day is nothing unusual. Forget about hygiene. You'd be smart to bring some alum to clarify the water and boil it hard before you drink. Don't drink it raw the way the locals do. They're used to it. They're fine. You'd be on the toilet for a week. If your system can't handle it, it can kill you. As for hunting, take my advice and get that fantasy out of your head. In that terrain, I guarantee you'd fall down a gully and break your neck before you ever bagged anything. Big Tooth wasn't having it. So you're saying northern Shaanxi's crawling with game? Nobody up there hunts for meat. There are people who hunt to trade for grain, sure, just very, very few. Most everyone farms. Northern Shaanxi's dry and poor, no comparison to the big mountains up in the northeast, but there really is plenty of wildlife. Wild goats, gazelles, roe deer, foxes, wolves, badgers, leopards, hares, pheasants, wild pigeons, you name it. It's the terrain. Too many gullies for them to disappear into, so they're hell to hunt. Wild animals are clever. They spot you from way off and they're gone, and they climb those slopes like nothing. They stay up on the ridgelines, hardly ever come down, and they sure don't come near villages. You'll catch sight of one now and then, but you'll never close the distance. It keeps the same gap between you the whole time, and just trying to get close will run you into the ground. Too far and you can't hit it. Hit it and you can't get to the carcass. That's exactly why I said you'd end up at the bottom of a gully before you ever shot anything. And that's daytime. Nights are worse. Wolves and leopards come out after dark, and it's pitch black. You can't see a thing. A gun's no help. Villages in those hills lose pigs and sheep to them all the time, and every so often an old person or a kid gets killed. It clicked for me then. The payoff, the effort, and the risk were all completely out of proportion. That's why nobody up there bothered hunting. While we were talking, the nurse got back. Her husband took the carrying pole off her shoulders, and she took over, walking us through basic medical care. By this point, anti-inflammatories were everywhere. Penicillin, terramycin, gentamicin, tetracycline, plenty of it in tablet form, and disinfectant was dirt cheap. A cold, a fever, a case of the runs, no problem. I lived alone. When I got sick, I had to tough it out myself, so all of this made immediate sense to me. Since she was practically family now, I figured I might as well ask for one more favor and have her put together a small supply of medicine for me. The drugs existed, sure, but ordinary people couldn't get their hands on them. You needed connections inside the medical system. Once that was settled, it was getting late. I thanked the couple sincerely and was about to leave when I caught sight of a cloth bag hanging behind the door, tied at the mouth, with a length of steel barrel poking out. Is that a gun? Yep, it's a gun. You want it? Of course I wanted it. I just didn't know if what I had in my pocket would cover it. That's an old one. Zhang Taofeng, the sniper hero from the Korean War, used the original. This is our copy of it. I asked, mind if I take a look? He grinned and lifted the bag off the hook. Nothing secret about it. Here. I untied the bag and pulled out a bolt-action rifle, along with some rounds. It wasn't like the long rifles I pictured in my head. This thing was noticeably short and compact, with a four-sided spike bayonet mounted on it that folded off to the side. What kind of rifle is this? Never seen one. You're young. By the time your generation started handling weapons, they'd switched over to the Type 56 semi-auto, so it makes sense you don't know it. This was the country's first standard-issue rifle, officially the Type 53 carbine. Beautiful accuracy. At 100 meters on a fixed target, I'd put 5 rounds down for a 50, and I never dropped below 45. At 150, 8 or 9 out of 10. Slower rate of fire is the only downside. Other than that, it's every bit as good as the Type 56. I ran my hand over the cold black barrel and the smooth yellow-brown wooden stock and couldn't put it down. Even the smell of gun oil struck me as pleasant. Show a man from the future something like this and tell me he isn't going to fall in love. I was no exception. Any chance you'd trade for it? Nobody said buy these days. You said trade. Swapping what you had for what you didn't, no money involved. So technically it wasn't buying and selling and nobody was breaking any rules. It was pure theater, of course, just a way to keep from getting reported. By rights, what old soldier would part with his own rifle? The lucky thing was that this one wasn't his. He'd come by it more or less by accident. No money out of pocket, no sentimental attachment. He'd just transferred out of the army into a civilian job, and all the factory had issued him so far was some mess. He'd blown his ration coupons and his whole discharge bonus on both sets of in-laws, so he was strapped for cash. A penny can bring a hero to his knees. One mention of a trade, and he was definitely interested. How much can you put up? I hesitated. I don't know what the going rate is. Why don't you name it? I've kept this rifle in good shape, barely put a few rounds through it. Aside from a ding in the stock, there's nothing wrong with it, and the cleaning kit's all there. If I hadn't just moved in and needed to furnish the place, I wouldn't part with it. Tell you what, you've got coupons. Pay me in coupons. Lucky me. I happen to be sitting on all kinds of coupons. Everything except grain coupons was his, and I'd make up the difference in cash. I had Big Tooth pull out the money and the coupons. The man counted it up. 60 yuan, plus industrial vouchers, coal coupons, pastry coupons, tobacco and liquor coupons, cotton coupons, and furniture coupons. Exactly what a man setting up a new household needed. He nodded without hesitation. Done. It's a trade. He handed the cash and coupons to his wife. I reached for the rifle, and he stopped me. You know how to maintain it? How to zero it? I'd never even laid eyes on one of these before. Of course I didn't. No. Come here. I'll teach you. He spread the sack out on the table and had the rifle stripped down in seconds, then walked me through it step by step. Disassembly, reassembly, cleaning, sighting in, clearing malfunctions. A Mosin-Nagant. Classic Russian iron. Classics are never complicated, so I picked it up fast. I just wasn't smooth with it yet. But it wasn't like I was heading to the front. I didn't need to be. That'll do. Remember the safety rules. Don't get careless. Come by tomorrow for the medicine, and I'll throw in a box of ammo. The rounds for this thing were 7.62, like the Type 56 carbine. But they weren't interchangeable, and buying them on the side cost money. 70 cents a round when prices spiked. 2 or 3 cents. Well, 2 or 3 mao, normally. I'd made out like a bandit on this one. Both sides walked away happy. Trade complete. Back home, I tried tucking the rifle inside my rolled-up bedding, and it disappeared easily. I was even more pleased. I was like a kid with a new toy. Played with it half the night, and fell asleep hugging it. Then I dreamt nonstop. Hunting, eating meat, keeping beautiful women. The girls in the dream were gorgeous, all curves, and I floated through the whole thing on a cloud. I overslept the next morning. Big Tooth and Blackie hauled me out of bed. You know what time it is? Get up. We're taking you shopping. I was a motherless kid about to be shipped off to the countryside, and the two women who'd watched me grow up couldn't bear it. There was nothing they could do about it, so they pooled a little money to buy me some things. It wasn't much, it was the thought. Neither of their families was well connected. This was all they could do. It moved me. Whatever the era, genuine feeling is the most valuable thing there is. No blood between us, and they still kept me in their hearts. That meant something. After we got back from the state-run store, I cooked a meal, caught up on sleep, and near dusk wandered back up onto the plateau. By nightfall I had the medicine and the ammo, and I was out more than 10 yuan. Medicine wasn't expensive these days. It was just that I wanted a lot of it, and all of it hard to come by. 10 odd yuan meant he was doing me a favor. Bonus. He threw in 2 4 bottles with rubber stoppers. Fill them with hot water in the winter, and they work as hot water bottles. Early the next morning, Widow Yang showed up with a set of bedding, 2 sets of cotton mill work clothes, and some food, cheerfully informing me it was time for my physical. I let her little maneuver slide and went along without a fuss. Roll call at the neighborhood committee office, then off to the hospital with the group for the exam. The contingent headed to northern Shaanxi was small, a dozen or so people pulled together from 2 neighborhood offices. They were either idealists eagerly chasing progress, or poor bastards with bad class backgrounds who'd been assigned there by force. People like me were the exception. Precisely because the destination was rough, the neighborhood office handled things carefully, afraid these hot-blooded kids would come to their senses and back out. So the physicals were scheduled late, with departure right on their heels. No window to change your mind. I cooperated all the way through. Not enthusiastic, but no crying or carrying on either. I passed the physical. Back at the neighborhood office to finish the paperwork, Li Laikai came through the door with a sour face, flanked by his stepsons and stepdaughters, and immediately started hollering about severing our father-son relationship. The clerk was dumbfounded. In these times, families with bad class backgrounds cutting ties wasn't unusual. Some even ran notices in the paper. But he'd never seen an idiot voluntarily disown his own flesh and blood son and then turn around and cozy up to a pack of somebody else's kids. However bad he is, a son's a son. Short of something truly unforgivable. How do you cut ties? Even if you remarry, you keep one hand on your own blood. The clerk badly wanted to say something to Li Laikai. Then he thought better of it. Rotten wood, beyond carving. Save your breath. Less trouble that way. We walked out with the severance paper. Before I could say a word, Li Laikai lifted his chin, put on his Lord of the Manor face, and jabbed a finger at my nose. You dog. You're not my son anymore. Stay out of my sight until you clear out for the countryside. You animal. All you think about is yourself. Do you have any idea what you put your mother through? She was up past midnight under the lamp sewing that bedding. Don't you have any of your own? You had to have new? I saw it, and it broke my heart. I smiled. Every time he made a point, I nodded, the picture of a good little boy. Just as he was working himself up, voice climbing, gearing up to wax poetic about his feelings for his new wife. I wound up my arm and cracked him across the face. The slap staggered him, and his nose started gushing blood on the spot. You dog. We're not kin anymore, and you're still putting on airs like an elder? Who the hell are you? You say scram and I scram? You shame to your ancestors. You dare point a finger at me? I spat. Huh. Li Kai froze, disbelief all over his face. For a second, he seemed to forget where he was, forget what had just happened. It took him a long moment to come back to himself, and then his whole old face twisted up. People were streaming past the neighborhood office door, slapped by his own son in public, and spat on to boot. How was he supposed to swallow that? His lordship Li went full red hot. You. I'll kill you, you little bastard. Your ancestors must have run out of virtue to produce a melon head like you. You what? Come on, hit me. I'll stand right here and let you. But if you hit me, I'm not going to the countryside. Hundreds of yuan, all those coupons, straight down the drain. I don't give a damn. I'm going to kill you. I bet you don't have the guts. If you're a man, swing. If you've got no balls, don't play it tough talk. Li Lightsai's old face went crimson, his eyes bulging. The three tagalongs barely managed to hold him back. Enough. Do you even look like a father right now? What did we tell you before we came? I said don't do anything stupid. Haven't we embarrassed ourselves enough? Come on, we're going home. One word from Widow Yang, and Li Kai turned meek as a dog. He dropped his head, muttered a couple of threats through gritted teeth, and stalked off. The crowd of onlookers roared with laughter, and I couldn't help joining in. Ha ha, that's rich. I love seeing him like that. Can't stand me, but can't do a thing about me. Good for my mood. And it settles a few scores for the body's original owner while I'm at it. Before I knew it, the day came to ship out to the countryside. The group headed for northern Shanxi was the first to leave the neighborhood committee office, piling into vehicles bound for the train station. Somebody had to set the example. Like the fake advertising of later decades. Never mind whether there's anything behind it. Just get the atmosphere going first. The neighborhood committee had even scrounged up a big truck with a loudspeaker mounted on it, decked out with colored flags and banners. The lead vehicle carried a drum and gong troop, banging away, boom crash, gongs and drums thundering, firecrackers popping, red flags waving, a sea of people. Okay, scratch the sea of people. Apart from the sent-down youths' families and friends, and a few idlers looking for a show, nobody cared where a bunch of kids were headed. The young people on the truck were flushed with excitement, eyes brimming with tears, which also had nothing to do with anyone else. Pedestrians hurried past, sparing us nothing more than an indifferent glance. Li Kai and Widow Yang's family were too busy clearing out my little courtyard to bother with me. Big Tooth and Blackie weren't in the send-off crowd either. I had a lot of luggage, too much to carry on my back, so the two of them had gone ahead to the train station and bought platform tickets to wait for me. The convoy rolled through the streets, making an enormous racket. I sat there like it had nothing to do with me, relaxed enough to size up the female, sent-down youths traveling with us. 19 of us were headed to northern Shanxi, 13 girls and 6 guys. Lopsided ratio. The girls were all young, right in the flower of their youth. They dressed plainly enough, green army uniforms, or black, white, and gray spring and autumn outfits, patches on their clothes, hair braided into 1 or 2 plaits. All exactly the same. But even with no styling and no makeup, they carried a certain freshness about them. As a lifelong bachelor from another life, I was long past the age of chasing flash. I looked at people for what they really were. I have to say, girls that age really are something. Completely different from women in their 30s and 40s. They come with a built-in buff. Just standing there, doing nothing at all, that natural youthful beauty outshines older women killing themselves with makeup, new clothes, and new hairdos to jack up their value. Unlike the timid kids around me, when I looked openly. Not like the short guy next to me with the freckled face. Wanted to look, but didn't dare, pretending to stare off somewhere else, sneaking a glance, and jerking his eyes away like a thief. One tall girl got furious at my completely unconcealed stare. Like a hen protecting her chick, she yanked a very well-built girl beside her behind her back and shot me a fierce glare. Like I was going to let that slide. I wasn't planning to do anything. Okay, even if I was planning something, I hadn't done it yet. So what was the glare for? You glare at me, I glare right back. The tall girl clearly hadn't expected me to be that brazen. She froze, at a loss, standing there flustered and helpless. I'd already looked away, and she was still staring at me blankly, for all the world like some love-struck girl who'd fallen for me at first sight. Only when her friend tugged at her sleeve did she hastily pull her eyes back, her face flushing scarlet. I acted like nothing had happened and turned to watch the scenery. Spring warmth, flowers in bloom. The travelers on the road weren't coming home, they were leaving. The noise carried all the way to the station plaza, where the sent-down youths climbed down and formed ranks, big red flowers pinned to their chests, listening to the leader's speeches. I couldn't be bothered to listen, and even less bothered to applaud. I just looked around. When the leaders finally finished, the young people were fired up. In that moment, they were probably genuinely carrying lofty ideals as they filed into the station. As for how many days they'd last once they got to the countryside, God only knew. Our group bound for northern Shanxi had left first, but we were the last to be let through the gate. We waited over an hour before a woman cadre from the educated youth office let us in to board the train for Xijing. Big Tooth and Blackie had been waiting there the whole time. When they didn't see me, they started thinking something had gone wrong. Only when I came walking up with the group did the two of them breathe easy. They grabbed my luggage and hauled it aboard ahead of me. Don't imagine there was anything glamorous about the trip down to the countryside. With that much luggage and no dedicated car for sent-down youths, you might not even score a seat. And it was a long way. First most of a day by train to Xijing, then transfer to Tongchuan. No rail past Tongchuan, so it was buses from there, passenger bus, truck, whatever came along, rattling all the way to Yan'an, then Yan'an to Sueda, then Sueda to Miji County. At Miji you waited for your assignment, then took a vehicle to the commune, and from the commune an ox cart or horse cart, or just walked out to the production brigade. You were lucky if there was a sent-down youth settlement where everyone stayed together. If they split you up, you might have to climb over mountains to reach some production team. That was transportation in those days. We weren't even leaving the province, and spending several days and nights on the road was perfectly normal. I got on the train, hugged Blackie and Big Tooth, told them to take care, and the two of them hurried back off. We were men. How many tears and how much blather could there be? Take care, and right when you get there, pretty much exhausted their vocabulary. Their eyes were red as they waved, watching the train pull away into the distance. The seat they'd grabbed for me was a good one, by the window, with the luggage rack right overhead where all my things fit perfectly. Thieves were rampant in this era. You couldn't afford to be careless. There was a gun rolled up in my bedding. Losing that would be a real shame. The tall girl and her friend weren't so lucky. They dawdled getting on, and by the time they finally squeezed aboard with their bags, the only spot left in the whole car was next to me. Girls being fussy, they didn't want to sit with someone who looked like bad news. But there wasn't another seat in the car, and if they kept stalling they'd be on their own. They weren't in a position to be picky. The two of them sat down, swallowing their displeasure, probably braced, and waiting for me to make a pass at them so they could teach this little hoodlum a proper lesson. Instead, I didn't so much as glance at them. I just stared out the window, lost in the passing scenery. Across from me sat 3 sent-down youths. 1 guy, 2 girls, people I knew. They'd been wiping away tears saying goodbye to their families a minute ago. The moment the train pulled out, they were holding forth again. They wanted to feel me out too, but I just politely gave my name and showed not the slightest interest in joining their circle. Sent-down youths had their own pecking order. Cadre families looked down on worker families, while worker families thought they were the most glorious of all. Anyone with a bad class background was looked down on by everybody, yet in their hearts they despised those who. The unlucky kid who got sacrificed because the family wanted a son. We hadn't gotten far out of the station before the dozen-odd sent-down youths had already splintered into little cliques, and people kept trying to recruit me. I couldn't be bothered. It wasn't me playing it cool. I genuinely had zero interest in forming factions. What grown man, dropped from the modern world into the 1970s, wouldn't be fascinated by the old-fashioned buildings and local customs outside the window? Who'd waste his time building a power base to lord it over people? Kids playing house. That's what they thought politics was. Childish. It was dark before I moved at all. The tall girl next to me instantly went rigid, eyeing me warily. What are you doing? I sighed. Move. I need the bathroom. You're a grown woman. Take a hint. She froze again, staring at me blankly. Luckily, her friend had quicker reflexes and tugged at her. The two of them shifted aside so I could get past. After using the toilet, I got a cup of hot water and carried it back to my seat, sipping it slowly. Riding a train just doesn't feel right without a cup of instant noodles and a sausage. No such luck here, so water it was. Not long after, the woman cadre called out a male youth's name and had him hand out the rations for dinner. Nothing fancy, 2 steamed buns each, cornmeal cut with white flour, not even a scrap of pickled vegetable. Most of the group had just left home, so aside from a few unlucky souls, everyone had brought their own dry rations, pickles, chili oil. They pulled it all out to eat with the buns. They even had the energy to offer each other tastes and swap food back and forth. Some guys volunteered to fetch water for everyone, angling for goodwill. Bucktooth's mother had packed rations for me too, but I didn't touch them. I put away the 2 buns, then leaned against the window and shut my eyes. Not many people were as laid back as me. A carload of kids, none of them able to settle down. But they talked all day and then a few more hours at night, and by now their throats were dry and the mood had died. The night wore on. One by one they gave out, slumping over the table or leaning on each other, drifting off. I fell asleep too, and as I slept, my shoulder got heavier and heavier. I opened my eyes. The tall girl had fallen asleep against my shoulder, one arm still around her friend. I shrugged my shoulder. Not only did she not wake up, she nuzzled in, found a more comfortable angle, and kept right on sleeping. A soft body pressed against me, a nice scent drifting up into my nose. My heart rate ticked up a notch. Any other guy in that situation would have played the gentleman and generously donated his shoulder. But who am I? You really think the reason I went all those years without a girlfriend was just because I was broke? I jerked my shoulder up hard. The girl jolted awake. Move over. Quit crowding me. That was the third time she'd frozen up. Her face went bright red and she sat bolt upright, too embarrassed to even look at me. With my shoulder free, I was a lot more comfortable. I leaned back against the window, listened to the clatter of the rails, and went back to sleep. She snuck a glance at me, probably cursing me out in her head. Big dumb ox, spineless clod, no manners, petty little man. So she leaned on you by accident. I'm the one who should be complaining, and you're the one making a scene? I didn't much care what she thought. Yes, I was in a hurry to find someone to cultivate with, but that didn't mean I had to be somebody's doormat. And a girl like her? I wasn't interested at all. Early the next morning the train pulled into Shijing Station, right under the old city wall. We all hauled our bundles and bags off the train and lined up, then sat in the waiting hall for the transfer to Tongchuan. That wait ate up most of the day. On the plus side, Shijing was a major station with a dedicated reception station for sent-down youths, and they fed us a hot meal, steamed buns with egg soup. Honestly, pretty good. No complaints. It was past 4 in the afternoon before we boarded again. A day later we reached Yan'an, spent the night in the waiting hall, caught a bus the next morning, got off at Sueda, transferred to a truck bound for Miji, and finally made it to the Miji County sent-down youth office. 80-some hours in all, nearly 4 days and 3 nights. Nobody had any of the spirit they'd started out with. We all looked like eggplants hit by frost. We walked like machines, just following the person ahead. The second we stopped, everyone dumped their luggage on the ground, legs buckling, and sat down on it and refused to budge. The staff at the youth office had seen it all 100 times, but that didn't mean they were going to be nice to a bunch of kids who perked up at the first ray of sunshine. A woman cadre who looked a bit like Captain Jia came storming out of the cave dwelling and laid into us where we sprawled against the wall. Up. Everybody up. Look at you. Like you don't have a bone in your bodies. Is this any way to behave? People who know better know you're here to support rural construction. People who don't would think you were refugees out begging. Where's your spirit? Your consciousness? Your fighting will? Your passion? On your feet. All of you. Let me see some energy. You there, what's your name? She was pointing at the tall girl. Reporting, Chief. My name is Gaolan. Don't call me Chief. I'm no big leader, just one little wave in the great revolutionary current. Call me Sister Ho. You start us off. Let everybody in a song. Get some life back in them. Yes, comrade leader. This Gaolan was clearly the competitive type, the kind who loves being in charge. Right then her face was flushed with excitement. She planted herself in front of a formation that was practically lying on the ground and barked. Attention, on your feet. Form up, move it. Attention, dress right, dress. Eyes front. We march along the great road. Ready, sing. We march along the great road, high in spirit and full of fighting will. Forward, forward. The momentum of revolution cannot be stopped. It's a rousing song. But with a crowd of exhausted kids, heads down, no air in their lungs, it came out sounding like a defeated army limping home. Still, by the time it ended, everyone had recovered a little. Gaolan had gotten to shine in front of the group and was very pleased with herself. When the woman cadre told her to fall back in, she made a point of shooting me a haughty little look. That killed off whatever patience I had left. I was never a good student growing up, and I've always hated that class monitor type. Thinks she's a model of progress and initiative, when really she's just the snitch who runs and reports on you behind your back. From that moment on, Gaolan was tagged in my head as untouchable. I couldn't even be bothered to look at her. The woman cadre stood in front of us and lectured on, saying the same things over and over. Work hard once you get to the brigade. Don't embarrass anyone. Obey orders and follow direction. Accept re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. Glory, progress, ideological consciousness. When she finished, she told us to wait while she went to fetch the leader. Quite a while later, a middle-aged man in a blue four-pocket cadre jacket finally emerged from the cave dwelling. More empty talk, and then, at last, he pulled out a sheet of paper and started reading off the list, assigning us. Where we'd be assigned. Li Qingzhou, Wang Wenhua, Chen Ling, Lu Shufan, Wang Zhangwo. You're going to Baijiadian Brigade. Gaolan, Li Weilin, Chen Lu, Zhu Xiangqian, your Red Star Brigade. Wang Jianjun, Zheng Weigua, Zheng Yuanchao, your Sichuan Brigade. All right, line up, come inside, register, and pick up your letters of introduction. One at a time. The educated youth weren't happy about being split up like that, and the place blew up on the spot. Young people have tempers. They'll challenge authority, and the second they're unhappy they go off like firecrackers. Especially the ones who'd volunteered. They were just like those clueless American GIs of a later era. Never did a single decent thing, yet genuinely believed they'd come with guns and bombs to save the common folk. Born with a chip of arrogance on their shoulders. The poor bastards who'd been shipped down to the countryside against their will didn't dare protest. These kids did. Hold on, comrade leader, we came here together. We strongly demand to be assigned together. Right, we're the closest of revolutionary comrades in arms. We agreed to fight side by side. How can you break us up? No way. I have to be in the same place as my sister. The middle-aged official found himself surrounded, with a couple of the girls hanging onto his sleeves so he couldn't walk away. He was a leader. When had he ever had to put up with this? What do you think you're doing? Don't you understand obeying orders and following instructions? Organization without discipline. You want to turn the world upside down. You call yourself a leader at your level? We signed up on our own to support the great cause. What gives you the right to put on airs? What kind of ideological consciousness is that? What kind of class feeling? You want to cut yourself off from the masses. The middle-aged official had 1,000 weighty matters to attend to. He couldn't care less about something this trivial. The list had been put together by that female cadre, the one who was cut from the same cloth as team leader Jia, and now here he was roasting over the fire because of it. He was cursing her out in his head. Stupid woman. Can't accomplish anything, but sure can wreck it. Can't even put a list together right. If it weren't for the fact that your brother's on the rise and might climb another rung, I'd have thrown you out on your ass today. The ringleaders were a bunch of girls. He couldn't hit them, couldn't even yell at them. Finally, he got fed up and caved. Swaps were allowed, but they had to be voluntary, and the head count for each brigade couldn't change. We put our heads together. Chun Ling would swap with Gao Lan, and Wang Jianjun with Wang Wenhua. That way Gao Lan ended up with her friend Lu Shufan, Chun Ling with her little sister Chen Lu, and the Wang brothers, Jianjun and Zhang Wo, together. Everybody happy. Everybody except me. I didn't want to be in the same place as Gao Lan, but nobody was willing to trade with me, so I had to let it go. Once the paperwork was done, we were put up in the educated youth dormitory, given something to eat, and slept the night. Early the next morning, they hustled us off to the communes below like they were seeing off the plague god. The three brigades all bordered each other, and on the road, everyone was already making plans to visit back and forth on our days off. It was all I could do not to laugh. They looked close, but between them ran gully after gully, ridge after ridge, near enough to see, far too far to reach. You know why northern Shaanxi folk songs are so incredible? Anywhere the mountain songs are good, the transportation is terrible. A single gully might not look like much, but getting to the other side could take you half a day. If you wanted to court someone, singing across the valley was pretty much your only option. Some of those songs are downright scorching, with lyrics that hold nothing back. Asterisk sweetheart brother asterisk, sweetheart sister, all that talk of things dewy and wet, milky white, blazing red, quivering and trembling. Enough to make your ears burn. And sure enough, sing long enough and the two of them end up together. Right then and there I made up my mind. I was definitely going to learn some mountain songs. In an environment like this, that skill was worth its weight in gold. The truck rattled out of the county seat and plunged into the layered folds of the mountain gullies. The morning wind had a bite to it, and everything in sight was earth yellow. The grass and brush on the slopes hadn't woken up yet, just faint specks of pale green here and there, so sparse that from a distance the whole place looked barren. The truck ground up slopes and dropped down into ravines along the rutted dirt road. In the back, the educated youth clung on white-knuckled, half convinced they were going to lose their lives in these mountains. Just outside the county seat, you could still see cave dwellings dug into the hillsides, and those distinctive rammed earth-walled courtyards. The farther in we went, the more desolate it got, until at last we were threading purely through gullies, without a soul in sight. If it weren't for that pitted dirt track, we'd all have sworn we were lost. Luckily, the driver was an old hand, and he got us there safe and sound. At the commune, there was more paperwork, collecting our youth registration cards and letters of introduction. Then, herded along like sheep, we were loaded onto the donkey carts the brigade had sent and hurried off into the mountains. The commune didn't feed us. The mountains were high, the gullies deep, the road long. Any slower, and we wouldn't make the village before dark. The middle-aged man driving the cart was named Chong Fugaway, the kind of clam you couldn't pry a word out of with 3 good kicks. Ask him anything and you got a grunt, which amounted to nothing at all. Trying to talk to a man like that would defeat an immortal. Nobody was in the mood to speak after that, and all that was left on the mountain road was the crisp jingling of the brass bell around the donkey's neck. We pushed on as fast as we could, but it was pitch dark by the time we reached the brigade, black as ink in every direction. With the night that dark, none of us could make much out. We could just dimly sense the cave dwellings and hear dogs barking somewhere off in the distance. At the entrance to the village stood a big honey locust tree, and beneath it, a light. It was the old party secretary who'd been waiting for us all this time. His surname was Chong. He was up in years, eyes gone dim, back gone stooped, but thankfully his ears still worked. When he heard us coming, he lifted his lantern and came out to meet us. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the chairman's young-uns. Come to settle in our Baijiadian brigade and help us build up the countryside. You younguns have come a long way. You must be starving. Don't say a word. Eat first. Dumplings when you set out, noodles when you arrive. It's all ready and waiting. Come on. A young person's stomach is a bottomless pit. The dry rations we'd brought from home were long gone. We'd only grabbed a bite at the county youth office that morning, and we'd been bounced around all day. Who wouldn't be starving? The moment we heard there were noodles, we couldn't move fast enough. We hauled our bags and bundles and followed the secretary into the courtyard. It was a tidy compound. It used to belong to a small landlord. After he was struck down, it was converted into the brigade headquarters. One of the cave rooms off to the side was the kitchen, a leftover from the days of the communal mess hall. The secretary told us to set down our things and sit together so we could get acquainted. We'd barely finished introducing ourselves when the noodles arrived. A big bowl of buckwheat noodles for each of us, with egg topping, the smell filling the whole room. At that point, nobody had breath to spare for talking. We hugged our bowls and slurped away like our lives depended on it. Once we'd filled our bellies, the secretary said with a chuckle, "Everybody full? It's too late tonight. Get some sleep. Whatever else there is can wait till morning." The brigade had a settlement point for educated youth. To house the growing number of us, the secretary had had 2 new cave dwellings dug, one for the men, one for the women. Inside each was an absurdly large Kong, essentially one big communal sleeping platform. Even so, they were already packed to bursting. With our group's arrival, the place got even more cramped. The guys were easy, just squeeze in and figure something out come morning. The girls were another story. Nobody would give up a spot, and the bickering turned into accusations, and the accusations turned into tears. It was like watching a soap opera. I was dead tired. I stowed my luggage, shook out my bedding, flopped down on the Kong, and was asleep the second my head hit the pillow. I was up early the next morning. We'd been packed in so tight the night before that I'd spent the whole night on edge, half afraid somebody would try to cop a feel. Never really slept. One of the veterans sent down youths came in from outside carrying a basin of water and asked cheerfully, "New guys, where you from?" "Chinsong." "All Shanxi natives, huh?" "Name's Yuqian." A few of us came from Beijing. We come from all corners of the country, brought together by one lofty ideal. Comrades in arms from here on out. Come on, you just got here, so we'll take care of you. Special privilege, you all get to wash your faces first today. The Wang brothers, Jianjun and Zhangwo, just stared. Since when was washing your face a privilege? But I'd heard plenty about the water shortage in northern Shanxi, and this was spring, dry season, hardly any rain. 1 basin of water a day for an entire family was completely normal. Getting to wash first really was a privilege. Well, brother, you don't mind if I do. I splashed a little water on my hands and face, pulled a towel out of my satchel and dried off. Then, making myself right at home, passed cigarettes around to the Beijing crowd and wandered out into the yard to chat. These guys were all from the 66 to 68 classes. The earliest of them had come out in 68. Skin burned dark, hands and feet covered in calluses. You couldn't tell them from the locals, right down to the accent. If not for the occasional Beijing or rolling off their tongues, you'd never guess. Old hands. Never hurts to pick their brains. 1 round of cigarettes and their mouths were running. I got an earful of brigade dirt. "Listen, Lee, remember this. The party secretary's a good man. But a good man doesn't always do good things. What's yours, you fight for. Know your own worth. Don't go soft the minute somebody squeezes out a few tears. That old do-gooder took us to the cleaners." Meaning, when we come down to the countryside, the state covers a year of grain rations plus a resettlement allowance. Northern Shanxi's broke, money's needed everywhere. Of course, some of it gets skimmed off along the way. Fine. But even so, they ought to set aside half a year of grain for us, right? Know what old Chong did? He took part of our rations and our resettlement money and handed it out to the soldiers and martyrs' families and the 5 guarantee households. Left us going hungry, writing home begging for help. And the worst part is you can't even say anything about it out loud. You just swallow it. Tell me that's not sickening, right? We want to have it out with him. Guess what he said? Said the county skimmed some. The commune skimmed some. And by the time it got down to the brigade, there was pocket change left. And out of that, he still had to dig our cave dwellings, buy farm tools and cookware, and keep a reserve for medical expenses. No money to hand out, period. 3 months of grain was the most he could scrape together, and he'd fought tooth and nail for it. If we had complaints, take it to the commune, take it to the county magistrate. Shut us right up. None of that worried me much. What worried me was housing. If I ended up in a group dorm with 0 privacy, how the hell was I supposed to do any dual cultivation? How's the housing? I heard they built new cave dwellings. Why is it still so packed? The Beijing guys nearly rolled their eyes out of their heads. Yeah, they're new. You're standing in one, aren't you? But nobody ever promised 1 per person. They said young folks shouldn't be so precious. Just squeeze in. Saves firewood come winter. Damn. After everybody up the line takes their cut, 1 new cave dwelling wipes out a few thousand yuan on the books? That's cold. Keep it down. You think broke sent-down youths get to talk like that? You want trouble? That's just how it works around here. Nothing to be done. The place is dirt poor. And sent-down youths are about the only ones left with any fat to skim. You can't just stand there and watch old folks who lost their sons for this country starve to death. When we say fight for what's yours, we mean don't be an idiot and let the secretary sweet-talk you into donating every grain and everything you've got. Wait, we're supposed to donate too. Yep, just wait. Any minute now they'll call an assembly and march you off to pay respects to the soldiers and martyrs' families and the 5 guarantee elders. They call it learning from them. It's a poverty pitch. I didn't know what to say. Not that I had anything against those families or against the secretary's little maneuvers. What I didn't get was what the hell the commune and county leadership were doing with themselves. They can't even take care of soldiers' families and the destitute elderly, but there's always money for banquets and glad-handing every official who comes through. Those people deserve to be leaders? Line them all up and shoot them, and you wouldn't be wronging a single one. Truth is, I've got no political instincts and no head for economics. I see one side of things, like the crow that lands on the pig and sees how black the pig is without noticing itself. What I didn't realize was that we sent-down youths were ourselves one more burden loaded onto the backs of the villages and the peasants. Sure enough, before long the secretary called the new arrivals together. Under the banner of visiting the soldiers and martyrs' families and the 5 guarantee households, we'd listen to old revolutionaries tell stories from the war years, learn their spirit of hard work and plain living, and carry on the revolutionary tradition. And while we were at it, no sense letting all that youthful energy go to waste. We could haul water, wash clothes, and sweep the yards for them. Recall past bitterness, appreciate present sweetness, knock some of the softness out of these city kids, and get us closer to the locals. Even with the veterans' warning fresh in my ears, the hot-blooded young idealist in me, the one who'd come from another time, got swept up in it anyway. But I wasn't like Gao Lan and Lu Shufan, throwing themselves at every chore and making sure everyone saw it. And I wasn't like the Wong brothers, generously racing to pull out their wallets. What I was thinking about was how to actually improve life for all these families, in a real way, a lasting way, so the old folks could live out their years in peace. I figured out pretty fast that I had it wrong. Northern Shanxi was so damn poor that there were households worse off, more desperate for help, than the 5 guarantee families ever were. While a few of us were working at one such household, a woman came looking for the secretary, her eyes red. She was in her 20s, and she looked remarkably like Lu Yifei, the actress from The World I'd Left. Except her face had the sallow tint of malnutrition, she was gaunt, and her clothes were patches sewn over patches. She had 2 children in tow, the older one 5 or 6, the younger around 3. Both painfully thin, filthy, chins tapered to points, eyes enormous in their little faces. There was nothing childlike about them, no energy at all. They looked like they might just crumple to the ground. The secretary asked what she needed. All she said, flatly, was that she didn't want to go on living, and would he please look after the widow and orphans she'd leave behind. And above all, remember to apply for 5 guarantee status for them. She didn't wail or sob. She was calm, her face empty, her heart already dead. Her tone was so even it didn't sound like she was talking about life and death at all, more like she was saying, I'm stepping out to take care of something. The party secretary pleaded with her, laying it on thick, just hold out a little longer, and after the summer harvest he'd make sure her family got extra grain. But her mind was made up. It's no use. My man's dead, my father-in-law's bedridden, my mother-in-law's blind, and there are 2 kids who need feeding. I'm the only half-laborer in the house. Even if you look after us, how many more days can we drag it out? We ran out of food 2 days ago. I don't want to be a burden on you anymore, or on everyone else. I really can't hold on. I thought it through. I have to die. Only if I'm dead will my family qualify as a 5 guarantees household. Only then will my 2 kids live. A period piece Lu Yifei, dead set on dying? My chest tightened, and I nearly blurted it out. Asterisk, what a waste. Forget it. I'll take care of you. Asterisk. The secretary was helpless too. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. However kind-hearted he was, he couldn't out-argue poverty. The brigade was in bad shape. 3 years of drought, 1 year of flood, enough to grind the temper out of anybody. This godforsaken patch of earth was no place for the living. Every year it survived on state relief. Right now was the lean season between harvests, and the brigade had no grain left in reserve. So naturally, his eyes turned to us, the educated youth. Kids, you can see how it is. Show some kindness. Save this poor family. Something felt off to me, though I couldn't put my finger on it. But you can't fake the physical condition of a woman and 2 children like that. So my goodwill couldn't be misplaced. If somebody could deliberately starve herself and her kids to that state just to beg, that'd take a truly ruthless soul, and I'd concede the point. So I pulled out some money and handed her a few grain coupons as well. The beautiful woman just stood there, stunned. She'd never expected anyone to actually step forward and give her money. There was disbelief in her eyes, but more than that, bewilderment and shame. Seeing her frozen there, not taking it, I pressed the money and coupons into her hands. Her hands were rough, definitely not the sort that had never touched cold water, never been pampered. The moment the money touched her palm, she clenched it tight without thinking, as if she were gripping her whole family's lives. I didn't look at her again. Instead, I crouched down and waved the two children over. Come here. I've got candy for you. At the word candy, the two kids' big eyes suddenly blazed to life, like fireworks bursting open in a night sky. Hands out. They shot out their grubby little hands, knuckles still scarred from chilblains. I fished a few pieces of candy from my pocket and gave each of them two. Nothing fancy, just the fruit-flavored hard candies popular in this era, wrapped in shiny cellophane. But sitting in those two filthy little palms, they looked as beautiful as stars in the sky. The children broke into radiant grins. Just then, the women's director came over, supporting a blind old woman. The old woman groped forward with both hands, helpless, stumbling, moving faster than the person holding her up, and cried out with a sob in her voice, thick with despair. Daughter, my poor daughter, don't you do anything foolish. If you're gone, how could I ever show my face again? It's my fault, all my fault, our families dragged you down. Come back here, daughter. The woman hurried over to meet her, leading the children. A few steps in, she realized she hadn't thanked the kind young man yet, and turned to look back at me. That tear-filled expression, that look of something unsaid trembling on her lips, those slightly parted, dry red lips, the sunlight catching her disheveled hair and the line of her jaw, all set off by those ragged clothes. My whole body went numb, and I nearly said, "Don't be afraid, fairy sister, I'll protect you." Then I snapped out of it, and nearly broke into a cold sweat. Something's wrong. If there's 10 points of wrong to be had, this is 100. Have I awakened some kind of extraordinary bloodline, or something? Why is it another widow? A moment ago I'd been riding high, proud of doing a good deed. Now I deflated on the spot. The secretary and the others must have thought I'd come to my senses, and started regretting the money. Gaolon saw me hanging my head and filled up with contempt. She figured I was petty, unworthy of being called a man. A girl like her couldn't hide her feelings. Disgust was written all over her face. She tugged her best friend Lu Shufin close and whispered in her ear, "Pa." And here I thought he had some real consciousness. Moping like that over a few yuan and a few pounds of grain coupons. What a cheapskate, right? If you're going to give, don't sit there grieving over it. That sour look on his face, like it's killing him. He's a disgrace to all of us educated youth. If it were me, in my former life, nothing annoyed me more than people who climb onto the moral high ground and point fingers. People who won't part with a single thing themselves, but pull out a magnifying glass to find bones in your egg, running their mouths under the banner of "it's for your own good." Gaolon and Lu Shufin weren't bad people, exactly. They hadn't given money, but they worked hard, washing clothes and sweeping courtyards for the 5 guarantees households with real enthusiasm. Still, they had no business using their own narrow little worldview to judge whether what I did was right. Like that self-appointed moral deity who lambasted people for riding sedan chairs up the mountain. Or the sanctimonious woman who filed a complaint about the mules hauling loads up Mount Amay. All they cared about was judging others by their own moral yardstick. It never occurred to them to ask what happens to those aging porters, or those mules, when nobody hires them anymore. All they wanted was to feel good, out of sight, out of their concern. Same principle as clear all the beggars out to keep the city looking nice. And then there are the idiots who release freshwater fish into the ocean, murmuring afterward, "No need to thank me. Hurry home now, Ba." If that fish thrashing in the salt water could talk, it'd be cursing them to high heaven. Thank you, and 18 generations of your ancestors. You don't even know where I live, and you're setting me free. If you've got that much guilt on your conscience, go turn yourself in. Don't take it out on me. And what are you chanting Buddha's name for? Is that what the Buddha taught you? Here in this era, I've cooled down considerably. The zealots and fanatics around here are even more unhinged than the ones in the future, and there's absolutely no reasoning with them. All I need to do is stay far away from them. And if I really can't stand it, I'll just love him and leave him. Isn't this the era where whoever has the lowest moral floor lives the easiest? Then let them get a taste of what real clear-eyed cynicism from the future looks like. Fight poison with poison. Just don't cry too loud when the time comes. In northern Shaanxi during the slack farming season, there's no such thing as 3 meals a day. Everybody eats 2. One around 10 in the morning, one around 5 in the evening, both thin porridge made from coarse grain. Our grain registrations had only just been transferred over, and the brigade hadn't collected our rations yet. So at midday we had to eat pai fan, meals assigned in rotation at villagers' homes. Old Chong, The party secretary must have figured there was still some grease left to squeeze out of me, because he made a point of arranging for me to eat at his house. Gao Lan and Lu Shufan went to the women's director's place, and the Wang brothers went to a commune member's home, a family named Yang. Now, don't go thinking the villagers weren't happy to have sent down youths eating assigned meals at their homes. Just the opposite, they fought over who got the new arrivals, because there was money in it. Assigned meals had to be paid for, in cash and grain coupons. We didn't have either yet, so the brigade fronted it, and we pay it back once our grain rations and settlement allowance came through. Farmers had no income all year round. Every year they ended up owing the brigade, and money was tight. A single plain home-cooked meal in exchange for hard cash and grain coupons. Who couldn't do that math? So they generally brought out whatever good food they had to feed the sent-down youths. Eggs, the fine grain they'd been saving up, doing their best not to shortchange us. The party secretary's wife was like that. She mixed white flour with bean flour, rolled out noodles, boiled them and ladled them into a big coarse clay bowl, then poured on a vegetarian topping made of dried greens, radish, and diced potato, and set an egg on top, laid out prominently, like a formal offering. Things hadn't been easy for the secretary's family. His eldest son and eldest daughter had died years back in the war against Japan. His second son was killed in Korea. His youngest daughter had married into the next commune. All that was left at home was his slow, taciturn third son, Chang Fugui, the carter who'd driven out to the commune to pick us up. People married young in the countryside. Fugui already had 6 kids. His oldest girl was 16 by the traditional count, only 2 years younger than me. The youngest wasn't even 5, and he was staring at that bowl of noodles and the egg with drool running down his chin. Young men get hungry fast. I'd put in a solid morning's work, and then hauled water 5 or 6 li out for the families of soldiers and martyrs and the 5 guarantee households. My shoulders ached, and by now my stomach was growling. The moment the noodles hit the table, I didn't stand on ceremony. I picked up the egg with my chopsticks and dropped it into the porridge bowl of the little snot-nosed kid who'd been watching me with those big pleading eyes, then stirred my noodles and started slurping them down. The secretary sat there beaming with his bowl of porridge, watching me eat like it was entertainment, and even helpfully offered advice. Have a clove of garlic. Garlic's what makes it taste right. I put 2 cloves on the table and smacked them flat with my palm. The skin slid right off. A bite of garlic, a mouthful of noodles. Damn, that was good. A big bowl of noodles and half a bowl of broth later, I finally felt full. I wiped my mouth and, without being asked, pulled the money and grain coupons out of my pocket and tucked them under the bowl. Outside the cave house, I took out my cigarettes and offered one each to the secretary and Fugui, who were leaning against the wall soaking up the sun, and struck up a conversation. Fugui, never mind him, he was basically furniture. It was the secretary I wanted to talk to. He might have looked like just an old man, but he was the one in charge here. He could decide whether you lived or died. I wasn't about to offend him, not even a little. Still, the older sent-down youths like Yu Qian said he was a decent old guy. As long as it didn't involve money or grain, he was easy to deal with. Secretary, I'd like your advice. Those of us who just got here, how are you planning to assign us? He took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it. Instead, he carefully pulled out a cigarette pack and slid it inside, saving it for socializing at the commune. Then he pulled the dry tobacco pipe from his waistband, packed a bowl, and lit up. Hearing my question, he set the pipe down. Cloudy but bright eyes fixed on me through the smoke, sharp enough to see straight through a man. Why? You got something in mind. There was no way in hell I was living in the collective dorm. I hadn't come down to the countryside to build up rural China, and I sure hadn't come to farm. If I wanted a few conveniences, if I wanted the secretary to look the other way, and not haul me out and shoot me as a hooligan over some idle gossip, then I absolutely could not play the arrogant troublemaker, and I definitely couldn't try to outmaneuver an old hand like him. He'd come up through the war years. He had more than one life on his hands. Try to swagger in front of him, make him lose face? Heh, that's a good way to end up dead. Secretary, I won't play games with you. I asked around about this place before I came. I knew life here was hard, that even breaking your back in the fields doesn't guarantee a full belly. And I came anyway, happily. I'm not stupid. I came because I've got my own plans. But there's no way I'd go over your head, so I'm laying it all out. Oh, you knew it was rough and came anyway? But you don't strike me as one of the eager beaver types either. So it wasn't that you had nowhere else to go? Now that's unusual. Half true, half not. I didn't so much as blink. It's not that I had no choice, exactly. Call it a lucky coincidence. That's so? Then tell me your plans. Let's see if they're realistic. I'm a man who likes his peace and quiet. I don't like being crammed in with a crowd. I want to live alone. I don't know the first thing about farm work, and I can't be bothered to sweat for a few measly work points. I brought a gun with me. I plan to make my own way. Does the brigade have any of those jobs that are half off duty, where you set your own hours? The secretary snorted. What? You think you're going up into the mountains to hunt and dig medicinal herbs to feed yourself, not scared of falling off a cliff or starving to death. I laughed. I'll learn as I go. Either way, food and clothes aren't a problem for me right now. I won't be any trouble to you. In a few days, my family's wiring me some money. That woman's family this morning, it was pitiful. But men and women being what they are, it wouldn't look right for me to step in directly. I'd like to ask you to give them a hand. If you can find a quiet little job for a young man who likes his peace, well, you might just save that poor family while you're at it. The secretary knocked his pipe bowl against the sole of his shoe and asked, almost offhandedly, "So those are your terms? You know what you're saying." I nodded straight out. "Let's talk plain. I'm young. I'm blunt. I say what's on my mind. If I told you I was handing over good money and wanting nothing in return, would you believe me?" He laughed. "You surprise me. I figured a young pup like you would have done something rash after a scene like that. Didn't expect you'd be cool enough to come negotiate with me. But it doesn't matter. Like you said, it's hard to make a living around here. You going out to work with the members every day wouldn't amount to squat. You've got money, and you're willing to spend it doing some good. That makes you one of us. I trade one easy job for a whole family's survival. That's a deal I'll take. You're agreeing?" Just like that. The secretary roared with laughter. "How many times you think I've walked through the valley of death? If I were that rigid, I'd have been in the ground long ago. Long as you prove you're worth something. Don't stir up a mess I can't clean up, and don't get yourself noticed by the higher UPS. You can play in those mountains however you like. And if you get yourself killed doing it, don't come blaming me. Won't happen. Life and death are fate. You can't want meat and be scared of burning your tongue. 50 yuan and 50 gene of grain coupons, and I'll set you up as a mountain warden. One cave dwelling, basic supplies, and the same work points as everyone else. How's that? Anybody's got a problem with it, they come to me. I'll handle it." The brigade distributed grain by work points. That was the baseline safety net, and I definitely wanted it. I just didn't know what a mountain warden actually did. What does a mountain warden do? Just watch a mountain. Huh, not far. A lot. In the first few years, the commune had people planting trees on the slopes for soil and water conservation and building silt retention dams down below. Our brigade was assigned that gully out back, 4 or 5 li from here, just over the ridge. Back then, to make the work easier, they dug out a cave dwelling there, built a kong, and put in 2 water cisterns. Clean it up a little, and it's livable. Whoever watches the hills lives there. Spring and winter, you keep an eye on the arborvitae, black locust, and ningtiao bushes up on the slope. Watch for fires. Don't let anybody cut trees or graze livestock. Summer and fall, you help watch the crops. When that time comes, somebody else takes shifts sleeping in the field shed, so he won't be bunking with you. You're a sent-down youth. Nobody's got any personal hold on you. If somebody really does come to chop trees or steal crops, it's your job. You run them off and nobody's feelings get hurt. I had to admit, old Chong was a sly one. I was never going to outmaneuver him. Before the game even started, I'd already fallen right into his calculations. My gun, my temper, how I'd react. That old fox had guessed it all, pretty much down to the last detail. Back when he invited me over for my rotation meal, he'd already worked out the whole plan. No sense in putting it off. Spring plowing and planting had just wrapped up, and aside from repairing irrigation channels and drainage ditches, there wasn't much farm work. The next day, I caught a ride on the brigade's donkey cart going to the commune to pick up grain rations, went to the commune post office, and wired a telegram to my stepmother, Widow Yang. When I got back, I handed the party secretary 50 yuan and 50 gene of grain coupons, then hauled all my bags out of the sent-down youth's quarters. Along with Chong Fugue and a few other villagers carrying grain, pots, pans, and tools, I headed west along the gully that ran in front of Baijadian Brigade. There was a small branch gully here running east to west. Calling it small was relative. To me, it looked like a perfectly normal valley. The south-facing slope was planted with black locust and arborvitae, with wild jujube and sea buckthorn growing along the cliff edges. The north-facing slope was mostly ningtiao bushes, plus wormwood and weeds. Down in the bottom of the gully were the silt dams, some plots planted with potatoes, some with corn, all just sprouted. I'd be living here, with a gun in my hands, and I could keep an eye on the crops while I was at it. The few villagers who'd come along to help were all quick, capable hands, including the tight-lipped Fugue. First, they pulled the cover off the cistern and drew water, then broke off some wormwood stalks to use as brooms, and got straight to work. One man cleared out the chimney, another worked on the kong, and someone else took a sickle and an axe to the weeds and brush on the earthen terrace out front. Since the cave had been dug as a temporary shelter, there was no courtyard and no fence, just bare, open ground with everything in plain sight. Easy enough to fix, they said. I could transplant some wild jujube later, and in 2 years I'd have a living hedge. Or I could go cut jujube branches somewhere farther off, drag them back, and lash together a fence. Not hard. You just couldn't avoid getting pricked a few times. Before long, the place was more or less in order. The Kong was cleaned out and resealed, and they burned branches in the flue to slowly dry out the fresh yellow mud. The window paper got replaced too. I was pretty pleased. The only thing missing was furniture. All I had was a wooden rack and a bench made of adobe bricks and planks. Not even a table and chairs. When the work was done, we all sat out on the terrace smoking, resting, and shooting the breeze. I was new, and nobody really knew me. So they asked about Chinsong, a place they'd heard of but never been to, what city life was like, whether you could eat your fill, that sort of thing. When you don't know someone well, you don't say anything real. Everyone was polite, and nobody dared speak freely. Before opening my mouth, I had to run everything through my head 3 times. Watch that no anachronism slipped out, and steer clear of any dirty jokes. Where's the fun in a conversation like that? Never mind how stifled I felt. These blunt, straight-talking Shangxi men had it even worse. They hadn't rested long before saying they should head back. Amazing. They'd rather go back early and work the fields than sit around talking to me. That's how wide the regional gap was. Actually, in my previous life I wasn't from Shangxi, but I had several friends who were. I knew people here had a way of talking that came off as harsh, but they were the most loyal, stand-up people you'd meet. They said exactly what they thought and never beat around the bush. After they left, I unpacked my bags, sorted out the grain, cookware, and tools the brigade had given me, and went out to walk around the area near the cave. I had to say, this place suited me perfectly. Close enough to the village, nobody around to bother me, plenty of vegetation. Aside from the shortage of water, it was ideal. Over the next few days, I kept setting up my little home and getting used to life in northern Shaanxi. Then one day, I went into the village and found that the new sent-down youths had already started working in the fields. Potatoes and corn had gone in after Qingming, and with Li Xia coming up, it was time to plant millet and sorghum. The villagers worked in their production teams. The sent-down youths formed their own group, all working the slope fields beside the village. The moment the party secretary saw me, he hurried over and handed me a remittance telegram and a signed letter of introduction. "Little Li, your family sent money. Go on down to the commune in the next day or 2 and pick it up. Weren't you still short on some food and supplies? Might as well buy it all in one trip." I grunted in reply, took the money order, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and ambled out of the village, heading down the slope. Up on the slope field, Gao Lan watched me stroll off toward the commune with my rifle on my back and ground her teeth in fury. That worthless bum. Looks like he's off to the commune again. Bah, lazy as they come. Not a shred of the drive a sent-down youth of the new era should have. We're out here working hard, and he doesn't lift a finger. He's completely forgotten that coming to the countryside isn't a vacation. It's about receiving re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants and building a new socialist countryside. Her best friend Lu Shufan jumped right in. Right. We really should hold a meeting about him. Or how about this? At the next group study session, we make him stand up and give a self-criticism, really dissect his problems. The brigade had plenty of sent-down youths. Some were true believers who'd volunteered. Some were 5 black categories, types who had no choice but to come and be reformed. Most were just clueless kids who'd been packaged up and shipped out. When the others heard the 2 girls talking, they didn't chime in and rally around the way the girls expected. Instead, everyone immediately edged away, like they were avoiding the plague. Some people are just born troublemakers. Nobody here was anybody important. They'd all sunk to the same level. And these 2 were still thinking about struggle sessions, still looking to take down anyone who rubbed them the wrong way. Better to keep your distance from that kind. What if they turned around and bit you next? The girls from their own dorm weren't about to indulge them. Pretty soon the mocking comments were drifting right into their ears. Oh my, if I didn't know better, I'd think those 2 were cadres. They stick their noses in everything. If you want to get ahead, then work hard. Why do you need to use somebody else as a stepping stone? Just jealous. Can't stand seeing anybody else doing all right. What did he ever do to them? And they want to make an example of him. They're just bullies. She'd barely gotten here before she shoved my stuff aside to make room for hers. More of a tyrant than an actual tyrant. At the next life review meeting, let's put them up front and let them do some self-criticism. Otherwise, their tails are going to stick straight up in the air. The mood around them was unmistakable, and the Wong brothers wasted no time distancing themselves from the pair as well. They'd wanted to isolate me. Instead, they'd gotten themselves isolated. Both of them shut right up and didn't dare make another peep. 1. I made it to the commune, pulled out my ID and letter of introduction, and drew out the money, a small fortune by countryside standards. Good thing it was in province. Cross-province, and there'd have been no way to wire that kind of sum. While I was at it, I mailed off the letters I'd written to Big Tooth and Blackie back in the cave dwelling. Coming out of the post office, I detoured into the supply co-op. I had money now, might as well buy what needed buying. A flashlight, for one. Those come in real handy up in the hills. Batteries weren't cheap, but I gritted my teeth and bought a few anyway. By the time I came out, it was getting late. I didn't dare dawdle. So I hoisted my things and headed for the brigade. The sun was nearly down when I got there. The commune members had long since knocked off and gone home. The cooking smoke barely cleared the tops of the cave dwellings before the warm early summer wind scattered it. It was supper time, no good hour to show up at anybody's door. So I skipped the village altogether and followed the gully straight to my little place. Rain was probably coming in the next day or two. The air was heavy with moisture, and the horizon blazed with sunset. Really something to see. I was so busy admiring it that I never noticed someone up on the ledge above the cave was admiring it too. It wasn't until I'd climbed the dirt slope onto the terrace that I suddenly spotted her. That beautiful woman. The red light of the sunset washed over her face, turning it crimson. Impossible to tell where her color ended and the glow began. Only one thing was certain. The woman was drop-dead gorgeous. I tilted my head up. What are you doing here? I came to thank you. Thank me. That's right. You did our family such a big favor. Of course I had to thank you. Come on up. Watch the clouds with me. I hadn't even set my things down. Rifle over one shoulder, purchases over the other. I came around onto the ledge, and only then noticed that the Kong mat and bedding I'd left out to air had been gathered up at some point. She was sitting on the quilt with her arms around her knees, gazing off at the horizon, lost in thought. It had turned warm, and she'd changed clothes. A sleeveless top, black trousers, shoes kicked off to one side, her bare feet pale and clean. You? She didn't look at me. Calmly, she cut me off. I slipped away after work. Nobody knows except my mother-in-law. She's the one who told me to come. Huh. She smiled and turned to face me squarely. Sorry, my family's poor. There's nothing I can give you to thank you with. So all I've got is that. A woman who looked exactly like Liu Yifei, with a body that wouldn't quit, innocent and sultry all at once. In that moment, I'll admit it, my mind went blank. Widow, not a widow. All of it went right out of my head. Can you really blame me? Come on. Who holds out against that? Anybody else would have folded too. She shifted, and a wave rolled through her that made my head swim. That's when I understood why she'd been hugging her knees the whole time. Hot weather, dirt-poor household. There was nothing under that sleeveless top, and the buttons didn't hold. Facing me like that was the only option she had. In the last thread of daylight, that full, rounded shape was so stunning it locked my eyes in place. Put your things down first. What? Are you nervous? Of course I was nervous. My throat had gone dry. I wanted to say something, but it was like something was lodged in there. Not a single word came out. One look at how dumbstruck I was, and she knew I'd be no help at all. So she stood up, gave a casual tug, the cloth tie came loose, and those baggy homespun trousers, with nothing but that tiny waist to hang on to, dropped straight down onto the bedding. She stepped forward, took hold of my shirt front, pulled me close, helped me off with the load on my back, and unbuttoned my shirt. The belt she couldn't figure out. She bent down and studied it for a good while, then took my shoes off and ended up kneeling there on the ground. The height was, frankly, perfect. Everything in me surged. I damn near went off like a firecracker. Lucky for me, one thread of reason held. I remembered the dual cultivation technique. I still had that space I was trying to open. I steadied myself fast, reached out and brushed a loose strand of hair off her forehead, then took her chin and tipped her face up to look at me. Can you do me a favor? Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Good. Here, let me teach you. She held nothing back. Or rather, she'd come with repayment in mind, like she was carrying out some solemn duty, without a trace of shyness in her. I guided her, nothing between us, fingers laced together, yin and yang blending into one. A faint pink glow rose slowly around us, brilliant as starlight, flickering, wheeling around the two of us without stopping, as though a whole galaxy had opened up around our bodies. It was beautiful enough to make you shiver. Right then, the last light on the horizon contracted all at once, and a streak of red cloud energy leapt into the glow, like a key turning in a door that wasn't there. The light flared violently, spiraled like a whirlpool, and was drawn into my dantian. There was a soft pop, as if something had ruptured. That space I'd been able to sense, but never reach, had finally thrown its doors open to my consciousness. But I was in no state to go look. The moment that uncanny sensation faded, she came back to herself and wrapped herself around me. A sliver of new moon, a sky full of stars. The night wind carried the smell of green grass, and carried away the soft sound she made. That only wound me up more. That's how it goes when you're green and don't know what you're doing. Before long, fine, about as long as it takes to smoke a cigarette, it was over. She lay against my chest, her breath warm on my skin, tickling, raising goosebumps. After a while, she sat up. Are you leaving? I'll leave. But do you want me gone now, or before daybreak? Ahem. I felt a little awkward. I don't even know your name yet. Heh, don't worry about my name. And don't be so wound up about it either. I've already got 2 kids. I wasn't wound up, that was, okay, fine. What was I supposed to say? That it was a dual cultivation technique. No explaining my way out of that one. Don't worry that I'll cling to you, make you take responsibility. I know there's no future in this for us. I couldn't take it anymore. You know how it was. Before you helped me, I didn't want to go on living. My whole life, I've never once lived freely. So when my mother-in-law brought up coming to find you, even knowing perfectly well she wanted me to hook you, get you to help feed the family, I came anyway. I'm not asking you to keep me. And you can't save me. Give me money once, twice, 10 times. It changes nothing. There's no good life for us here. Show me an old northern Shaanxi native who wasn't raised in bitter water and doesn't die in it too. Low as my moral floor may be, what little conscience I had left gave a twinge just then. She seemed to know what I was about to say and gave me no opening to say it. I drew a sharp breath, and the words on the tip of my tongue went back down. Up on that ledge, she cast everything aside and let her nature run free. In that moment, with no one around, in the dark, she was free, belonged to her, and her alone. As dawn approached, she changed. She pushed me away without a word, got dressed, bundled herself up tight, and told me to take her back to the village. At the edge of the village, she couldn't hold back her tears. I had no idea how to comfort her, so I just quietly pulled some money out of my pocket. She slapped my hand away, clamped a hand over her mouth to keep from sobbing out loud, and walked fast toward the village, tears streaming down like a dam had burst. She never once looked back at me standing there. I stood at the village entrance, feeling awkward as hell. With zero relationship experience, I had absolutely no clue what to do. Seeing a beautiful woman cry like that really got to me. I wanted to go after her, but I didn't dare. Total coward. It wasn't until long after her figure had disappeared, when a rooster crowed somewhere in the village, that I finally snapped out of it. In that moment, I felt completely lost, like I was the most useless man alive. I trudged back with my head down. It wasn't until I reached the cave dwelling that I remembered all my bedding was still up on the roof ledge. After wrestling everything back down and laying it out, I sat on the edge of the Kong in a daze for a long while before I finally remembered my spatial storage. The space the system gave me was pretty half-assed. No spirit spring, no upgrades, just an ordinary pocket dimension about the size of a single room. Basically a giant walk-in refrigerator. I controlled it with my spiritual sense and could pull things out anytime. Dead simple. One thought, and a gorgeous long blade appeared in my hand. It was a replica of a Tang Dynasty hung dao. 5 or 6 pounds with the scabbard, about a meter long. The sheath was made of hide, wood, and brass fittings, beautifully patterned, with a long grip you could take in both hands. I drew it, and the blade gleamed cold. The tip angled straight, double-edged for the last few inches, good for slashing, thrusting, chopping, and hooking. It combined the best of a saber and a sword. Seriously badass. I gave it a few swings. The weight and length felt right, and the balance point must have been custom designed, because it didn't feel clumsy at all. On impulse, I swung it at the side table made of adobe brick and planks. SHK. One corner came clean off, the cut so smooth there wasn't even a splinter. You can imagine how sharp that thing was. Holy crap. An enhanced blade really is something else. This'd be legendary gear in a video game. I was like a kid with a new stick, desperate to find some weeds or a rapeseed plant to whack. But there was nothing in the house worth wrecking, unless I went out to chop firewood. Sheepishly, I put the blade away and turned my attention to the illusory visaged jade talisman, the thing that supposedly changed your appearance and masked your presence. There was nothing remarkable about it, just a piece of green jade carved with patterns I couldn't read. Wear it, channel spiritual energy into it, and you'd take on a different face. I gave it a try, and nope. There was so little spiritual energy in my dantian that pouring it in didn't even make a ripple. All it did was waste the energy I'd worked so hard to build up. I stopped immediately, spooked. The spirit stones in the space, though, those were the real treasure. Basically battery packs. Whether for an emergency in a fight or for pushing into a higher realm, they were incredibly useful. Problem was, there were only a few, and this world had no way to resupply them. Strategic resource, permanently out of print. I couldn't bring myself to use a single one. As for the Joyous Union sex knockout drugs and that full set of dust-proof night-prowling clothes, my face went hot and my mouth twitched. Whatever. I'd hang on to the sleazy stuff too. You never know when it might come in handy. Even a used piece of toilet paper has a purpose, let alone gear from the cultivation world. Once I'd looked everything over, I decided the space wasn't so bad after all. It was like your own dirt-poor home. Rundown as it may be, it's yours. Somebody else's mansion may be a palace, but are they going to let you live in it? After stowing everything away, I tried putting other things in, like my cavalry rifle. Used right, that thing was a cheat code. In a fight, your hands look empty, and then at the critical moment, one thought, and suddenly you're holding a long, loaded rifle. Just thinking about it got me hyped. I practiced a few times, stowing it and yanking it back out like a magic trick. So much fun. With the space, I finally had somewhere to hide my money and grain coupons, and carry them with me. which beat stuffing them in some crack in the wall and forgetting where. Grain stored in there was safe from rats, too. Same for my precious emergency medicine, my documents, my notebook, and the letter severing ties with my family. I messed around until the sun was fully up before I got my fill. Then I grabbed the bucket and headed for the water cellar, planning to heat some water for a bath. But when I lifted the cover, after the past few days, the cellar was nearly dry. I scraped together maybe half a bucket with a lot of effort. That's northern Shaanxi for you. Drought and no water. Especially in an era built on farming, where basically every activity in the countryside revolved around water in one way or another. Folks from the water towns down south can't really grasp how important water is. Why are northerners so obsessed with the misty, rainy Jiangnan? Is it really just the poetry of it? Or is it something written into their genes, whispering at them? Asterisk, go find water. Asterisk. I carried the water inside, poured the murky stuff into the small crock, dropped in a chunk of alum to settle it, then fished the carrying pole out of the corner, hung the empty buckets on it, and headed out the door. Better to haul water while there weren't many people around. There were actually several wells around the production brigade, but they'd all gone dry by this time of year. The nearest water source was under a rock face in a deep gully 5 or 6 li from the village, and getting there meant climbing over a ridge first. Why do northern Shaanxi folks have it so hard? Drinking water alone is enough to break you. You can't even fill your stomach, and you still have to hike miles over hills with buckets on your shoulder. One slip and you lose the water, and maybe get hurt yourself. 2 years back, an old man from the village went down to the gully for water, missed a step, and tumbled down that goat track the villagers had scratched out along the ridge. They carried him home, and he was gone within 2 days. Last time I hauled water for the childless elderly household, it was me and the 2 Wong brothers taking turns. City kids who'd never done real labor. Our shoulders couldn't take it. 3 of us rotating on a single load, and my shoulders still ached down to the bone. Now that I'd officially started down the path of cultivation, the only difference I felt was that my body seemed lighter and I was a bit stronger. Nothing else. So I figured I'd use the water run as a test, see where I actually stood. Besides, with the space, getting water would be a breeze. I jogged up the path over the ridge and made it down into the gully easily. Years of rainwater had scoured this place, exposing broad layers of rock. A stream of sweet spring water bubbled out from the base of the stone, pooling into a small rock basin beneath the cliff before trickling off down the gully, a tiny creek. You'd think the area would be thick with trees. It wasn't. The gully bottom was all stone, and every flood from upstream scoured it bare. Nothing big could take root, just a few scraggly clumps of weeds and brush in the cracks. Nobody around. Too good an opportunity to pass up. I didn't hold back. I stuck my hand into the pool, and the water level visibly dropped, until soon all that was left was only a thin layer left at the bottom of the pool. I stopped, sat down beside it, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked slow. Before long the pool had filled back up, and I went at it again with another hard pull. 3 rounds like that before I finally quit, then shouldered the full buckets and headed back. Say what you want. I'd only just started cultivating, and I had so little spiritual energy I couldn't even use a talisman, but my whole body felt like it had been swapped out for a new one. Hauling a full carrying pole uphill. Easy as breathing. The feeling was like Takumi's AE-86 getting a brand new engine. I savored the strength running through me, taking the rough steps the villagers had cut into the slope 2 at a time, practically bouncing. I had energy to burn and nowhere to put it. I'd just come over the ridge when I spotted 2 of the female sent-down youths climbing up, each with a carrying pole and a pair of small buckets. I stopped fast, set my buckets down at the side of the path, and plopped onto a step, pretending to catch my breath. Both of them were Beijing girls from good families. Their parents were officials. All of them shipped off to cadre schools now. With no one left to shield them, the kids had scattered to the 4 winds. The one with the big eyes and the oval face, always in an army green outfit, was Su Weihong, a classic Beijing girl, brash and blunt, not a shred of pretense in her. The round-faced one with the 2 braids was Zhou Qian, who never let you forget she'd grown up in a party compound. She didn't have to say a word. The way she looked at you was already looking down at you, like a single glance from her was a favor she was doing you. The kicker was, she didn't think she was arrogant at all. She'd even make a point of coming down to your level to say hello, except it came off like a cadre touring the grassroots to check on the peasants. And you couldn't put your finger on anything she'd actually done wrong, which made it that much more irritating. I sat there minding my own business, figuring we'd trade hellos and go our separate ways. But the 2 of them came up with empty buckets, saw I was alone, and got bold in a hurry, especially Su Weihong, the brash one. Well, comradely Qingzhou, hauling water bright and early. You don't slap a smiling face, so I couldn't very well scowl at her. I smiled back. Morning. Hee, let big sister see how much you got. Hey, not bad. Your buckets are actually full. That got Zhou Qian curious too. When they first arrived, everybody used the small buckets, and nobody dared fill them to the brim. Full buckets you couldn't carry, and you'd slosh half of it out on the way. Better to haul half a bucket and just use less water each day. Wouldn't have guessed it. You look like such a bookish little thing, but you're solid. Zhou Qian looked me over from on high. You've done real work at home, haven't you? You've genuinely surprised me. I didn't know what to say. The two of them made me feel like a male model at some club, with them as the rich ladies sizing up the merchandise. I half expected the next line to be, "Come here, little brother, let big sis have a look at those pecs." I just smiled, said nothing, planted my carrying pole, and made to leave. Bad move. They took it the wrong way, figured I was thin-skinned and scared of them. Su Weihong stepped out and blocked the path, shot Zhou Qian a look, and grinned wickedly. "Don't run off, little brother. It's barely morning, you've got nothing to do back there. Stay and chat a while." Zhou Qian followed her glance to the two full buckets and caught on immediately. "That's right, Qingzhou. You live all alone over on the other side of the gully, nobody to talk to. Don't you get lonely?" I blanked. This was the 70s. Two young girls, is forward? Move, please. I'm heading back. Ooh, playing the straight arrow? Bet you were a model student, huh? Class monitor. In that era, that was not a compliment. You were the class monitor. I never listened to a teacher in my life. Never listened to my parents either. That was the truth. If I'd been a good kid, would I have ended up the way I did in my last life? But dropped into the ears of two girls who'd once worn the red armband, it made me one of their own. Add in that I was young and baby-faced, and in their eyes I was prime little sidekick material. Su Weihong lit right up. She put on the swagger of a Beijing street tough and leaned in close. Close enough that I could feel her breath. "What are you being so serious for? We're all comrades. What's wrong with a little chat? I'm Su Weihong. Call me sis, and I'll look out for you. Anybody gives you trouble, you drop my name." I almost laughed. "Sis? Come on. Back in the compound. Sure, you could hit the Moscow restaurant, shop at the friendship store. You looking out for me, I'd buy that. But now we're all just unlucky bastards sent down to the countryside. No rice in the pot, no money in our pockets. Nobody here's above anybody. So how exactly are you looking out for me?" Zhou Qian's face went dark. She took it as a jab at her. Losing the compound was the great wound of her life. She dreamed about going back. "Kid, we offer you face and you throw it away? Push us and we'll straighten you out right here. You believe that?" Su Weihong widened those big eyes at me, trying to look fierce. It came off kind of cute. Zero intimidation factor. That actually made me laugh. Okay, you two are terrifying. But think about it, I'm a guy. What are you going to threaten me with? Beat me up? Not to brag, but the two of you couldn't take me. And even if you could, you'd walk away with black eyes. Pretty girls with faces swollen like pigs' heads? Not a good look. Oh ho, so you're saying you don't yield? I yield. No, you don't. Zhou Qian, teach him something. No, sorry sis, my mistake. Whatever it is, just say it. No need to get ugly. Good, as long as you know you were wrong. The two of them, having successfully brought me to heel, were thoroughly pleased with themselves and started scheming. So you know you were wrong. Doesn't that call for an apology? Sorry, just words. I didn't get it. I apologized. What else do you want, money? You think I'm some mark you can shake down? Oh ho, you know that kind of talk? You know a lot. You ever been to Beijing? Nope. I'm a nobody. Never had the luck. Zhou Qian sniffed. You've always got a Beijing lilt when you talk. It's off, but you definitely picked it up somewhere. That's standard Mandarin, I thought. Nothing like your Beijing drawl. All right, straight up, we want those 2 buckets of water. Hand them over. Yeah, we're worn out every single day, and when it's our turn on the rotation we've got to get up at dawn to haul water. Our shoulders ache for days afterward. You've already called us big sister. Shouldn't you ease your sister's burden? Not a chance. I don't do anything without something in it for me. Why should I hand over water I'd sweated for? Not that it had actually been hard. My body was well past normal human limits now. A few buckets of water was a game. No way. I worked to get these up here. Can't you carry your own? Wow, you don't have a chivalrous bone in your body, do you? I spread my hands. I'll admit you two are good looking. But you're not my girlfriends. When? So the big sister won't look after her little brother. She'd rather steal his water? Su Weihong's eyebrow shot up. Easy fix. Zhou Qian, you be his girlfriend. Zhou Qian was way too stuck up for that. Joking around was one thing, but actually go for me? Why don't you do it? Look at you. Chest out to here, but sticking out like that. Prime little wife material. You're talking? I saw you swimming in the river last summer. Don't tell me your body's any shyer than mine. You go. Go. Handle him right here, right now. I'll cheer you on. You go? Give him a little something sweet. Saves us both a lot of sweat. Good deal. You go? You're the better fit. Unbutton your shirt. Let him inspect the merchandise first. At that moment, I felt like the wheels of this runaway bus were about to roll right over my face. These 2 vintage model lady drivers were flooring it, and this was definitely not the shuttle to kindergarten. Nope. I needed off at the next stop. Honestly, I was overthinking it. They weren't degenerates. They just knew there wasn't a soul around, and against a little brother, like me, their sense of superiority had inflated to absurd proportions. Back in the village, they'd have turned red and bolted long ago. Watching the speedometer climb, I decided to cut it short. Okay, enough. There's a limit to joking around. Don't just say whatever comes into your head. Somebody hears this and all three of us get hauled up in front of a struggle session. It's 2 buckets of water. Take them. I'll pour it into your buckets, half a bucket each. I didn't expect that to set Su Weihong off. What's that supposed to mean, buddy? You looking down on us? Zhou Qian kept fanning the flames. Come on, Weihong. He's giving you an out. Take it. You've got the water. What? You want him to carry it down for you too? Su Weihong flared up. Can't you take a joke? Zhou Qian needled her on purpose. Who can't take a joke? We were messing around. You weren't actually going to give him anything sweet, were you? Come on, let's head back. Oh, that's how it is? Real classy. You say it, you back it up. I've got the guts to give him something sweet. Do you? If you don't, then don't be so quick to agree and quit throwing shade at me. That got Zhou Qian's blood up. Who says I don't? Fine. You first. My head was pounding. All right. All right. We're all sent down youth here. Don't fight. I'll carry it. I'll haul it down and pour it out for you. Then come back up. You shut up. This is between us, sisters. Who asked you? Zhou Qian, yes or no? Zhou Qian wasn't as unhinged as Su Weihong, but she was stubborn as hell. Generously, you'd call her strong-willed. Bluntly, she was a mule. I'm into the end. You first. Late spring, thin clothes. Su Weihong's blood was up, face burning red. She undid a few buttons on her jacket. You couldn't actually see anything, but the sheer nerve of it had Zhou Qian on the back foot. Zhou Qian was in a long-sleeved blouse, and she filled it out. At this point she was past caring. Your Andy's not backing down from you. And she popped a few buttons of her own. I was stunned. Look or don't look. Looking felt cheap, taking advantage while they were both worked up. Not looking, though, something in me was inexplicably excited. In the end, reason beat out the urge. Broad daylight. If anybody walked by, all three of us were finished. I give. Big sisters, I completely give. Button up, let's go. You. Shut up. Sit there and watch. Someone offers you something sweet, and you won't take it? Are you stupid? I got hot too. Would you two stop losing your minds? Somebody reports us, and a struggle session is the light version. You want to die? TCH, look how scared you are. Nobody comes for water at this hour, and we're facing you. Who's going to see besides you? Little brother. All right, getting all flustered. Zhou Qian, you give? Still want to play? You go ahead. You do it, I do it. Fine. Let's see you keep up. The more they dug in, the further off the rails it went, step by step pushing this ridiculous game of chicken to the edge. I put my hands behind my back and made my position clear. Understood. I'm not that kind of lowlife. If it's mutual, fine, but I'll never take advantage of someone who isn't thinking straight. This stays buried in me. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Not a word to anyone. I'm a man. I've got my pride. Good. Stand-up guy. You two are the stand-up ones. I'd heard for years that Beijing girls loved hard and hated hard. Big-hearted. No fussing over small stuff. Especially the girlfriends of the street toughs. They lived by a code. Break up? Fine, break up. No crying, no scenes. Time to find the next one. Find the next one. Seeing it firsthand today, the reputation was earned. And these were just 2 ordinary wild girls. And even they had that kind of nerve. Those tough guys girls. God knows how unbothered they must be. I didn't let myself look like a creep. I just watched with a soft, appreciative sort of look. Even after the 2 of them buttoned up and smugly ordered me to haul the water down off the ridge, I didn't say a word about it. Secretly, they were both relieved. Girls, after all, calm on the surface, freaking out underneath. Seeing me so relaxed, still in the mood to joke with them like nothing had happened, the 2 of them loosened right up. After a while, in good spirits again, they started teasing me. Not bad, Qingzhou. Carrying it this far, and you're not even winded. Keep it up. You going to do your big sister's chores next time too? Right. Can we come find you every time we need water? I laughed helplessly. Give me a break. You two scared the daylights out of me. Ha ha, look at that face. What, you think we'd eat you? Wouldn't rule it out. Ha ha ha. Remember to call us, big sister, next time you see us. Otherwise, ha ha ha. I carried the water and walked them to where the path got easy, then poured from my big buckets into their small ones. I watched them head off toward the village, faces still pink, shoulder poles bouncing, muttering complaints at each other under their breath. Once they were out of sight, I couldn't be bothered to go back for more water. I slung the 2 empty buckets over my shoulder and took the shortcut to the cave dwelling. On the way I chopped some firewood and stashed it straight into my space. Back at the cave I heated some water, poured it into a bucket, and carried it outside. I added some water from the space, tested the temperature, just right. I stripped bare, stood in the clearing beside the cave, and ladled it over myself, scoop by scoop. A good, satisfying wash. Nobody for miles in these hills, so no need to be shy. Only problem was my feet picking up dirt, so after washing I had to wash them again. Next trip to the commune, I needed to remember to buy a pair of sandals. Went back inside and slept. When I got up, I shouldered my rifle and climbed the slope, planning to scout around for any sign of game. The sun had some bite today, bright enough to make your eyes swim. I was climbing when a thick, sweet scent hit me. I looked closer. A black locust on the sunny slope, overachieving, had already pushed out a few blossoms. The wind was carrying the fragrance my way. That's how fast the seasons turn in northern Shaanxi. When we first arrived, the villagers were still busy picking poplar buds, stripping elm seeds, and digging wild greens to get through the lean stretch between. The days ahead. Before I knew it, the scent of locust blossoms was in the air. Summer was right around the corner. I love eating locust flowers. Especially these, the ones just about to open. Steamed buns, dumplings, scrambled with eggs. They're fragrant no matter how you cook them. Once they open all the way, they lose that flavor. Though they're still fine raw, sweet and fragrant. This tree wasn't big, so I didn't even have to climb it. I just hooked a branch, pulled it down, and stripped the blossoms right off. The ones at the very top were out of reach, but that was no problem either. One leap, a grab at a branch, 2 swings up and down, like I'd mastered some kind of kung fu, and I was at the top of the tree. Hanging onto a limb barely thicker than my thumb, I stripped off the flowers with quick fingers. Once I'd gotten most of them, I left a few behind so the little tree wouldn't feel cheated, planted a foot against the trunk, and used the spring back to launch myself onto the dirt slope. 3 meters up, and a slope at that. In my old life, if I'd pulled that stunt, being able to dial 911 myself afterward would have meant my ancestors were watching over me. But now, not only was I fine, I felt light as a swallow. I wanted to do it again. I followed tracks up the hillside. When I reached the top, I didn't get that urge to shout in triumph, because there were even bigger, higher ridges behind it. Probably because this was close to where people lived, there were plenty of signs of small animals along the way. Rabbit tracks, pheasant droppings, flattened grass where something had bedded down, a badger's freshly dug burrow. But no big game anywhere. The common small stuff wasn't worth anything, and there was no way to turn it into cash. You could only eat it. Badgers were bigger, but only the pelt was worth a couple of yuan, and the supply and marketing co-op bought those. Rabbit skins. The co-op took those too, but the price wouldn't even cover a bullet. Still, if I got the chance I'd shoot them anyway. Call it practice. As for leopards or lynx, I didn't dare dream. Those things were like mountain spirits. You'd be lucky just to lay eyes on one. Bagging a wolf or a fox was at least possible. A wolf pelt went for 20-some yuan, and fox wasn't far behind, though it depended on the season. With summer coming on, the animals were shedding. Even if I shot one, the hide wouldn't be worth much. If only there were a few wild goats or roe deer around to practice on. Or hell, even a boar. I wasn't a complete know-nothing. Green, maybe, but not clueless. As a guy who'd been into the outdoors in my past life, I'd studied hunting techniques obsessively. Man versus wild, the revenant, river monsters, life below zero, mountain men, all those farm protection knife guys, plus every little trick the online bloggers shared. I ate it all up. I just never had the chance to actually try any of it. Now that my body was in better shape than it had ever been, I couldn't help getting a little cocky. I wanted to go big. Nice fantasy. Reality was something else entirely. Aside from 2 pheasants in the brush that spotted me coming and went clattering off, cackling, I saw nothing. And don't underestimate pheasants. They're not stupid. They didn't give me so much as a chance to raise the gun. Wings out, they glided off like little gliders, gone in a blink. I did the math. Good grief, at least 1.5 miles. How was I supposed to hunt anything like that? An ambitious young man, fresh out of the gate, schooled by 2 pheasants. I accepted reality and lowered my expectations in a hurry. Fine, I'll aim for something in the middle. No boar or roe deer. A badger will do. I'm not picky. Rome wasn't built in a day. Theory alone wasn't enough. I'd have to work it into practice bit by bit. Besides, I'd only just started training. I didn't know anything yet. No point rushing. I spent the whole day wandering the mountains, learning the terrain, and fired off a few rounds to work on my aim. Not until the sun went down did I take off running, tearing back toward the cave dwelling at a speed that would have shocked anyone watching. In my old life, I'd been middle-aged. Past 30. No, honestly, it started in my early 20s. My body felt heavier and clumsier by the day, and that weightless, tireless feeling was gone for good. Back when I was 15 or 16, I thought taking the stairs was too slow. Either I slid down the railing or cleared them in 2 big jumps. The 3-meter wall at school? I'd hop it without a second thought. Walking on walls is an exaggeration, but nothing on earth could stand between me and the internet cafe. Who knew that one day I'd be bald and pot-bellied, having to ease myself out of bed like an old man? Anything over a meter, and I wouldn't jump without my insurance card in my teeth, in case it slowed down the paramedics. I got back to the cave drenched in sweat. Since water wasn't a problem anymore, I figured I might as well rinse off again. This time I knew better. I heated the water, then spread some straw on the ground first, so I wouldn't end up standing in mud. I was in the middle of washing when I spotted a woman in the dusk, coming up the gully path toward me. Right then I really regretted being too lazy to build a wall. Thank God it was dark, otherwise she'd have gotten an eyeful. I threw my clothes on in a hurry, but by then the stunningly beautiful woman had already come up the slope and was standing below the cave. Seeing me on the earthen terrace, staring at her like an idiot, she tilted her pretty face up and smiled like a flower in bloom. What? Surprised? I thought you thought I'd be so ashamed of my shameless behavior that I wouldn't come? Right. No, I just didn't expect. Actually, I was hoping you'd come. Her smile widened. Then you're pretty dumb. Easy to fool, too. She came up the rest of the way, and as she got close I caught the smell of soap. Noticing my wet hair, and thinking back to what she'd seen from a distance, she asked curiously, "Were you just taking a bath?" "Yeah, I'm learning to hunt. Spent all day up in the mountains and worked up a sweat." "That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking where you got the water." I could hardly tell her about my space. I pointed at the cistern. "There's plenty in the cistern. More than enough." "That can't be right. It's been so dry this year. How could there still be water in it?" Luckily, I'd already put some water in the cistern to keep up appearances. If she didn't believe me, I'd just show her. "Come here." I took her hand and led her over to the cistern, then lifted the cover. You didn't even need to look. The moment the lid came off, a rush of damp air billowed out. There was obviously water down there, and a lot of it. Women all like to be clean, but conditions in northern Shaanxi didn't allow for it. No matter how much you loved being clean, in the dry season the most you could manage was a basin of water and a rag. Hauling up enough water for a real, proper bath? Nobody could afford that kind of luxury. "Could you heat some water for me? I'd like to wash up too." "Of course. Hang on. I didn't bring any soap pots. Could you strain me some ash water?" "Huh? What's ash water?" "You take some of the plant ash from under the stove, wrap it in a scrap of cloth, pour hot water over it slowly, and strain it. You use the water to wash your hair and body. Why not use scented soap or shampoo?" The words were out of my mouth before I remembered what times these were, and I quickly backtracked. "Never mind, that was stupid of me. Forget I said anything. I wouldn't dare use that stuff. Somebody might smell it on me and start talking." "What about laundry soap?" "Laundry soap's fine, isn't it?" "Laundry soap's fine." "Good, because I've got plenty of it. A buddy of mine, his mom gave me a bunch." The woman didn't come inside. She just sat down in the doorway. One moment she'd look out over the earthen terrace below, the next she'd glance back at me in the room, thinking about who knows what. It was getting awkward, so I said the first thing that came to mind. "What should I call you? I can't just go on not knowing your name." "Why not? Don't take this too seriously. And don't go getting any ideas about me you shouldn't have." I didn't know what to say. My experience with women might be thin, but come on. I may never have eaten pork, but I've seen a pig walk. Something about this woman wasn't right. Self-destructive, almost. Like she didn't count herself as a person at all. I sat on the little stool in front of the stove, feeding sticks into the fire as I talked. "It's not that it's not allowed. I just wanted to know you a little better. But if you'd rather not, that's fine. Or how about this? Tell me what's weighing on you. Complain about whatever's gone wrong in your life. Let's just talk. We can't very well take our clothes off the second we see each other." She shook her head. "For you it's just talking. For me it's tearing open one scar after another. Bloody. It hurts so much I can't breathe. But you're right. We can't just take our clothes off the second we see each other. I'll tell it once. After that, don't ask me again. Deal." That made it worse. For a second, I felt like some John lying there with a cigarette in his mouth after the fact, asking a working girl how she got into the business. Honestly, you don't have to. I've never spent much time around women. I don't know what to talk about, so I'm just asking whatever comes into my head. Heh, it's all right. Maybe it's good to tell somebody. Who knows? Maybe you'll feel sorry for me and want to keep me around, like a stray cat or dog. My name is Song Galen. Xiao Gai for short. I'm from Shaanxi. My family didn't live far from the Yellow River. I was the seventh child. I have a younger brother. Well, not necessarily by blood. A brother. In 1960, somebody came and took me away from home. A middle-aged woman gave my father a few handfuls of dried sweet potato, and he told me to go with her. I was 15. That woman sold knives. Kitchen knives, butcher knives, razors, every kind of knife there was. There was another girl traveling with us, a few years older than me, also cast off by her family. The woman made the two of us carry the knives on our backs, walking from one village to the next, wandering the mountains without stopping. Sometimes we'd hit a market day, but we never went into the towns. We never paid for a place to sleep or for food. We just shamelessly begged for it, no different from beggars. In every village, the woman would strike up conversations, ask around about who needed a knife. Sometimes she'd sell too, sometimes nothing, and bartering was fine too. Nobody kept track of anything up in the mountains, especially when both sides were willing. Even the village cadres looked the other way. We took anything, mostly old household items, and we sold anything, as long as we had it. I was already tall back then, but skinny, skin and bones, cheeks sunken in. Everybody who looked at me said I had the unlucky face of a widow. Not like the girl traveling with me. Thick waist, wide hips. Before long she got left with a household that had 3 brothers and couldn't afford wives for them. I couldn't be traded for food. That was a good thing and a bad thing. It meant I had to haul those heavy knives around like a pack mule, trailing that woman through the mountains all day long. The girls beside me kept changing, one after another, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. That name, Xiao Gai, is something a lot of my friends from the south don't understand. It means the same thing as Zhaodi or lady. Summon a brother, bring a brother. When a family had daughter after daughter and was going out of their minds wanting a son, they'd work it into the name. Gai means change. It means, no more girls. Heaven, please, let the next one be a boy. No need to ask. Song Galen's parents must have had 7 girls in a row. 7 fairy maidens descended from heaven, and they finally couldn't take it anymore. She hadn't mentioned what became of her 6 older sisters. I doubt it was much better. In those days, when a baby was born, especially a girl, there were people who drowned it in the chamber pot right there. And it wasn't always the grandfather or grandmother or father doing it. Sometimes it was the mother herself. When there are too many children, none of them are precious. Kids today are protected by law. They have rights, the right to life, the right to survival, the right to an education. It's hard to imagine how brutal it was back then. By comparison, Song Galen had it good. Her parents at least raised her into her teens. It was only when the 3 years of famine got too hard to bear that they gave her away. After the 3 bad years, things got a lot better everywhere, and the knife business picked up. Little by little I got enough to eat. I finally stopped being skin and bones. That winter, we crossed the Yellow River while it was frozen over and came to northern Shanxi. The woman had picked up 2 more girls by then, and when we passed through here, she left me with the family I'm in now. I knew that day would come. I just didn't want it to be in northern Shanxi. It's poor here, worse than back home, even. But there was nothing I could do. I was no match for that woman. I'd gotten sick, and I took some medicine that left me groggy. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was somebody's daughter-in-law. Northern Shanxi is poor. Baijiadian village especially, every single year we had to go out and beg. When I had my baby, I wasn't even through my confinement month before I had to carry the child and lead my blind mother-in-law out on the road to beg with the rest of them. My man was useless too, older than me, and quick to anger. He'd hit me over nothing. He beat me so badly that more than once I thought about throwing myself off the lush cliff at the edge of the village and ending it all. But before I ever jumped, he lost his mind first. Lost it completely, running outside with no clothes on in the dead of winter. It went on like that for 2 years. Then, not long ago, he pitched headfirst off the cliff. Hit so hard his eyeballs popped out of his skull. My father-in-law and mother-in-law called me a jinx, said I had the curse that kills husbands, said I'd killed their son. The head of the Women's Association told me the state supports widows remarrying these days. She told me to go. I still didn't get it. Then why did you? She finished the sentence for me. Me. Why did I kneel in the party secretary's house begging him to help me put on a show of trying to kill myself, instead of just remarrying? Right. It's not that I'm refusing to remarry on purpose. With a husband killer's reputation on my back, I couldn't marry into any decent family anyway. I might end up worse off than I am now. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is, I can't take my children with me. My mother-in-law, she may be blind, but she doesn't miss a trick. The only reason those 2 have suffered all this and still want to go on living is that they have a grandson and a granddaughter. Something to hope for. So they'd rather stay poor together. Even if it killed me, I had to keep both kids with me. But hope doesn't fill an empty stomach. When I said we'd been out of food for 2 days, that was the truth. We'd been getting by on wild greens and elm seeds, not a word of a lie. So those 2 old creatures will let me find a man. Any man, as many as I want. They just won't let me take the children. Everybody knows what they're after. They want a man to marry in and pull the plow, to raise their grandson and granddaughter for them. And you, aren't you exactly the target they picked? Otherwise, would my mother-in-law have made me wash myself up and deliver myself to your door? That's when it finally hit me. No wonder Song Galen had that sallow, sickly look the first time I saw her. It really was from living on wild greens. I didn't know what to say. I could only blame myself for being in too much of a hurry. I'd gone and negotiated terms with the party secretary before I'd even figured out how things worked in this village, and I'd been the one to bring it up. I couldn't put all the blame on him for taking advantage of me. All he did was put on a little show, cry poor, and angle for a few crumbs. I'm the one who jumped into the pit. Nobody could have pulled me back. Who else was there to blame? No wonder that blind old mother-in-law had marked me as an easy mark. It was because I threw money around so freely. It's only because the secretary and Song Galen weren't ruthless enough. Otherwise, I'd have been swallowed whole, picked clean down to my last cent, and roughed up on top of it. Seeing me frown, Song Galen assumed I was angry at the secretary and quickly said, "Don't hold it against him. He had no choice. If you're mad, take it out on me. My life's worth nothing. I've lived through worse than you can imagine. I can take anything." I was speechless all over again. God knows how twisted her dead husband must have been, to leave her thinking every man on earth was the same. "I'm not angry. Why would I take anything out on you?" Now it was her turn to freeze. She turned her head and stared at me blankly. "You're not angry? We schemed for your money, and now we're scheming for you, too. Why aren't you angry? How can you not be angry?" I had no idea what to tell her. Was I supposed to say that because of her, I'd finally set foot in the world of cultivation and unlocked my spatial cheat code, and that I couldn't thank her enough? Was I supposed to say that once I opened up that space and started cultivating, I'd be strong enough that nobody could ever touch me? Let's drop it. I've got my reasons. Just think of me as an idiot. So why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll actually throw you out and never speak to you again? No, I never expected to cling to you forever and have you support my whole family. Besides, I've already got the money. Getting through this lean stretch won't be a problem. You can send me packing whenever you want, as long as you don't feel cheated. You've got a pretty clear head about it. If I didn't, I'd be dead already. I've genuinely thought about dying. I'm not joking. But then I look at my 2 kids and I can't bear it. Whatever went wrong, it wasn't their fault. They didn't know a thing, and they got dragged into this world to suffer anyway. I just can't leave them behind. I was curious now. So what's your plan? Coming to find me. Aren't you afraid I'll actually fall for you? Wouldn't that be exactly what your in-laws want? Song Galen laughed. What would they get out of it? If anyone comes out ahead, it's you. Without me going along with it, without the secretary going along with it, what could a bedridden old man and a blind old woman possibly stir up? And don't go thinking I'm a good person, either. I'm plenty hard-hearted. Did you know? As long as a household has one able body in it, even a woman, even a half-laborer who can only earn 6 work points, they can't qualify as a 5 guarantees household. I knew the gist of it. The original owner of this body had been abandoned by his father at 13. How could the neighborhood committee not have taken an interest? I'd had some exposure to policies like that. I know a little. Heh. Then do you know the rule around here, that as long as one parent is still alive, even if the mother remarries, the children can't collect hardship relief? That one I knew even better. Wasn't that exactly the original owner's situation? There were policies on paper, but actually getting them applied was never that simple. At minimum, you had to meet the requirements. It's like how, even generations later, you can't just abandon a child, get divorced, or lose your spouse, and then simply refuse to take the kid? That doesn't fly. Remarry with the child in tow, fine. But dodge your responsibility? You're an adult, don't be that childish. If you're truly cold-blooded enough to refuse to raise your own child, fine. Go to prison and do hard labor, and the state will raise it. I don't want to abandon my kids, and I don't want those 2 rotten people to have it easy either. So all that's left is to stay put and keep eating bitterness. It's not like leaving would guarantee me a good life anyway, right? The secretary kept a small piece of that money you gave, and the rest is all in my hands. That gives me some backbone. So we're all stuck in the same misery, fine. I don't believe for 1 second those 2 old buzzards can outlast me. As long as I'm here, they'll never get 5 guarantees status. I'll just drag it out until they're dead, and then my family's life will get a little better. As for you, I'm afraid you'll just have to take the loss. My family's got nothing else. All we've got is me. If you don't want me, chalk it up as a lesson learned. Just don't ever be that naive again. No matter the situation, act poor. Anyone asks, you say the money and grain coupons you brought from home are all spent. Then nobody will bother scheming against you. Huh? There are other people out to scheme against me. Hee hee. What do you think? Here, let me tell you another story. You'll understand once you've heard it. You know I'm the 7th child, and I've got a younger brother, right? You just said so, right? What I want to tell you is about my brother. Everybody says the 3 years of disaster started in 59, but not where we were. The harvest was already bad in 58. The thin gruel they ladled out at the communal canteen was clear enough to see your reflection in. By 59, people around us were already heading out under the excuse of visiting relatives, fleeing the famine, begging. My family was among them. Have you ever fled a famine? Ever begged? I shook my head. How could I ever have begged? No, wait. Clocking in for that miserable paycheck of mine wasn't all that far off from begging, come to think of it. Then you don't know what it's like. Let me tell you. Since ancient times, when you flee a famine and beg, the thing you fear most isn't exhaustion, and it isn't danger. You're already half starved to death. What's left to be afraid of? What you fear most is going to the wrong place. Not reaching somewhere with grain, but wandering into somewhere even worse off. And worse still is when the whole world is in trouble. You look around in every direction and there's nowhere left to go. That made sense to me. Those years really were brutal. Unless you got somewhere like the great granary of the Northeast, you couldn't count on eating your fill. They call it begging, but really you take odd jobs too, and you steal. Anything to stay alive. Cheating, conning, whatever it takes. Back then, my eldest sister and my second sister, third sister, fourth sister, they were all married off by then. Dad took my fifth sister, sixth sister, me, and my mom to the county seat first, but we still couldn't get enough to eat. So we headed for the provincial capital. Everywhere we stopped, us women folk went out begging while my dad looked for work. Didn't matter what it was. If somebody would take him on, we'd work for food. Hardly anybody would take in a whole family, so we had to split up. Work when there was work, beg when there wasn't, and always keep out of sight of the work teams and the militia patrols. Those days were bitterer than gall. All my sisters were good-looking, because my mom was beautiful. She'd borne child after child, and she was still that beautiful. People didn't know my dad was still alive, so men were always asking if she wanted to stay on and make a life with them. Whenever she went out begging, she'd come back with plenty, and folks were forever trying to make matches for fifth sister and sixth sister. During that stretch, my dad beat my mom constantly. I was little. I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was that one day, he beat her until she ran off. After that, he dragged us all over looking for her. We searched a long, long time, covered a lot of ground. By the time he finally brought her home, her belly was big. I was dumb enough to think she was just swollen from hunger. I was actually worried about her. Not long after, my mom gave us a little brother. My dad was overjoyed. Said it was a good thing he'd picked a lucky name. Heaven had blessed him. He finally had a son to carry on the family line. But then he kept sighing. Nobody had enough to eat back then. You bring a baby into the world. What are you going to feed him? The only solution my dad could come up with was marrying off his daughters. Whoever would help him raise his son, that's who he'd hand a daughter to. Didn't matter what the man did for a living, what he looked like, or how old he was. Fifth sister and sixth sister went, one after the other. At last my dad had people helping him feed his son. A few months later, the work team showed up at our door and hauled us back to our home village. I don't know who reported us, and I don't care to know. All I know is that back then, money couldn't buy grain. A gold bracelet got you 1 sack of millet. A silver dollar got you a little dried sweet potato and some dried persimmons. To keep that precious son alive, within 2 days I'd been traded away for a few handfuls of dried sweet potato. All of it for a son. Heh. Even though that son almost certainly wasn't his own flesh and blood. Even if it meant selling off his daughters, he'd keep that boy fed. For that one goal, a man will throw away everything. He'll even die for it. Tell me, isn't that a joke? Funny or not, I couldn't say. All I knew was that Song Galen's father had probably lost his mind. The filth buried in that story was nothing as light as she made it sound. Cut it open, and the stink would turn your stomach. So what if she's your wife? So what if she's your own daughter? Once a man decides he's done with shame, there's nothing left to say. Northern Shaanxi, my hometown, doesn't matter. When the old grain runs out before the new crop comes in, 1 pint of millet buys you a wife. Women aren't as precious as you think. You give too much, and in other people's eyes that just makes you a fool. Who else are they going to work over? The other broke bastards who are just as hungry as they are? You've got to understand. Asterisk full granaries breed good manners. Full bellies breed a sense of honor. Asterisk not everyone around you is some honest, kind-hearted villager. There are vipers and starving wolves out there too, which makes someone like you a fat, juicy target. If they didn't set a trap for you, they'd be wasting a gift from heaven. God should strike them down for the waste. I knew I had a serious blind spot. My grasp of human evil was shallow. I was too naive, too soft-hearted, stupid, even. But there wasn't much I could do about it. I grew up in a society that was safe, increasingly governed by law, and stuffed with material abundance. Everything I'd been taught since childhood was, be honest, keep your word, be polite and kind, have public spirit, take responsibility, know what to fear, respect the law. Getting into a fistfight was a major incident. Anything beyond that was unthinkable. Even though I'd always figured I was no saint, even though I kept lowering my own moral bar, next to this place I was basically a fluffy white rabbit. I'd never really been hurt. I'd never been badly conned more than a couple of times. I'd never rolled around in the mud of a truly brutal life. A slacker like me, going up against people who went to bed every night with stomach acid burning their throats from hunger. Who's more ruthless? On sheer cruelty, on how low they'd go. They'd leave me in the dust. Water's boiling. Go fill the basin for me. Then take the bedding up onto the roof ledge. After I've washed up, if you still want to hear more, I'll tell you about the village. Get you familiar with things so you know where you stand. Okay. I moved fast, had the water ready in no time, then scooped up the Kong mat and all the bedding in one armload and hauled it up to the ledge. Song Galen didn't waste any time either. Slowly peeling off her clothes, she asked me, "You know why I do this outside instead of in the room?" How was I supposed to know what her deal was? As far as I could tell, most women didn't have that particular habit. Because I've seen too much. I don't want to get cornered inside four walls. There's no wall in this world the wind can't get through. Better they hear about it than see it. Better they see it than catch you at it. As long as you deny it to your dying breath, nothing ever happened. Understand? I didn't know what to say to that. Song Galen burst out giggling, her whole body shaking with it. Want to help me wash? I took the soap and gently ran it over her body. I don't know what she was made of, 2 kids already, and her figure was still absolutely incredible. Hey, what are you being so careful for? Afraid to use some pressure? It's not my face or my neck. You worried about leaving marks? Since she put it that way, I pressed harder. And soon there was lovely music on the evening breeze. Don't. I'll do it myself. Hey, I'm washing my hair. By the time she finally finished, she couldn't walk. I carried her up to the top of the ledge, set her down, and slowly toweled her hair dry. I was a cotton mill kid, after all. Our plant only made yarn and cloth, but we had close ties with the knitting mill and the towel and blanket factory, so we were never short on towels or socks. Using a few extra to dry her hair was hardly extravagant by my standards. Once her hair was more or less dry, I pulled her into my arms and began cultivating according to the techniques in the manual. The truth is, dual cultivation doesn't have to mean draining a partner's in to feed your young, or the reverse, sucking someone's cultivation dry, wringing out their essence and blood until they drop dead. As for refining pills from virgin boys and girls, or cultivating heretical arts, that's demonic sect business. As the saying goes, keep the mind clear and the nature guarded. Be moved by passion but not lost in it. Let desire rise without falling into it. Yin and yang draw one another. Desire is transmuted into power, bodies joined, the mystery penetrated. Those with restless hearts, those who crave lewdness, those who force the practice against a partner's will, all shall suffer the backlash. Both willing, hearts in tune, yin and yang merging, ascending together toward unity with heaven. That is the true path of dual cultivation. But the cultivation world had always regarded. They can't stand the Hawan sect. They refuse to believe a sect built on dual cultivation could produce decent people, so they smear it every chance they get, pinning every rotten deed on the Hawan sect's head. Of course, some of our own disciples weren't exactly picky either. Desperate to climb realms fast, they really did do some ugly things, methods crueler than anything the demonic sects came up with. Over time, sins the Hawan sect never committed got chalked up to us anyway. The name was already mud. Explaining did no good. So I don't dare admit I'm an heir of the Hawan sect, and I sure as hell don't dare let anyone know I cultivate a dual cultivation technique. When I cultivate, I even seal off Song Galen's consciousness and drop her into a deep sleep. Only when I'm finished do I lift the restriction and let her cut loose. The season's turning cool. I held that warm body against me, pale pink light swirling around us. Unlike last time, when I felt nothing at all, the moment the technique started circulating, every meridian in my body felt like it was being brushed with feathers. Numb and itching, the sensation crawling out from between my bones. Then like fire, burning until my whole body flushed red, my eyes bloodshot, my limbs shaking. I wanted to jam my fingers into the gaps in my bones and scratch. Thank God for skin-to-skin contact with Song Galen, yin and yang blending together. Wave after wave of cool energy seeped in through our interlocked fingers, taking the edge off the agony. I don't know how long it lasted. My ragged breathing gradually smoothed out, growing long and soft. The fever receded, and my rigid body unclenched. And in that instant, I crossed the threshold into the first realm of the mystic union of yin and yang, the spirit breath resonance realm. Spirit breath resonance is roughly equivalent to the chi refining stage, meaning I just made it into chi refining. Don't think that's slow. This isn't a world of immortal cultivators. It's just a parallel version of Earth, spiritual energy thin as air, cultivation brutally hard. Plenty of cultivators spend their whole lives and never draw a single wisp of chi into their bodies. Me? A few days, 2 sessions, and I'd officially stepped into the cultivation world. If the righteous sects ever found out, they'd go insane with envy, scream heretical filth, and come at me with blades. Guaranteed. I focused inward. Faint spiritual energy trickled in through my pores, turning into warm currents that flowed through every part of me. Even my organs felt like they'd been dropped into a hot spring. Pure bliss. I opened my eyes. In the pitch dark, I could see everything clearly, even the wind stirring the blades of grass. I tilted my head to listen. The wind, a moth's wings beating, insects chirping in the distance, wolves howling up on the ridge. All of it crisp and distinct. I breathed in the fragrance of soil and vegetation, the leftover smoke from boiling water, faint moisture in the air, and the soft scent of soap clinging to Song Galen's skin. Every note separate and clear. I was stunned with delight. So this was leaving the mortal behind and entering the Tao? Unbelievable. No wonder everyone who transmigrates wants to cultivate. This feeling is off the charts. You don't get it until you've felt it. Even if you never become an immortal, almost nobody could refuse a temptation like that. Best part, it doesn't interfere with anything else. After I released the seal on her mind, I got to enjoy round 2. This woman loves to take the lead. I didn't even have to say a word. She guided me the whole way. She was just a little baffled. Yesterday I'd been so keyed up, and today I'd suddenly turned into a machine, sending her over the edge again and again. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and begged me to channel my inner brother Quan just so we could finish. She was wrecked. She dragged her boneless body through washing up, then curled against me and fell asleep. I lay with my head on my right arm. My left hand felt idle, so it found something round it could just barely hold on to. I stared up at the blanket of stars and sank into thought. The mystic union of yin and yang really is something. It doesn't care about talent, doesn't care about diligence, doesn't care about lucky encounters, doesn't require mountains of pills and elixirs. It just has special requirements for your partner. According to the annotations, entering the spirit breath resonance realm is easy. Any ordinary person will do, and with enough sessions you'll always make progress. But climbing higher means finding partners with special constitutions. Grand Een Holy Body, Heaven Een Severed Meridian, Primordial Een Holy Body, Nine Nether Frost Body. Bottom line, an ordinary constitution can't carry you into the next realm. Whichever ancestor developed this technique clearly had a nasty sense of humor. He basically forced every Hahuan disciple into being a scumbag. But women with constitutions like that, in an age where everybody's equally dirt poor, who could afford to nurture one? They'd probably be dead before they grew up. I tried to remember the novels I'd read. I couldn't recall how the protagonists ever found those special constitution women. They just popped out of thin air, fell from the sky. The protagonist needed one, so one appeared. Those guys are sons of the plane. They get whatever they want. I'm different. Strictly speaking, I'm a stowaway, something the heavenly Tao won't tolerate. Look at that shameless system. It won't even hand over the follow-up techniques, terrified of the trouble it'd bring. And I want to compare myself to a son of the plane? Get real. Still, since the system sent me here and gave me the technique, there has to be a way to unlock the later realms. It can't intend to leave me stuck at the entry level forever. Maybe in a few years I could take a trip to Hong Kong. 80s and 90s Hong Kong seemed to have some kind of magnetic pull, drawing in one stunning beauty after another. Maybe there'd be a surprise waiting there. Before I knew it, dawn was coming. I shook Song Galen awake, spent a warm moment with her, got dressed, and walked her back. Near the village entrance, she said, "Qingzhou, remember what I told you. Don't trust anyone too easily. You included? Me included." I smiled. "All right, I'll remember. Also, I won't come find you for a while. When I want to see you, I'll let you know in advance." Let's set up a code phrase. Sure. What'll it be? I'll say, "It's really muggy today." How's that? Works. I'm going. Hurry back. Don't let anyone see you. You go first. I'll watch from here. Once you're in the village, I'll leave. Then, see you next time. See you. I stood behind a big elm tree at the bottom of the slope, cigarette between my lips, quietly watching her graceful silhouette disappear into the village. I was about to turn away when a black shadow shot out of the darkness, latched onto her back with practiced ease, like it had grown there all along. My mouth fell open. The cigarette dropped onto my shirt, bounced once, and hit the ground. Oh hell, I knew it. I knew that damn system would never let me enjoy the good life this easily. I took off running for the village, covering 5 or 6 meters with every push off my toes. Still a step too late. By the time I reached the terrace outside her cave dwelling, she'd already opened the door. As if she'd heard something, or felt my eyes on her, she turned around. Tears slid down like a string of pearls, and from across the distance, she threw me a cold. Another look at me like I was a total stranger. Then her figure blurred, and she was inside with the door shut. My scalp prickled and my feet stopped dead. Sure, I'd already refined chi into my body, but I was still a rookie. 2 lifetimes put together, and this was the first time I'd ever run into something uncanny. At night, no less. How could I not get goosebumps? I was still debating whether to go in after her when 2 shiftless silhouettes stood up on the hilltop above Song Galen's place, threw their arms around each other's shoulders, and started climbing toward the ridge in the dark. At that exact moment, a rooster crowed, loud and clear, and the roosters all over the village answered one after another like they'd been given a signal. A great current of pure yang spread out from the horizon and washed across the earth. Any other day, I'd have found a spot to sit and refine a strand of that pure yang. But my head was a mess right now. No time for it. Watching those 2 silhouettes get farther and farther away, I set aside whatever was wrong with Song Galen and went after them. That black shadow riding her hadn't shown up yesterday. Another day wouldn't kill her. Whereas breaking into a widow's home in the middle of the night, get caught doing that and no amount of explaining would save me. More to the point, I hadn't trained a single technique for fighting with spiritual energy. I had zero offense. I'd have to come back and deal with it once I actually had the skills. Compared to the uncanny, these two, who clearly had nothing good in mind, were the bigger threat. I couldn't ignore them. I'd only been sent down to the village a few days, and since I didn't join the collective labor, I hardly knew anybody in the production team. One old, one young. The young one I'd never seen before. The old one was hunchbacked with a bit of a limp. Him I recognized. Nickname Black Old Donkey. Real name unknown. A lifelong bachelor and the brigade's shepherd. Herding sheep was easy work. Worrying, sure, but not backbreaking. Every day, he took his shepherd's spade and a mud and walked the flock around. The lead ram handled the rest. The sheep found their own grass. You just had to make sure none got carried off by wolves or fell into a crevice. On the way back, you'd haul a bundle of firewood for the 5 guarantees households and earn extra work points on top. It was a cushy gig. I moved fast and quiet. The two of them were huddled at the gate of the sheep pen, heads together, muttering, with no idea somebody was listening from the dark below the terrace. How about it? Told you, and you wouldn't believe me. Didn't I say that little tramp had something going on? You came to the right man with this. Haha, uncle, nobody but you. Years of being a bachelor's got your nose sharp as a stud donkey's. One sniff, and you're on the scent, huh? You want me to beat you to death, you little punk? Learn how to talk. If you can't, shut your mouth. Who are you calling a stud donkey? Sorry, uncle, my mouth runs off without me. Come on, tell me, how'd you find out she couldn't hold out anymore and was sneaking off to get some? I've got my ways. Why the hell would I tell a little punk like you? We agreed, right? I hook her first, and you get the leftovers. She's a widow, nobody to back her up. Even if she gets used, she won't dare make noise. When that Wong family bum died a while back, she'd have been easy. Now it's different. She might not even look twice at you. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't you see she was coming back from outside the village? Middle of the night. You think she hiked over the ridge to another village? Think about who lives out that way, and you still can't figure it out. That direction, the only thing out there is that new sent-down kid, the one named Lee. They've got something going. What do you think? Unless somebody's waiting for her out past the village on purpose, it's Lee. That son of a bitch. I've had my eye on her for years, and he just walks in and takes it. Lucky bastard. Heh, she's the finest-looking woman in the whole brigade. Lee's a lucky man, all right. So what do? Just let it go. Let it go? Hell no. That bastard's got money and grain coupons, doesn't he? Why else would she go to him? We catch him in the act, block him inside the cave, and you think he won't pay up? He doesn't pay, or pays short. I'll take it out of his hide. The young one hesitated. But that kid's got a rifle on his shoulder every day. Might not be somebody to mess with. So he's got a rifle. Let him shoot me then. He kills me. He pays with his life. I'm an old bachelor with nothing. Trading me for a young buck like him? That's a bargain. Nobody like you, uncle. You're something else. So when do we block the door? She going again tomorrow night. Young man, healthy body, and her own man was useless for 2 years before he died. She's got an appetite, believe me. Don't worry, she'll be at it again tomorrow night. Tomorrow you bring along your brother, the tall dimwit. Sure, he's slow, but he's a big one. Plant him at the door in the middle of the night, and who wouldn't lose their nerve? My brother's a moron. What do we need him for? Comes nightfall, he's out cold. We should get somebody else. You're thick as a brick, boy. Somebody else doesn't want to cut? That dummy of yours is easy. Buy him 2 pieces of candy, and he's happy. True enough. All right. Tomorrow I'll drag him along, and we'll make a haul. Once we've got the money, maybe I can even get a turn with the little widow while we're at it. We've got them by the short hairs. They'll do whatever we say. Unless they'd rather wear the dunce cap and get paraded around with a broken shoe hung on their necks. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Settled then. All right, get going. I'm gonna catch a little sleep. See you tomorrow, uncle. The young man headed home humming, pleased with himself. He'd barely started down the slope when a stick swung out of the dark. Crack. He grunted, staggered a step, lost his balance, and crumpled to the ground. Then the pain hit him, bone deep. He reached for the shin that had been struck and found the whole leg bent the wrong way. Between the pain and the terror, he grabbed his leg and started howling. My leg's broken. Oh. By then I was already out of the village. I took off the shoes I'd just put on, stowed them in my space, and strolled off toward my cave dwelling. I didn't have time to tangle with those 2 dogs. I had to get back and study the techniques in the Yin-Yang Mystic Union art, learn some life-saving moves and some actual offense, and figure out how to deal with whatever was riding Song Galen. Where would I find the time to waste on them? Breaking that kid's leg was the sternest warning I had to give. If those 2 dogs still wanted to court death, then maybe I'd let them sample a few of the Joyful Union sect's uncanny methods, and I hoped, when that day came, they wouldn't live to regret it. I left without a backward glance, but the young man screaming woke the entire village. The party secretary got there fast, striding up with that ratty sheepskin coat thrown over his shoulders, the wool worn clean off it. The young man was already ringed by a crowd. Nobody there was a doctor, though, so all their willingness to help amounted to nothing. They just stood around shouting and fussing. Plenty of enthusiasm, all of it useless. 3 deep on every side, and the young man was still breaking out in a cold sweat, clutching his broken leg and wailing, howling. The party secretary's voice arrived before he did. What's going on here? What are you all crowding around for? Move it. The villagers hurried to clear a path, everybody talking at once. Secretary, Fuxing's leg is broken. That good for nothing. Middle of the night and he's not in bed, always out running around. It's a wonder the wolves haven't dragged him off. Run, huh? Loves to run, don't he? Well, that's that. Leg snapped. Let's see him run now. If those eyeballs of yours aren't good for anything, you ought to donate him. Don't you see that half a stick lying there? Breaks fresh, plain as day. No question about it. This little punk crossed somebody, and they busted his leg for him. Oh, you're the clever one, huh? Only you got sharp eyes, rest of us are blind? Fuxing himself ain't saying a word. What are you getting so worked up about? The secretary crouched down and, by the faint light of the oil lamps and torches, examined Fuxing's broken leg, then turned his sweat-soaked face toward him. Fuxing, look at me. Who did this to you? Oh, second brother, it hurts, my leg's broken. Quit hollering. So your leg's broken. It won't kill you. It hurts, second brother, help me. Get somebody to take me to the clinic, quick. We'll take you. No rush. Take your time and tell me. What were you doing just now? See anybody? Say anything to you? No, nobody, huh? God almighty, I can't stand it. It hurts so bad. Huh. This little punk thinks we're idiots. Secretary, forget him. Let him hurt. Little bastard was up to no good for sure. Gets his leg broken and doesn't dare say a word about it. The secretary couldn't be bothered. He had enough mouths to feed in this village to wear him out as it was. Fuxing might call him second brother, but they only shared a surname. The two families had gone their separate ways 800 years ago, way past any real kinship. After the punk's parents died, nobody looked after him. He wouldn't work, he stole chickens and pinched whatever wasn't nailed down, stirred up trouble everywhere he went. The whole village couldn't stand him. If he himself said nobody hit him, why should the secretary make more work for himself? Fine, you're the one keeping quiet, so I'll just say your leg broke all on its own. 2 of you, get a cart and haul him to the commune. The secretary swept his eyes over the crowd and immediately spotted Black Old Donkey, shifty-eyed and looking guilty as sin. The man was rattled too. He hadn't expected trouble less than a minute after he and Fuxing parted ways. He'd just gotten back to his place by the sheep pen and hadn't even shut the door when he heard the scream. He ran back out, and there was nothing, no sign of anything, not a soul in sight, like Fuxing had snapped his own leg. The old bachelor and the young one were always running around together. How could the secretary not know? The way he saw it, both were worthless, and whoever did the beating probably should have broken Black Old Donkey's leg too. Old Donkey, you go with them. Being singled out gave Black Old Donkey a start. He recovered and put on a foolish grin. Secretary, how about I sit this one out? My legs ain't so good, and I've got the sheep to take out come morning. Don't give me that. It's one little flock. Nobody, but you can graze him? Get going. Black Old Donkey had no choice. Smiling sheepishly, he lent a hand loading Fuxing onto the cart and trailed along behind it toward the commune clinic. Everybody else go home. We've got work in the morning. Break it up, break it up. The crowd slowly thinned out, but the matter was far from settled. Everyone was guessing. Who could be cruel enough to snap Fuxing's leg and leave him too scared to make a peep about it? I went back to my cave dwelling, shut the door, sat cross-legged on the Kong, called up the manual in my head, and started studying the techniques in it. The Yin-Yang Profound Union art was a cultivation method, not a combat art. Cultivation methods are for raising your realm. They don't usually record attack techniques. But not always, so disciples could verify their own progress. The annotations alongside the method did record a few minor techniques. If you could use one, your realm had arrived. If you couldn't, you needed more practice. There were 3 corresponding to the spirit breath resonance realm. The first was harmony thread. You condensed the spiritual energy in your body into 1 or more fine threads to attack with. The threads could be rigid or soft, and they were incredibly tough. They could pierce an opponent's eyes like needles, stab acupoints or the dantian, or wrap around a throat. Most importantly, they could bind an enemy's hands and feet. Mastered to a high level, you could send out thousands of them, group attack, defense, near or far, all at will. Formidable stuff. Something about it felt off. Strangely familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before. I read it again, and it got weirder. I could actually hear a high, warbling voice in my ears, and someone shouting. Asterisk to practice this art. One must first cut off his manhood. The sun rises in the east, and I alone am invincible. Asterisk. I shook my head hard to fling the nonsense out and moved on to the next one. The second was yin-yang force. It focused on coiling, redirecting, and shedding incoming power, using force against force, 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. It didn't advocate meeting strength head-on, very much like Taiji, and excellent in close-quarters grappling. The key was that it wasn't purely defensive. Yin and yang converted freely, hard and soft together. Once you landed a hit, you could disrupt the opponent's meridians and dantian, break the circulation of spiritual energy in his body, and throw his yin and yang out of balance. The third was called Flower Shadow, a mental attack. Well, it was the harmony sect. What kind of harmony sect wouldn't have a few charm techniques? The principle was simple. Use yin-yang shifts to disturb the opponent's spirit while hammering his weak points with spiritual energy. It could also interfere with another person's divine sense and conceal your own whereabouts. Extremely useful against cultivators of no great realm. Mental attacks worked directly on the spirit and made less commotion than lightning or fire techniques. But against ghost cultivators and demon cultivators, things whose yin and yang were already out of balance, they worked beautifully. You could call it their unlikely bane. That was exactly why ghost and demon cultivators loved practicing the harmony sect's dual cultivation methods. Not only did they advance fast, they got high resistance to techniques, so running into a cultivator who countered them wasn't so terrifying anymore. All good skills. All practical for me. It was just the names. They sounded like a bunch of useless little parlor tricks. Not the least bit imposing, not at all in keeping with my straight arrow manly character. Well, embarrassing names or not, I practice first and worry later. I went through all 3 techniques to get familiar with them, then started training them one by one. And that's when the downside of having incomplete knowledge showed itself. Here I was, a rookie who'd only just gotten spiritual energy into his body, and I was trying to leap straight to projecting it outside my body. Not just projecting it, either. I had to control it like it was my own arm, refine it down to a single fine thread, and keep that thread from breaking anywhere along its length. How is that supposed to be easy? In the cultivation world, you'd find someone who knew what they were doing, ask a question or two, and you'd know how to control spiritual energy right away. Or you'd find another cultivation method to compare against. But me? I was feeling my way through it all alone. Luckily, what I was practicing was the yin-yang profound union art, and my realm was low. I wasn't too worried about going off the rails and blowing myself into a bloody crater. It was all just experimenting anyway, little by little. First push the energy out, then condense it into a thin stream, finer and finer. The sun had been up for ages and my legs were killing me, and that so-called harmony thread still wasn't a thread. At best it was a rope, and a rope that fell apart the second you touched it. Harmony thread demanded way too much. I could push the energy out, but I couldn't control it like an extension of my own arm. The second technique, yin-yang force, I picked up without much effort. Maybe because in my last life, after I checked out of the rat race, I got bored and spent a while doing Tai Chi with the old folks in the park, so I had a foundation. Or maybe because the art I was cultivating was a dual cultivation art, naturally suited to yin-yang energy. Either way, I could easily feel the yin-yang true essence inside me. I'd use it to mobilize spiritual energy. The energy would take on yin-yang properties, and then I'd wrap it in a Tai Chi form and push it out. Couldn't have been easier. As for the third one, Flower Shadow, that one I hadn't fully figured out. There was a missing piece of knowledge. I knew absolutely nothing about souls. I had no idea what the thing even was. Yin-yang transformations affect the spirit. Affect them how? Was I supposed to burn my cosmos, ditch my yin essence, transform into a body of pure yang, and dazzle all those creepy ghosts and demons to death? Or develop the ability to impregnate people by glaring at them? Or maybe use yin and yang to alter a magnetic field. The magnetic field affects brainwaves. Brainwaves being energy fields condensed from negative emotions, which is essentially what a ghost is. So the shift in yin-yang true essence changes the energy field. And that's what cows ghost cultivators. How do you mobilize yin-yang essence? What ratio is right? The manual didn't say, and there was nobody to ask. Nobody knew what was right or wrong. I could only feel my way through it. Thinking about it got me depressed all over again. I cursed the damn system, got up, and went to make food. Man is iron. Rice is steel. Skip one meal, and you feel like death. I couldn't claim I was ready to pull Song Galen out of the fire yet, but keeping myself alive should be doable, right? A few more days of practice, get the harmony thread down too, and then I'd ambush that ghost thing and catch it completely off guard. The thought got me a little worked up. My hands and feet were actually trembling. Ever since I was a kid, I'd been terrified of horror movies. Even Uncle Nine's hopping vampire flicks I had to grit my teeth through. Every time the music suddenly shifted and some hideous face lunged at the screen, something in my brain would snap like a broken string. The protective fuse blew, and I couldn't even faint if I wanted to. I just had to sit there with my eyes wide open and watch the whole thing. After a while, Though, I actually came to love that feeling. Now I had a chance to face those ghostly things head on, and I wanted to challenge my own weak spot. Like curing a fear of heights by going bungee jumping. The best way to get rid of fear is to walk straight into it. Once I'd made up my mind, I wasn't so scared anymore. I ate my fill, shouldered the rifle, locked the door, and headed for the shady slope across the way. I'm just an ordinary guy. Give me a weapon and suddenly I've got murder on the brain. But you can't build a cart behind closed doors. Skills have to be put to proper use. So I decided to seriously understand, develop, and drill this new body of mine, starting with bagging some game to improve my diet. Eating and cultivating, 2 birds, 1 stone. The me of today, reborn from the ashes, wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sharp eyes, keen hearing, strength, speed, coordination, stamina, all transformed. Before, I was just fast and hard to tire. Now, when I focused my senses, every rustle of grass nearby came through crystal clear, and even a pheasant slipping into a thicket way off in the distance couldn't escape me. I crouched low behind a small locust tree, braced the rifle on a side branch to steady it, held my breath, and took aim at the pheasant in the grass that was craning its neck to spy on me. Front sight, rear sight, target, leave a little lead, breathing steady, aim consciously, fire unconsciously. I sighted for a good long while. Finally, crack asterisk, the bullet went spinning off toward the thicket at high speed. Don't let all my theorizing fool you. It's the same principle as a bad student with a huge collection of fancy stationery. My marksmanship was genuinely mediocre. Which was fair. How many days had I been carrying a rifle? How many rounds had I actually fired? That shot was clearly high. It shouldn't have hit anything. But the pheasant was a coward. Or maybe it had been shot at before, and seeing that this 2-legged beast wasn't leaving, it couldn't stand it anymore and burst into flight, right into the path of the bullet. Asterisk squawk squawk squawk, asterisk. A shriek tangled with terror and pain. The bullet caught its wing, it lost its balance and crashed into the grass, thrashing. Seeing this poor unlucky bastard fly right into my line of fire, I was thrilled. I grabbed my rifle and charged for the thicket. I felt like I was flying. Air whistled past my hair, the scenery swayed and blurred. In under 10 seconds, I'd reached the edge of the grass. That spot was over 90 meters from the little locust tree. Uphill, too, with obstacles to dodge on the way. Damn, that's some speed. If I entered a track meet, Bolt would have to call me daddy. I was riding high, and pride goeth before the fall. I pushed aside a thorny juju branch and leaned in to grab the pheasant, and the thing gave a violent flap, miraculously recovered its balance, struggled out of the grass, and took off running with its wings spread. Oh hell no, you're still trying to run? Get back here. I'll run you into the ground today, I swear. And so the shady slope witnessed an instant classic, a wounded pheasant sprinting for its life up front, and me hot on its tail. With its life on the line, hurting and terrified, the pheasant went a little berserk. Ditch ahead, dirt cliff? Didn't care. Straight down it went. And me, ego inflated as it was, if a pheasant could jump it, what did I have to be afraid of? It was only 5 or 6 meters. Watch me and my iron legs skim the water. The pheasant was baffled. It knew this terrain. It wasn't running blind. This was one of its escape routes, one that even a nimble fox wouldn't dare follow. It never imagined it'd get schooled by a 2-legged beast today. Finally, it leapt off one more little dirt bank, tumbled into a potato field, couldn't hold it, and let loose a load. Then collapsed limp on the ground, closed its eyes in despair, and waited to die. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I walked over and picked the pheasant up. Bright, multicolored feathers, tail plumes almost half a meter long. I hefted it, easily over 2 pounds. Well, it lived on grass seeds and bugs, so even in the lean spring months it never went hungry. Nice and plump. Run, why aren't you running? Take a bullet and still won't behave. You've earned yourself a bath, extra scallions, garlic, and chili. I tied the pheasant up with a length of cord and carried it along, grinning, too pleased with myself to stash it in the space right away. I crossed the slope and wandered around. The wildlife around here was sharp. Aside from the birds, most of it hid in the gullies and only came out at night. Running into something was pure luck. I wasn't discouraged. I was a veteran gamer. No fish, take shrimp. No shrimp, go steal vegetables. After walking a while, I spotted a dumb rabbit squatting in the grass not far off. Hearing, I didn't run when I got close. It just flattened itself against the ground, betting its camouflage would get it through. The little guy was well hidden, practically fused with the brush. The old me wouldn't have spotted it from 3 feet away. But I've got a cheat code now. Sharp spiritual sense, eyes like a hawk. Anything inside my range. Not a blade of grass twitches without me knowing. A chance like this? How could I not try out the new little spell I'd learned? I reached out, channeled my spiritual energy, and an invisible rope shot forward at the rabbit. Decent speed, decent force, just lousy aim. The energy lashed out like a python bursting from its hole, missed the rabbit entirely, and thrashed the brush beside it with a loud rustle. That was more than the rabbit could take. It bolted straight up, dodged my joyful union rope easily, and tore off along the hillside, running for its life. Now this was fun. The rabbit ran. I chased, and while chasing I kept trying to whip the rope around it. Maybe it's because I never got, properly initiated, but this little spell just didn't suit me. Not a shred of that effortless extension of my own arm control. I looked more like some creep chasing after somebody with a rope, up to no good. Rabbits have explosive speed, but no stamina. Uphill, it was quick. Downhill, its front legs were too short, and it kept tumbling. I could have caught it easily by hand, but I deliberately didn't. I was determined to tie it up with the energy rope. The second my focus slipped, I'd either miss or the rabbit would get away again. Before long, our tracks covered the whole hillside. Finally, the rabbit snapped, wheeled around, and charged me, ready to fight to the death. That was my opening. The rope coiled and wrapped it up tight as a constricting snake. One flick of thought and it cinched tighter, tighter. Asterisk crack asterisk. Its neck snapped clean. I pulled the rope back and the rabbit dropped into my hands. I fished a knife out of my space and skinned it, quick and clean. Rabbit pelt sell. This time of year the quality's poor. Maybe a dime, maybe two. But hey, 2 dimes is still money. Enough for a couple ounces of hard candy. No ration coupons needed. Something sweet never hurts. So much for spell practice. How to put it, total failure. Maybe I picked up a little proficiency, but in an actual fight it'd be worth exactly jack. If I can't even catch a rabbit, what chance do I have of roping down some ghost cultivator who appears and vanishes at will? Still, not a wasted trip. I confirmed one thing. With spiritual energy backing me, I'm basically a martial arts master now. I don't need the gun to hunt. Hell, the gun's more of a liability. I'd rather swing a stick or the tang saber. More satisfying anyway. I hauled the rabbit and pheasant back to the cave dwelling, splashed water on my face, took a drink, and started cleaning the pheasant. Chicken and rabbit in one pot tonight. I was standing on the earthen terrace working on it when a few of the educated youths came toward the slope. Hooked poles over their shoulders, baskets in hand, and on their backs. No need to ask, they were here for locust blossoms. The sunny slopes of the gully stay warm, so the buds come early. The youths were always short on grain. They had to stretch it with elm samaras and locust flowers just to make it to the wheat harvest. Why not pick on the village side? Because they'd lose the fight for them. That's why. So they hurried out to the gully to grab what they could. I glanced over, saw that gal lawn, the one I can't stand, wasn't with them, and went back to work. I've got locust blossoms in my space. No need to compete. Besides, in a few more days the whole mountain of black locusts will be in bloom, and anyone can pick their fill. Pheasants are a pain to clean. I had no experience, and plucking it was a miserable chore. Got me so irritated I nearly just skinned the thing and saved the hide for weasel traps. After a lot of fussing, I finally got it done, let out a breath, dragged out the cutting board, and went at it with the cleaver. I soaked the pieces in cold water and splashed in some cheap bulk baijiu to kill the gaminess. Wild game always has that earthy, muddy smell, and you can't cover it without heavy seasoning. I washed my hands and lit a cigarette. Right about then, I felt someone approaching. I looked up, Su Weihong and Zhou Qian, those 2 crazy girls. Honestly, those 2 make me nervous. Their brains don't work like normal people's. Nobody can predict what they'll do next. Back in my old life, I wouldn't have cared. Consenting adults, do what you want. But in this era, what they get up to doesn't just endanger me, it endangers them. Don't assume people are stupid. There's no wall in this world that doesn't leak air. Me and Song Galen. We were careful, weren't we? An old black donkey, and that young guy still found out. So I'd made up my mind. Keep my distance from those 2, and talk them down from whatever they said or did. And if they truly don't care, if they insist on tangling with a joyful union sect cultivator, well then, don't blame me. I'll turn into a wolf. The 2 of them came cutting across hand in hand, and started shouting while they were still 100 feet out. Li Qingzhou, you got any water over there? We're dying of thirst, came out without a canteen. Spare us some water. I relaxed. Here I was thinking these 2 lunatics had come to molest a beautiful young man in the flower of his youth in broad daylight. Sure, come on over. I'll draw you some. I turned to go inside for the bucket and mugs, and before I even made it through the door, I heard shrieking, asterisk meat, asterisk. Oh my God, there's meat. There's meat. Li Qingzhou, little brother. What are you hollering about? Where'd you get all this meat? A pheasant with the innards out is barely a pound. A scrawny rabbit's a little over 2, bones included. Put together, how much could that be? Couldn't they see the basin was mostly water? Quit yelling. You'll bring the wolves. Qingzhou, what kind of meat is this? There's so much. It's not much. 1 pheasant, 1 skinny rabbit. Barely any meat on them. That's not much. You're eating this tonight? You can finish all that yourself. What are you getting at? The 2 of them were practically drooling. Hee hee. Nothing. We just want to help lighten your load. Please don't. You two scare the hell out of me. How about I split some off and you cook it back at your place? Absolutely not. First off, whoever we give some to and whoever we don't, we're making enemies either way, and we wouldn't even get 2 bites ourselves. And second, there's that gal Lon who came out here with you. Girl's got something wrong with her head, bites anybody she runs into. If she saw us eating meat, she'd be all over us for ideological corruption and craving comfort. No kidding. Last time she wanted to come after you, said you were shirking your duties, running around all over. She singled you out at the study session, demanded you write up a thought report. That set me off. Screw her and her uncle too. What the hell did I ever do to her? All I did was glance at her friend a couple times on the truck ride in, didn't even look at her, and she acts like I slept with her and skipped out on the responsibility. Where's all this hate coming from? Zhou Qian rolled her eyes. Well, come off it. That Lu Shufan is no prize either. Lie down with dogs, get up with fleas. Maybe she was decent before, but she's been dragged down by now. Exactly. When Gao Lan demanded your thought report, Lu Shufan was right there backing her up. Lucky for you, the rest of us old-timers don't have the energy for that stuff anymore. We just want to get through the meeting, so nobody paid the two of them any attention. Otherwise, you'd have been in for a world of trouble. People born later don't get it. I only understood after inheriting the original owner's memories. Those thought reports were no joke. Giving the report was easy. Not handing someone ammunition was the hard part, especially when somebody was out to get you. One wrong sentence and no amount of explaining would save you. They'd twist it in no time and blow it up into something deadly serious. Best to say nothing at all, and if you had to speak, open with a quotation from Chairman Mao. Can't manage that? Then play deaf and dumb. This was the oldest trick in the Red Armband's book. What veteran sent down youth hadn't seen it? If they didn't want to be squabbling on an empty stomach, they'd never have let Gao Lan and Lu Shufan stir up this kind of trouble in the brigade. I couldn't afford to get careless either. People with something wrong upstairs might have a flash of inspiration and come up with some brilliant scheme. Better safe than sorry. The two of them had brought me such important news that I couldn't very well turn them down. It was only a bit of pheasant and rabbit meat. If I wanted more, I'd just go catch more. Feeding you meat is no problem, but how are you going to get here? If you sneak out at night, won't the others in the dorm come looking for you? Zhou Qian smiled. That's easy. We'll just say we went to sleep over at Huahua's place. Right? The girls' dorm is packed as it is. Without the two of us, they'll have more room. Who's Huahua? A friend of ours in the brigade. Her dad is Wang Wenhua, the accountant. He spoils her rotten. She's got the West Wing cave all to herself, plenty of space. Oh, is she pretty? Su Weihong couldn't help laughing. Huh, listen to this guy. 3 sentences in and he's already showing his true colors. She's pretty all right, but could you actually marry her? Come to think of it, the accountant doesn't have a son. You could move in as his live-in son-in-law. Not a bad deal. I waved my hands quickly. My mistake. I shouldn't have said that. Don't bother explaining. Your true nature's already out. Quit pretending. I'm not pretending. I'm an honest guy by nature. I just asked out of habit. The more I explained, the more wound up the 2 crazy girls got. Su Weihong made a show of magnanimity, patting her chest. All right, we're all adults here. You think we don't know what's going through that head of yours? Relax. After eating your meat, Zhou Qian won't leave you shortchanged. Right, Zhou Qian? Zhou Qian's brow shot up. Why me? Why don't you volunteer yourself? I'm the shy type. Shy my foot. Seeing the two of them about to go at it again, I broke into a sweat and hurried to cut in. Enough. Ladies, stop fighting. Keep teasing me, and there'll be no stewed meat tonight. You wouldn't dare? We haven't had meat in ages. Try backing out and see what happens. That's right. If you don't give us meat, we'll come kick your door down tonight. Ha ha. Make it taste good, okay? Lots of chili. Your big sisters will be waiting. Only after they'd teased me to their satisfaction and I'd nodded in agreement did the two of them pick up their water buckets, laughing, and head up the slope. When they came back to return the buckets, they reminded me all over again. Meat was all they could think about. Lots and lots of meat. The poor things were starving for it. The sun sank westward. The sent-down youths came back toward the village with baskets on their arms and creels on their backs, all heaped with locust blossoms, chatting and laughing. I fished out the meat and blanched it, then heated oil in the pot with chili, scallion, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, and tossed in the rabbit and the pheasant together. Once the surfaces had browned slightly, I added soy sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, and sugar, poured in water, and brought it to a hard boil. After half an hour, I turned the heat down to a slow simmer. The staple was simple: white flour with a bit of cornmeal, kneaded into a ball, and left to rest. Once the meat was gone, I'd cook noodles in the broth. As for what kind of noodles, whatever the two of them liked. Outside, the sky slowly darkened. I sat in front of the stove, my mind wandering, sinking into thought. I couldn't figure out how Song Galen had run into a thing like that. And I couldn't figure out why it wouldn't leave the village, or why it hadn't possessed her and come after me. I was hardly an expert. Aside from what I'd seen in movies and read in novels, I knew nothing about that sort of thing. All I had was a vague sense that something was off, which was part of why I hadn't rushed to act. The way I saw it, a ghost possesses someone either to drain their yang energy, or for revenge. The Song family, her in-laws, or she herself had offended it, or offended whoever was behind it, and it was harming her deliberately, or she'd simply blundered into it, pure bad luck, and was being used as a tool for some other purpose. But none of that explained why the thing couldn't leave the village, or why it couldn't possess someone and come find me. There was no barrier around the village, and in the beginning I hadn't cultivated at all. I was just an ordinary person. Was a ghost supposed to be afraid of me? This business was definitely not as simple as it looked. I might have to take a few risks. I was still mulling it over when I heard something outside. I went to the door and looked. Zhou Qian and Su Weihong, holding hands, each carrying a wooden stick in her free hand, walking briskly toward me. Hold on, what are the sticks for? You planning to beat me up? Seeing me open the door, the warm light spilling out, Su Weihong relaxed at once and tossed her stick aside. We were scared of the dark, that's all. Besides, somebody broke that village creep's leg last night. 2 girls out alone. It's only natural to bring something for protection. Exactly. Too bad we couldn't very well carry a rifle. Otherwise I'd have come over with one. I'm a crack shot, you know. I just wonder which hero it was that snapped that dog Fuxing's leg with one blow. Huh. Serves him right. Let's see if he still dares hang around us girls after this. I wasn't about to admit I was the one who'd broken his leg. I had the spirit of a true knight-errant. One strike, then vanish, leaving name and deed unsung. Besides, even if I did say something, that I'd been protecting my own women, nobody was going to hand me a medal for it. Why bother? Feigning great interest, I asked them. I heard about that too. What's the guy's name? Why'd he get beaten? Zhou Qian's face filled with contempt. That dog's name is Fuxing. Surname Chang too. Same clan as the party secretary, actually. Ugly as sin, but full of big ideas. Dirt poor and won't do an honest day's work. All day long he's either roaming around or huddled up with a few old bachelors telling filthy jokes. He doesn't dare bother women who've got men. He goes after widows, gets all shameless and flirty while they're working. Won't put in a thing himself, just wants to take. He's harassed plenty of us girls too, but we're not afraid of him. The second we see him we curse him out and never give him an opening. There are a lot of us, and if that's not enough we can call the guys over, so he doesn't dare push too far. They went back and forth. No idea why his leg got broken. Maybe he was messing with somebody's wife and got caught in the act. It happened right before dawn. He probably spent the night at some woman's place and got nabbed climbing out from under the covers. That's the thing. He won't even say who did it. Probably afraid of getting worked over worse, so he's keeping his mouth shut. They should have just killed him. Now I understood. The way things worked around here was less like what I'd imagined. So conservative? Not these 2 female educated youths. Not one bit. Otherwise they'd never have come out with a line like, getting something for nothing. I figured there was more dirt here that I didn't know about. I changed the subject. Meat's ready. Want to eat while we talk? Or should we sit outside? Yes, let's. It's stuffy in here. Looks like rain's coming. The 3 of us hauled out the table, the stools, the bowls and chopsticks. My place was pretty bare. No real table or chairs, just a few boards nailed together into a cutting board and a couple of low stools. I dragged the small water jar out from inside and set the board on top. Honestly, the height worked perfectly with the stools. Rock steady. You want to share, or should I dish out separate bowls? Share, obviously. What? Afraid of our germs? I wanted to fire something back, but I was afraid these 2 lunatics would actually go nuts on me, so I kept my mouth shut. They didn't let up either, giggling and needling me. Just eat, you 2 little terrors. Meat can't even shut you up? Aren't you hungry? We already ate. At the youth station, everybody pools their grain and eats together. Might as well get your share. You're the special one, cooking your own meals, with meat, no less. Hee hee, this much meat? That's more than your own meal. Smells amazing. Let me see how spicy it is. They claimed they'd eaten, but their chopsticks never stopped moving. They worked in the fields every day, young bodies like theirs burned through energy. The coarse grain at the youth station, half of it padded out with wild greens. If you didn't go straight to sleep after eating, you'd be starving again in an hour. I was different. Once my cultivation took hold, the spiritual energy in my body became the best fuel there was. Almost like I'd automatically unlocked the art of grain avoidance. But I hadn't left ordinary humanity behind. I still had an appetite. Same as scrolling past a food video. You're not hungry, but you still want a bite. The 2 girls kept urging me to eat faster, worried they'd get embarrassed if they kept going alone. They ate fast and clean, picking out every last shred of meat and tendon, crunching the small bones twice and swallowing. Great teeth. Me, not so much. I'd underestimated the horn peppers I bought at the supply co-op. I'd assumed they were cheen peppers, fragrant, not hot, so I'd dumped in way too many. It was murder. You two don't think this is spicy? They both shook their heads blankly, genuinely puzzled. Not really. I was huffing and sweating. Damn. Where are you two from? How do you eat like this? Zhou Qian spat out a bone, picked completely clean. Yunnan. Su Weihong grinned. Hunan. Oh, that explained everything. Spice runs in the blood. I'm done. You two keep going. I need something to cut this. It's too hot. Su Weihong wasn't even satisfied. This is nothing. This is exactly the right heat. All we need is some erguo too. A bite of meat. A swig of liquor. Don't even think about it. Here, help me pull some noodles. I'll boil a batch and mix it in. No way was I letting these two drink. I was afraid they'd lose control, and even more afraid they'd make me take responsibility afterward. Whoa, you've got this much flour. We really shouldn't. I gave her a look. Did you two seriously eat before you came? Hee hee, just a taste. We won't fight you for it. They didn't let me lift a finger, had the noodles boiled in no time. Women in this era would all be iron ladies if you dropped them into the future. I picked up some rabbit meat with the noodles, and that helped a lot. I was digging in when I caught a whiff of liquor. Hey, did you two get into my booze? Su Weihong was completely unbothered. There was half a bottle sitting by the stove, cap off. Smelled like liquor, so I tried some. We barely had any. We put the cap back on and set it right where it was. Don't be so stingy. Then I remembered. I'd splashed some into the wok to cut the gaminess while cooking. There wasn't much left, and I'd forgotten about it. Fine, drink it. Just don't get crazy on me. Not like last time. That was the wrong thing to say. Su Weihong lit right up. Last time? You mean like this? And her hand went to her buttons like she was about to start undoing them. The more I protested, the more they enjoyed it. Zhou Qian even egged her on, saying they should give me some benefits to pay for dinner. Weihong, we're not the type to mooch. We leave grain coupons and money when we eat at a villager's place. So how can we eat Qingzhou's meat for free? We can't. Come on. Hurry up. A look isn't going to cost you anything. What are you scared of? I'm no saint. But I didn't want to be jerked around like this. No, no, no. We're all educated youth who came here from all over the country, brought together by one great cause. We're brothers and sisters. I respect you two more than I respect my own older sister. Didn't you want a drink? I'll go get it. I hustled back inside, grabbed the half bottle, and brought out 2 enamel mugs. Zhou Qian took one look at the 2 mugs and objected immediately. Only for us. You're not drinking. Yeah, you little punk. You're not scheming to get us drunk so you can do something filthy, are you? Hee hee. Or maybe he's afraid he'll get drunk and we'll do something filthy to him. Huh. What a timid little brother. Don't worry. Big sis will share a cup with you. 1 sip for you, 1 sip for me. And later you two can share 1 quilt. Same deal. 1 sip for you, 1 sip for me. What did you just say? What? Am I wrong? There's only 1 quilt. What else are you going to do? All 3 of us, obviously. Huh. You think you're getting out of it? I didn't dare respond. I busied myself pouring and changed the subject. You two are as bold as the heroes of Liangshan. Do you always talk like this? None of the older educated youth ever taken an interest in you? You're both of age. Never thought about pairing up with someone, finding a revolutionary partner. That killed the mood instantly. Both of them deflated. There was even something like leftover fear in their faces. Zhou Qian smiled bitterly. Revolutionary partner? Please. A few dirt-poor educated youths. What revolutionary partners? It's just 2 lonely people who can't take it anymore in this hopeless mountain gully, finding a way to comfort each other that won't get them into trouble. Su Weihong looked disgusted too. Qingzhou, whatever you do, don't look for someone here. If you need it, I'll help you. In a way that won't get anyone pregnant. It's nothing to me. The 2 of us already agreed we're never getting married, so there's no moral issue. Just don't go ruining some local girl's life. I was completely lost. What does that even mean? I'm not allowed to find a wife now. Zhou Qian lifted her mug and took a big gulp, then hissed at the burn. SSSS, this stuff is strong. Qingzhou, let me ask you something. Do you want to spend your whole life in this mountain gully? I shook my head without hesitation. No. Staying a while is fine. 2 years, 3, 5. But asking me to. Stuck here my whole life with nowhere to go, I'd go out of my mind. Zhou Qian nodded. You don't want to be stuck here forever? Well, we female educated youth want it even less. There's a directive from up top encouraging us to put down roots in the countryside, get married, settle in. That directive is exactly what turned into every sent-down youth's nightmare. Once you get married, doesn't matter if it's to another educated youth or a local girl. Every road back to the city, job assignments, joining the army, going to college, is basically closed to you. Don't even think about a medical discharge, because now you've got family who can look after you. I don't know how it is elsewhere, but around here, every couple dates in secret. Nobody dares let it get out. Plenty of them taste the forbidden fruit. No protection, no idea how their own bodies work. Some poor girls get pregnant and don't even realize it. And once they do, they don't dare breathe a word, terrified they'll never get back to the city, never see their parents again. So they worked themselves half to death with tears in their eyes, wrecking their own bodies on purpose, hoping to lose the baby. I saw it with my own eyes. A good girl collapsed right there in the field, blood everywhere below the waist, her pants soaked through and sticking to her legs. A living human life, gone just like that, without a sound, drained away into a millet field on the Lus Plateau. And that boy, the one who'd sworn he'd be with her forever, that he'd never let her down. He just stood there staring, blank as a post. Never once had the guts to step up and say, "I'll take responsibility." Never even took her to a hospital. That poor girl knew, deep down, all those sweet words that made her heart flutter would turn into poison sooner or later. She died without ever naming him. Not that it would have mattered. Maybe she'd already stopped wanting to live. Dead. At least she wouldn't have to face a bitter life with no beginning and no end. Maybe that wasn't the worst thing. My scalp prickled. It reminded me of a movie I'd watched at an internet cafe once, Cutting Class, same kind of story. First time through it looked like a raunchy comedy. Watching it again years later, I realized it was a tragedy, straight through to the core, just dressed up as a comedy. Zhou Qian went on. So unless someone's truly backed into a corner, or has just given up on themselves entirely, no educated youth chooses to get married. Since you want to go back to the city, don't go ruining anyone's life. And if something does happen, you make damn sure you're protected. Otherwise what you're doing isn't romance, it's murder. That's just not okay. I nodded again and again, promising I'd never make such a rookie mistake. Besides, my cultivation had progressed far enough that I could control myself. Nothing like that would happen. Seeing that I wasn't taking it seriously enough, Su Weihong added with a laugh. One more thing. Never mess with a married woman, especially one whose family is struggling. Not even if she comes onto you first. Because you'll never be able to tell whether it's your charm or her having an angle. Last year some poor bastard slipped into the sorghum field with old man Bai's daughter-in-law. Got caught and beaten black and blue. In the end he had to write home for a pile of money to pay them off, and got transferred to the reservoir project before they'd let it drop. He came this close to being hauled to the commune for a struggle session. I was stunned. So it's a village-style honey trap? And that guy must have had rocks in his head, sneaking into a sorghum field in broad daylight? That bold. And the woman's ridiculous too. The educated youth can get transferred out. What about her? Isn't she afraid of having people talk behind her back for the rest of her life? Su Weihong gave a cold snort. That's nothing. Poverty crushes ambition. Back during the famine years, poor men sold their own wives and children just for a mouthful of food, just to survive. A bowl of millet could buy you a wife. Sometimes you didn't even have to hand over grain. Some women fleeing famine, out begging, would spot a household that seemed to be doing all right and just move in and refuse to leave. You couldn't drive them out. You think our brigade's any different? Famines, begging on the road, wives running off with other men, happens all the time. Some of them take the kids with them. Around here, out of every 5 years, 3 are drought, one's flood, one's locusts. Third aunt married in over 30 years ago, and in all that time, there's been exactly 1 year, she ate her fill. I used to watch TV dramas where a bunch of kids from the big Beijing compounds got sent down to a place like this and ended up begging in the county town when they got hungry enough. But they were the protagonists. Every one of them had a bright future waiting. The educated youth I'd actually met were nothing like that. Even the compound kids were a far cry from it. Not a trace of that destiny is on my side energy. Young people, we just don't have much self-control. We only had that one bottle to begin with. If we'd finished it and gone to bed, everything would have been fine. But I got worked up in the middle of the conversation, and the 2 crazy girls egged me on, so I went and got another one. That did it. Su Weihong was still okay, but Zhou Qian's little face went bright red before my eyes, her gaze going soft and unfocused. Clearly drunk. I'd drunk the most, and was still holding up, a little lightheaded, but not drunk. Full and well-fed, it was time to sleep. I drew some water, planning to wash up before turning in. The moment the 2 of them saw how much water I had, they perked right up, insisting I heat some up so they could bathe too. I got a bit of a fright. I can get you water, I've got plenty. But you 2 had better keep it together. Don't go scaring me again. The liquor had gone to Zhou Qian's head, and she wasn't having it. What's with the act? Can you not be such a prude? It's the dead of night, the middle of nowhere, and you're going to complain about us taking a little advantage of you? We're all adults here. You think we don't know what we're doing? Su Weihong was annoyed too. Right? Stop lecturing us. You make it sound like we're shameless. You're not married, I'm not married. We dared to come out here and be alone with you. Do you really not understand why? It wasn't that I liked playing teacher. I was just afraid they'd act on impulse while drunk, wake up regretting it, and end up in tears. But if they didn't care, why the hell was I being so polite? I heated up a good amount of water, got the 2 of them fresh towels and toothbrushes, and led them inside. I'd meant to help them out of their clothes, but they took the initiative themselves, tugging and teasing at each other, laughing the whole time. In no time at all, there were 2 young bodies in front of me. Each was beautiful in her own way, Zhou Qian especially. She was half a head shorter than Su Weihong, but her proportions were flawless, her chest high and full, as though gravity simply didn't apply to her. Su Weihong hadn't been exaggerating. The girl really did have an unusual constitution. I found myself looking forward to it. The water was about ready. I asked, who's first? First for what? First to wash, or? That startled me again. Ladies, you just ate a mountain of chili peppers. Are you trying to torture me? Ha ha ha. The two of them dissolved into laughter. I stopped standing on ceremony, filled the basin, carried it outside, then walked over and scooped Zhou Qian up in my arms. She yelped. What are you doing? You want to wash in here? You'll get water all over everything. Come on, I'll help you. Don't worry. I've got you. I carried her out with long strides. Zhou Qian was too embarrassed to lift her head, burying her face deep in the crook of my neck. Only when I set her down and handed her the towel did she come back to herself. Qing Zhou, it's cold. Then wash fast. Translation. Quick, don't catch cold. She took the towel and soap, stepped onto the stalks of straw that dug into her feet, and let the warm water run down her body. Once she was clean, I brought her some tooth powder so she could brush, then carried her back inside, and went back for Su Weihong, who'd been peeking around the doorway. Su Weihong was a lot more forward. She brushed her teeth without being told, and while I was rinsing her off, she made the first move. Damn, Sis Hong, you're good at this. She grinned mischievously. I've never done it, but that doesn't mean I don't know how. I've watched it happen with my own eyes. Huh. Did you ever go on one of the Great Link UPS? No. Right, you're younger than me. I'd already graduated by then. I watched everybody else going, and I wanted to go too, but I had nobody to take me. So I latched onto one of the tough guys from our compound and went with them down to Shaoshan. It was chaos back then. People pouring in from everywhere, nobody buying tickets. A train pulled in, and as long as it was headed south, you got on. Packed in like sardines, there wasn't even room to stand. That guy from our compound had a reputation, so he looked out for us the whole way, asking directions, getting us on trains, finding us food, and somewhere to sleep. The local areas were enthusiastic too. They'd send work teams out to receive us, cook up communal meals, clear out warehouses and schools and farmers' homes for us to stay in. If you were unlucky, you camped in some empty field around a bonfire. Plenty of girls had a thing for him. When there were a lot of people around, they didn't dare do anything. But when it was just a few of us, camping out, or crammed into some farmer's house, oh, they got bold. I'd be lying right there asleep, and somebody would crawl into his bed. We were young, and everybody was scared of getting into real trouble, and those guys didn't dare go all the way either, so I saw it all, clear as day. They weren't even worried about me knowing. Sometimes it happened right next to me. I'd pretend to be asleep and watch through my lashes. More than once. You watch enough, you learn. Hey, wait, is something wrong? Why isn't it over yet? I felt rather pleased with myself. That just means you're not trying hard enough. All right, it's cold out here. Wash up and let's get inside. I helped Su Weihong wash, then rinsed off quickly myself. Back in the room, the two of them were drying their hair, cheeks flushed pink. The bath had probably burned off the last of the liquor, and now they were a little shy. I wasn't about to give them a chance to have second thoughts. I swung a leg up onto the Kong. Zhou Qian objected. The lamp on the side table's still on. Why put it out? I like it on. No, go turn it off, or you're not coming up here. Nothing for it. I went and put out the lamp. Feeling my way back to the edge of the Kong, I reached out and caught hold of a small foot. Feeling playful, I scratched the sole lightly, and Zhou Qian let out an involuntary little whimper. Don't, that tickles. I pulled her over, cupped her face, and kissed her. My hands didn't stay still either. She was tense at first, but before long she was trembling and couldn't stop. Right about then, Su Weihong, caught up in the mood, moved in to finish what she'd started outside. I may be indecisive about some things, but I'm ruthless with myself. I never forget to cultivate, and when it's time to cut something off, I cut it off. I reached out and sealed off both women's spiritual senses, then carefully began circulating the yin-yang mystic union art. I had to be careful. The manual described various special constitutions, among them the 4 sacred constitutions: vermilion bird, azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger. Everything pointed to Zhou Qian being one of the 4, and the most domineering one at that. For a novice like me, cultivating with her could easily send the yin and yang spiraling out of control. Then either I'd die or she'd be drained dry. How could I not be careful? Fortunately, it went smoothly. I circulated the art with great care and soon slipped into that harmonious, ineffable state. Crimson light shot through with gold blazed up around the two of us. Yin and yang true essence coursed through my meridians, and the spiritual energy for kilometers around came rushing madly into my body. My cultivation shot upward. But the 4 sacred constitutions aren't the very highest tier, and before long that frantic pace slowed and returned to normal. Still, it was enough. I could feel myself brushing the peak of the third layer of the spirit sense resonance realm. A few more sessions, and it would be solid. I was a little excited. Once I got past early chi refining, I'd be able to use all sorts of spirit tools and artifacts, except that I didn't own any and wouldn't know how to use them if I did. I let Zhou Qian go, laid her down, and pulled the quilt over her. Su Weihong's constitution was entirely ordinary. No surprises, no disappointments. Next to Zhou Qian, she was small potatoes. But I wasn't going to treat them differently. You can't travel 1,000 li without taking the first small steps, and she'd been more than willing. How could I burn the bridge after crossing it? If a dual cultivation art already looks like questionable character, then the least you can do is keep your heart straight. Anyway, our Hahuan sect isn't like the others. It doesn't run on grinding effort or lucky encounters. It runs entirely on feelings. We're kept men, basically. Keep at it long enough, and someday you'll meet a Tao companion with a top-tier constitution, and maybe break through an entire major realm in one go. When I released their spiritual senses, Zhou Qian and Su Weihong just felt a brief fogginess in their heads. Neither noticed anything strange. Dual cultivation isn't really what outsiders imagine. It's not that the act itself is mandatory. It's just that it looks bad. I hadn't come out the worse for it. In fact, I felt great. And I wasn't about to leave the two of them hanging. Only my staying power left them thoroughly astonished. Doesn't it get uncomfortable? Yeah. Is that going to cause problems? I waved a hand proudly. Can't help it. Born gifted. I refuse to believe that. Me neither. 2 against 1, and we still can't win. Early the next morning, I smuggled my guests out again. Not Song Galen this time, the 2 educated youths. They were clever about it. Instead of heading straight back, they had me put together 2 bundles of firewood as cover. Once it was light and we could see people moving around the village in the distance, a few villagers heading out with buckets to fetch water, they shouldered the firewood, said their smiling goodbyes, and went back to the sent-down youth quarters, faces burning. I didn't go back to the cave dwelling. Early morning is when the pheasants are active, and I wanted to bag a few to stash away for later. I'd come to a realization. It's very hard for a person to hold out under the double assault of spiritual emptiness and the pressure of just getting fed. People in this era can't be compared to people in my old life. Back there, hardly anyone went hungry. In all my years, the only times I'd gone hungry were when I'd deliberately blown my meal money at an internet cafe or when I was dieting. I had no idea what it was like to be so hungry you see stars, your arms and legs go weak, your stomach churns with acid, and you toss and turn all night without sleeping. Back there we had phones and the internet, movies, TV shows, short videos, endless scrolling, novels, music, variety shows. What couldn't you do? And I had no idea what it felt like to be far from home with no family around. So bored and lonely you'd claw the whitewash off the walls. Least of all did I understand what it was to open your eyes to endless farm work, dull, exhausting, day after identical day, with no hope in sight. That feeling. The earliest batch of sent-down youth had already been here more than 2 years. 2 months of this, and I'd have thrown in the towel completely. We're all human, and human nature runs the same. Plenty of people thought exactly the way I did. Nobody should go around acting like they're some paragon of virtue. Those male sent-down youth who married local girls, those female ones who married into local families. Odds are they were thinking the same thing. If the higher-ups had guaranteed no class background checks, no political vetting, 2 years of work, and then back to the city with a job already lined up, you think any of them would have gotten married out here? All those heartbreaks and breakups when people finally got to go back, all those scumbags and heartless women, weren't they all from this same crowd? So for the first time, I stopped chasing cultivation realms alone. I started wanting better living conditions and a better social circle too. Sure, it was still ultimately in service of cultivating better, like a peacock fanning its tail to attract a mate, but it was a good change all the same. These days, nothing beats meat. And out in the countryside, nothing beats a city job with a grain ration. I worked on the handful of minor techniques that came bundled with my cultivation method while chasing pheasants and hares all over the mountains. I needed to get all 3 spells down cold as fast as possible, deal with whatever that thing was clinging to Song Galen, then head deep into the mountains and take down something big, find a buyer, and start building my own network. There wasn't much farm work lately. The crops were all in the ground. From here on it was weeding, picking off bugs, odds and ends. The most important task for the sent-down youth right now was still digging wild greens to get through the spring shortage. Today it was locust blossoms again, on that same sunny slope beside my cave dwelling. Combined with what was left of our grain ration, we were scraping by, trying to hold out until the new harvest. And if we couldn't hold out, tough luck. Even the party secretary couldn't do anything about it. Song Galen had explained it to me. Why was it that when I first arrived, the people I saw were mostly sent-down youth, the 5 guarantees, households, hardship families who couldn't leave, honest commune members, and the layabouts? because anyone with half a brain had already slipped out to beg once the potatoes and corn were planted. Some got unlucky, caught by the work teams, and shipped back. Others were probably almost to Guangzhou by now. Gao Lan and Lu Shufan came over to my side for the first time. When they saw the cave dwelling I had all to myself, their eyes went red with envy. But they'd wised up. They didn't try to rally anyone into denouncing me. They just filed it away quietly. Zhou Qian and Su Weihong came to pick locust blossoms too. Seeing my door locked, they knew I wasn't in and didn't let a single thing show, as if they hadn't been the ones clinging to me last night, laughing and moaning softly. I ranged farther out today. There wasn't much game around the cave, probably the drought. No water source nearby meant poor conditions, which meant not just less game, but nothing big. So after seeing the two of them off, I headed straight for the pool to top off my water, then followed the little creek downstream, searching the gullies as I went. After a mile or so, the stone bluffs and river cobbles gave way to loess again, and the creek petered out, leaving behind a shallow puddle. In a stand of wormwood nearby, I found a pile of wild boar bones, along with scattered scraps of hide and bristle. One look and I understood. Most likely a young boar had come down to the creek to drink, gotten ambushed by a predator, and been dragged into the brush and eaten. If there was game here, this would be easy. I gathered up some branches and wormwood and stashed them in my space. Then, grabbing hold of the shrubs and carefully avoiding the thorns, I climbed the bluff. Up top, I found a good spot, went prone, camouflaged myself with branches and dry grass, and settled in behind the rifle, ready to shoot. It really was a good position. High ground, clear sight lines, and there happened to be a jutting ledge. Level it out a little, and it made a perfect firing platform. If anything came down to drink at that puddle, I could take my time and squeeze off a shot. Maybe it was the realm breakthrough, but my perception felt like it had climbed another step. Within 100 meters, not a blade of grass could stir without me catching it. Still, there were things I wasn't happy about. That joyous union sect method of mine was too limited. My realm had gone up, sure, but it hadn't brought the combat power I'd imagined. Put bluntly, I now had a body full of spiritual energy and no idea how to use it. 3 spells total, one of which I hadn't even mastered. My damage output was pathetic. That was when it finally clicked. Why? In all those novels and TV dramas, the dual cultivation joyous union types were always so weak in a fight. Because unlike orthodox cultivators, they didn't have a complete lineage, methods and spells reinforcing each other, building step by step. Orthodox sects had spells and artifacts by the armload. Their output was rock solid. And they weren't like demonic cultivators either, bloodthirsty, insane, devouring other people's blood essence and cultivation to shoot up in power, every dirty trick in the book at their disposal, ruthless enough to turn on themselves, absolute specialists in slaughter, leaving orthodox cultivators dead in heaps whenever they cut loose. The Joyous Union sect? Realms went up fast enough, but the moves were the same handful over and over. Charm techniques, soul attacks, drugs, illusions, maybe a paired male-female combination attack at best. All the big finishers worked by throwing yin and yang out of balance or triggering a spiritual energy backlash in the opponent. Way too situational. The one real advantage was that it was easy to live off someone else and find a powerful backer. But what good was that? Run into someone genuinely dangerous, solid foundation, iron will, and you're just meat on the block. That was probably why so many Joyous Union cultivators drifted toward the demonic path over time. It was just too damn frustrating. Take me right now. I was at peak chi refining, no small thing. In this world of the Dharma ending age, where no true powers existed anymore, I might not be able to crush all living things, but I was at least in the top tier. Yet if you put me in an actual fight with another cultivator, what was I supposed to do? Strangle him with Joyous Union threads? Grapple him up close with yin-yang force? I hadn't even mastered Flower Shadow, my one mental attack. The other guy throws a lightning spell or a talisman at me, or at minimum controls a peachwood sword or a flying sword. And what do I stop it with? My slightly higher magic resistance? The fact that I can take a beating? That's still just standing there getting hit without hitting back. Even dealing with one lousy little uncanny thing, I had to talk myself into it over and over in my head. Not flashy at all. Zero overlord aura. The thought put me in a mood. I lay there on the ledge running through Joyous Union threads again and again, and the more I practiced the more frustrated I got, until I just quit. No good. I need to take a page from the old-timers book, go steal some techniques, borrow the strengths of other sects, and actually make this realm advantage count. The demonic path was out. Never mind whether I'm a good person or have any moral qualms. The point is nobody who learns that stuff ends well. Buddhism was out too. They keep precepts, no women, at least on the surface, which was fundamentally incompatible with me. The most workable option was Taoist methods. The Taoist schools might be in decline these days, but their depth was still there. And as it happened, the mountain sects have all been sealed off or smashed up. There's barely a couple of stray cats left guarding the gates. What's to stop me from treasure hunting in the secret realms? And the weaker they get, the safer I am, and the better my odds of scoring something on the cheap. By then, forget some petty spook. Even if I run into zombies or demons, I won't flinch. That thought cheered me right up. I kept one eye on what was happening below while daydreaming about a future full of beautiful women on both arms, piles of easy money, cutting down anyone in my way, and slapping faces left and right. Time crawled by. I lay flat from morning till dusk until my whole body went numb. Finally, something stirred on the opposite slope. A big wild boar came down with its whole family, following a track up the slope that barely qualified as a trail, heading toward the water below. In places that trail had some serious drops, a good 10 feet. That wasn't a path, that was a dirt cliff. But the big boar didn't hesitate one bit. It led the way and just jumped. 2 quick scrabbles of its hooves against the slope for balance, the loose dirt sliding down to cushion the landing, and it was down easy as anything. The other boars and piglets followed one after another, jumping without the slightest trouble, all focused on following their leader to the water. I gauged the distance. The boars up on the slope were over 100 meters out. With my marksmanship in this light, I wouldn't dare brag about hitting anything. Didn't matter. They were coming down to the creek to drink anyway. That spot was only 60 or 70 meters from me. Much better odds. Wild boars are sharp. They must have been ambushed by leopards before, because they were extremely cautious about drinking. First they scoped the place out. A few piglets grunted and trotted forward a few steps, then hurried right back. After several rounds of testing the waters, they finally reached the edge. And still they didn't drink, swaying left, swaying right, retreating, coming back. They were getting on my last nerve. I lined up on the biggest, most obvious boar. Bang! One shot. The big boar never expected me to be so rude. It hadn't even finished its little back-and-forth performance before I dropped it. The instant the other boars heard the shot, they took off like sprinters hearing the starting pistol. With their leader gone and no one holding them together, it was every pig for itself. I had the high ground and took my time aiming. I burned through the remaining 4 rounds in the rifle and dropped 2 more, one big, one small. I was thrilled. All right. Tomorrow night, I'd take care of Song Galen's problem, then head into the county town and look around. Meanwhile, as the sky darkened, the sound of crying drifted out of Song Galen's house. The Song Galen who was cheerful, gentle, and strong in front of me had turned into a bitter, wailing woman, sobbing and complaining without stopping. It's all my rotten luck. If I'd been born a boy, my parents wouldn't have thrown me away, and I wouldn't have gone around selling knives with strangers. If I hadn't come here to sell knives, I wouldn't have married into your Jia family, and I wouldn't have given your Jia family a son and a daughter. If I hadn't had the children, I could remarry with a clear conscience now. I wouldn't have to worry about how much those 2 would suffer without a mother. It's all my rotten luck. Her bettered father-in-law's head was splitting, and he started cursing out his blind mother-in-law. You worthless old hag. I told you back then not to go chasing a bargain. Told you it'd bring trouble down on us. Short-sighted woman. Not only did you take a knife-lender's blade behind my back, you had the nerve to take the woman she was peddling too. Look at us now. Son dead, daughter-in-law out of her mind, me flat on my back, you blind. This whole family is ruined, and you ruined it. The blind, old woman laughed coldly. I knew a knife-lender's blades and a knife-lender's people were both bad business. I knew we wouldn't come to a good end, but we were dirt poor back then. If I hadn't done it, your son would have died a bachelor. Where would the daughter-in-law have come from? Where would the grandson and granddaughter have come from? I did it for the next generation. Song Galen had told me she'd traveled around selling knives with a mysterious middle-aged woman. At the time, my attention was entirely on human trafficking. It never occurred to me to look at it any other way. I had no idea the strange thing attached to her was connected to the knife lenders. If I'd known earlier, I definitely would have laid low a while longer before making a move. Knife lenders. A shadowy band of prophets famous in folklore all across the country. Stories about them are everywhere, north to south. Even Hugong up north and Hainan down south have heard of them. Knife lenders are real. They rarely go into the cities, mostly working remote mountain villages, some carrying knives on their backs, some with shoulder poles. They only lend. They never sell. They give the villagers a prophecy, get a signature and a fingerprint, and keep careful accounts. If the prophecy comes true, they come back to collect. If it doesn't, the knife is free. Back in the 80s and 90s, a wave of knife lenders left behind mysterious predictions. The most famous one went, when sheep cost 1,000 and cattle cost 10,000, a wife will cost a few $100,000. Sure enough, it came true. But the knife lenders never came back to collect. And after that, they simply stopped appearing altogether. There are fakes online, of course, either attention seekers or plain old con artists. Since nobody can figure out how they ever made money, people online rank them alongside those mysterious peddlers who drive little trucks around the country selling Authentic Tianjin fried dough twists. The two great mysterious organizations of the folk world. I've never met a knife lender, but I've heard the stories. I have a friend from Shaanxi County whose family has a cleaver, a knife lender left with them. Decades of use, and it still hasn't worn out. Excellent quality. The deal was that they'd come back to collect once. Sheep cost 1,000 and cattle cost 10,000. They never showed. I'd shot the boars, but then I ran into a big problem. I had no idea how to dress a wild boar in the field with crude tools. No exaggeration, plenty of people can't. A lot of them can't even kill a chicken or clean a fish. A modern guy who watched somebody butcher a pig once as a kid and barely sets foot in a wet market as an adult. Does he automatically unlock the pig butchering skill just by landing in 1970? Not a chance. That was me. All I could manage was roping the boars up into a tree and roughly gutting them. Anything too troublesome to deal with I just tossed. The heart, lungs, and kidneys, which didn't need much cleaning, I kept. By then it was dark. I stored the pork in my space and washed my hands in the creek. Blood doesn't come off easily. I had to scrub with sand and grit, then rinse, over and over, before my hands were finally clean. I was covered in dust by that point, and I'd worked up a good sweat. Figuring I didn't have to worry about catching a cold, I decided to save myself the trouble and go take a bath at the pool, save fuel and water both. I was almost there when I suddenly heard a man and a woman laughing and talking over that way. My hearing these days is nothing like an ordinary person's, and this ravine carries sound. I was still at least 100 meters from the pool, with brush and big boulders in between. There was no way they could spot me. It's just that. Who could it be? These mountains had wolves and leopards, wolves especially, tons of them. You could be out grazing sheep in broad daylight, look away for a second, and a wolf would drag off 2 of them. Never mind after dark. So I was curious. Who had the guts to come out here after nightfall to flirt and fool around? Was falling in love worth dying for? Using the brush and the big rocks for cover, I crept closer. Before I even got there, I spotted them behind a boulder. Wang Jianjun, the oldest of the Wang brothers, plus old Donkey He, both of them pawing at a young woman. One look and you could tell she was no amateur. She was holding off 2 grown men without breaking a sweat, scolding them like she was about to get mad, but never actually getting mad, just giggling coquettishly, playing hard to get while clearly inviting more. Now and then she'd let them cop a little feel, but she judged the line perfectly, enough to keep them hooked, never enough for anything to actually happen. A total pro. Old Donkey He was chuckling away, familiar with her. They'd obviously done this dance before. Wang Jianjun, the green kid, was a living definition of all talk, no nerve. He needed old Donkey He coaching him before he dared grab anything at all. One push from the woman and his hand shot right back. Don't be like that. Let go of me. Keep it up and I'm really going to get mad. Old Donkey He gave her a shameless, oily grin. What's the rush? It just got dark. Night's still young. No. I told them I was going out for water. If I don't come back soon, my Daigu's going to come looking for me. You know how long it took us 2 to get a chance like this? You think you can walk away without giving us something real? Fine. Go ahead. Just give Brother Wang his ration coupons back. The woman put on a pained look, biting her lip, twisting her fingers together in fake agony, which gave old Donkey He the opening to grab 2 good handfuls. Seeing that, Wang Jianjun hurried to follow suit. Boo-hoo, you're bullying me. I'm not coming out here again. I want to go home. The second it looked like she might cry, Wang Jianjun panicked and opened his mouth to apologize. Old Donkey He, veteran lecher that he was, wasn't having it. Cry about what? You took the coupons yourself. You agreed to this yourself. Now you act like we're forcing you? You tell us, if you don't want it here, then where? The woman turned her head away, all performative bashfulness. How about tomorrow, outside the village? By the haystacks at the edge of the threshing ground. Old Donkey He turned to Wang Jianjun. What do you say, brother? There's nowhere to even sit here, and we didn't bring anything to lay down. Maybe we give her one more day? Wang Jianjun had all his blood in the wrong place by then. What reason did he have left? The moment old Donkey He said it, he started wavering. Old Donkey He deliberately played bad cop. See? Brother Wang's not happy. You'd better make it up to him. But, no buts. Get on with it. The woman gave Wang Jianjun a pitiful look. Jianjun, little brother, give your big sister one more day. Let me get ready. I really can't get over the hump tonight. Just give me a little time, okay? Green kids are dumb, and most of them are soft-hearted too. He'd paid her plenty, and he still couldn't help worrying about her feelings. Wang Jianjun was about to agree when old Donkey He cut in. You can't just make him wait a whole day for nothing. Here's what we'll do. I'll go fetch water over there, out of your way, and you give the kid a little something. And it's settled for tomorrow night. Nobody changes their mind again. With that, before Wang Jianjun could say a word, he shouldered his empty buckets and headed for the pool. With old Donkey He gone, the woman got a lot bolder. She met Wang Jianjun with a few kisses, pressed herself against him, gave a couple of wiggles, just enough of a taste to keep him coming. Wang Jianjun grinned, so wide you couldn't see his eyes. He let her step out from behind the boulder, straighten her rumpled clothes, and run off, all shy. Watching her go, then looking at Wang Jianjun standing there grinning like an idiot, full of anticipation, I sighed. The moment she said her man's name was Dagu, I knew exactly who she was. There were 4 Bai brothers, Dalong, Dahu, Daniu, and Dagu. Dagu was the 4th, nicknamed by the dog, the village's most notorious deadbeat. And the wife he'd married was no lightweight either. Her name was Xiaozue. Just last year the two of them had pulled a badger game for the Bai family, framing an educated youth so thoroughly he'd been shipped off to build the reservoir. Now she'd sunk her hooks into Wang Jianjun, with old donkey He working the middle. When this blew up, it was going to blow up big. If Wang Jianjun showed up at that threshing ground, he had it coming. But what was it to me? I barely knew the Wang brothers. We'd exchanged a few words on the train, that was it. The two of them had tried to pull me into their little worker family background clique, and I hadn't given them the time of day. Was I supposed to be Mr. Good Samaritan just because we rode in together? She wasn't some beauty worth saving, and he'd walked onto the hook all by himself. Why should I lose sleep over it? If I didn't have to deal with that thing haunting Song Galen tomorrow, and didn't want anyone bothering me while I did, I wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense at all. Not that I planned to warn him nicely. A man that far gone doesn't deserve sympathy. My eyes rolled, and my mean streak kicked in. Watching Wang Jianjun chase after the Bai woman like a dog that had caught a scent, I snapped on my flashlight and barked. Freeze. A man and a woman alone out here. What are you two doing up in the middle of the night? The Bai woman shrieked and took off like a rocket. Wang Jianjun didn't waste any time either. His heels were slapping his own backside. The funniest one was old Donkey Hay. He'd been carrying 2 full buckets of water when my shout hit him out of nowhere. He jerked, his legs went out from under him, and he nearly ate dirt. Both buckets went down with a splat, water sheeting across the ground, the empties rolling away. He'd just started to go after them when the other 2 came tearing past. Don't run. Everybody stop right there and start talking. With the flashlight beam closing in, old Donkey Hay lost it completely. Forget the buckets. He didn't even remember to drop the carrying pole off his shoulder, just bolted after the other 2. You'd never guess it looking at him. A gimpy old geezer, and the man could fly. The 3 of them pounded down the ridge trail like they were cursing their parents for not giving them extra legs. Once they were gone, I found myself 2 free buckets and couldn't stop laughing. Made washing up a lot easier, too. I hauled some water, rinsed off, and headed back feeling great. Almost to the cave dwelling, I sensed something off from a distance. There was someone sitting up on the roof mound. Looking at that familiar silhouette, for the first time I didn't get that warm, dreamy feeling. Instead my nerves pulled tight, even tighter than the first time. A little tense. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, stretched my spiritual sense out as far as it would go, and quietly circulated my spiritual energy, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Only once I was fully prepared did I walk over, slow and easy. Song Galen was the same as always, head tilted back, staring up at the sky like stargazing was some kind of addiction. Xiao Gai. Didn't you say you weren't coming around for a while? Her face opened into a smile, like a flower bursting into bloom. I missed you, so I came. I felt her over carefully. Nothing off about her. Looks like that thing really can't leave the village. It hadn't followed her. Just as well. Good chance to ask her what exactly was going on with me, so I could prepare accordingly. Know yourself. Know your enemy. Win every battle, right? I was still working out how to bring it up when she smiled and spoke first. Actually, I wanted to come yesterday too, but I saw 2 of the girl students heading this way. Figured they were looking for you, so I turned back. I felt a little awkward, like a cheating boyfriend caught red-handed. Luckily my skin's gotten thicker these days. Awkward, sure, but not that awkward. Ahem. We didn't do anything yesterday. Just talked about life. Ideals. That sort of thing. She laughed, delighted. So you did take my advice to heart. You learn fast. But you shouldn't have said it like that. What you should have said is, what girl students? I don't know anything about that. That's the perfect answer. The heir to the great joyful union sect, having to be taught by a woman how to be a proper scumbag. Now I was genuinely embarrassed. I changed the subject fast. Let me haul the stuff up. Wait for me. I'll wait. I went into the cave dwelling, rolled up the bedding on the Kong, and carried it up onto the roof ledge. She was as enthusiastic as ever. I barely had to lift a finger. Everything just flowed naturally. Afterward, cigarette hanging from my lips, one arm around her full figure, I began the standard escort guy routine, the interrogation. Most guys ask, how old are you? Where you from? How'd you end up doing this? Don't you remember wanting to be a teacher, a doctor, a scientist when you were little? This isn't good for you. Get out while you can. And the answers from women who've fallen into the trade are always the same. A gambling father, a weeping mother, a little brother in school, and a broken her. Bad luck with men, a boyfriend who drinks and hits her. No education, no skills, needed money urgently, no other choice. I'm a pretty ordinary guy at heart. My questions were a lot less ordinary, but the principle was identical. Xiao Guy, you know there's something not right about you? I'd assumed she had no idea. Instead, she looked like she'd known all along, gave a helpless little smile, and admitted it straight out. Huh, you figured it out that fast? How'd you tell? She was so upfront about it that it threw me completely off balance. You know? Then why haven't you tried to get rid of that damn thing? She sighed. I thought if you could sense it, you must know something about this world. Turns out you don't know a thing. That thing isn't something an ordinary person can handle. I went to see a master once, in secret. He said it's fate. That from the very beginning I was destined to change someone else's fate in their place. Even that woman coming back wouldn't change it. That thing will follow me until my family's ruined and every one of us is dead. Or what? You wouldn't understand. Have you ever heard of the knife lenders? Knife lenders. The ones who wander from village to village, house to house, lending out scissors and cleavers on credit. The hair on my arms stood straight up. A cold shiver ran through me. Are you telling me that middle-aged woman who took you around selling kitchen knives door to door, she was a knife lender? Wasn't I clear enough the first time? Fine. My fault for not listening carefully. I was too busy being outraged on behalf of all those poor girls. Huh, you really are a good man. But not all knife lenders are the same. That woman wasn't an ordinary one. She comes from the same lineage, and what she does looks similar on the surface, but underneath it's the exact opposite. Do you know where the knife lenders came from? I thought about it. I've heard they descend from Giguzi, back in the Warring States period. Giguzi's revered as a founding patriarch by the military strategists, the Taoists, and the Yin-Yang school alike. Supposedly, he lived for centuries, never stayed in one place, and passed on his teachings to whoever was fated to meet him. Every one of his students was a monster. Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Shang Yang, Bai Qi, Li Si, Lu Buwei, Yu Yi, Li Mu, Wang Jian, Su Fu. All taught by him. Even Han Xian, the god of war himself, has ties to that profound subtlety immortal one way or another. Right? That woman took me to Yunming Mountain once, to pay respects to that very patriarch. I didn't know Yunming Mountain was Giguzi's sacred ground. I didn't even know where it was. What I did know was that this time I'd kicked a steel plate for real. An heir to a tradition blending the school of diplomacy, the Yin-Yang school, the military strategists, and Taoism, even a watered-down one, could cook up things I had no business underestimating. If she wanted to hurt someone, could a half-baked chi-refining cultivator of the Joyful Union sect actually stop her? Honestly, I had no confidence at all. The Joyful Union sect's dual cultivation techniques share the same fundamental basis as the Yin-Yang school's Yin-Yang and five-phase theory. They wouldn't counter a knife lender's black arts. Hell, in terms of pure theory, the Joyful Union sect of the cultivation world was a little brother compared to the Yin-Yang school. It's just that the cultivation world has abundant spiritual energy, better conditions, more viable paths. That's what makes it look so impressive. Drop actual Yin-Yang doctrine into the cultivation world, and it'd be a heaven-grade technique everyone would kill for. The moment it surfaced, blood would rain from the sky. Sure, the Yin-Yang lineage eventually walked itself into the dead end of the five virtues cycle, propping up imperial legitimacy, and gradually got absorbed into Taoism and Confucianism. But its influence runs deep. Any Chinese person knows a little bit of it. That kind of power is nothing to joke about. Yin-Yang and the five phases, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Everybody knows that much, right? Thinking about it, I started to lose my nerve. Song Galen seemed to see right through me. She said, completely unbothered, it's fine. I gave up hoping a long time ago. At least before that master ran into trouble, he made arrangements for my 2 children. Even if I die, it won't touch them. That shocked me. There are people that capable in this world. How did he cut your 2 kids out of it? Simple. Sever the family tie. He had me sign a document, reported it up to heaven, down to the underworld, and handed a copy to the party secretary in between. Then he took the 2 of them to the Laojun temple, and when they came back he said he'd offered them to Lord Lao as temple children. So the way it stands now, I'm raising these 2 kids on Lord Lao's behalf. That makes them safe. I sucked in a sharp breath. Damn, that's a real master too. How's that any different from picking up life-buying money and stuffing it in a merit box? What's his name? Which village? I'd like to pay him a visit. Pay a visit. Playing dumb was the act. Taking him on as a master was real. Say what you want. That kind of experience alone puts him in a league of his own. He left. Said a great calamity was coming, and he had to get out of the way. Then overnight, he took his whole family and vanished without a trace. Never saw him again. Whoa, he could read fortunes too. Not just fortunes. He could read ancestral grave sites, read feng shui, burn incense to cure sicknesses caused by evil spirits. Folks from 10 villages around came to him whenever something went wrong. So did he ever foresee that you'd run into me one day? Nope. That was a little disappointing, but I went back to asking about that strange business. What is that thing anyway? Powerful enough to destroy a whole family. Just mentioning the damn thing made her squirm. It's an evil thing the knife lenders forge. Outsiders call it a karmic debt ghost, kind of like what ordinary folks call a debt collector ghost. My dad was afraid my little brother wouldn't survive, right? So that woman made a deal with my parents, signed and fingerprinted 3 handfuls of dried sweet potato in exchange for me. I'd take my brother's suffering for him, go hungry in his place, eat all the bitterness that was supposed to be his, carry all the debt that was supposed to be his. That way, if my brother didn't make it to 18, she wouldn't collect a thing. If he did, she'd come settle accounts with my dad. What price my parents would have to pay, I don't know, but you can bet it wasn't cheap. I didn't get it. Weren't your parents afraid they'd hand you over and the method wouldn't even work? Knife lender prophecies don't come true every single time. Clearly they aren't gods. Weren't they worried the woman was a swindler who just wanted to steal you away? She burst out laughing, a laugh with something bleak in it. You're worrying over nothing. In my parents' eyes, I was worth exactly as much as those few handfuls of dried sweet potato. Nice to have, no loss if gone. For a son to carry on the family name. They couldn't have cared less whether I lived or died. Hell, they'd have been happy for me to keep getting unlucky, so I'd drag away all my brother's bad luck with me. What about the Jia family? Why did that woman marry you into them? She let out a scornful snort, like she'd just remembered the funniest joke in the world, and collapsed against me, shaking with laughter. Hee hee. My mother-in-law is a greedy old thing. There's nothing she won't do to get something for free. She took that woman's knife, but didn't want to pay the price, and on top of that she wanted a daughter-in-law for nothing. Those idiots in the Jia family actually had the nerve to threaten a knife lender, said if she didn't leave me behind, they'd quietly do her in and bury her out in the wild hills. But that woman was hoping to leave me behind. I'm a jinx, carrying a karmic debt ghost. Anyone who touches me, their whole family dies out. And since my mother-in-law refused to honor the contract, by the rules, she had to bring disaster down on the Jias. Look at it. How many years has it been? My father-in-law's health went bad, never recovered, and eventually he was paralyzed in bed. My mother-in-law used to have sharp eyes, those triangular eyes of hers wide open, prowling around all day looking for something to snatch. But after I came through that door, her right eye slowly went blind, then the left, and soon she couldn't see at all. Then my husband. First he went mad, then he fell to his death. And dying wasn't the end of it. I didn't even wait out the 35 days of mourning before I went and put a green hat on him myself. A chill crawled up my back. By that logic, am I going to get hit too? I never did anything to you, did I? I even donated money and ration coupons to your family on my own. Her body, pressed tight against mine, stiffened for a second, then relaxed again. Didn't I tell you? Don't pity anybody, and don't trust anybody. Anyone might be playing you, including me. You think just because I'm good-looking, got a decent figure, and seem so pitiful, that I must be a good person? Would a good person strong-arm the party secretary into helping her set you up? Would a good person know she's a jinx and go seduce you anyway? Would a good person show up at your door and start taking her clothes off the moment she sees you? Would a good person say she doesn't want you supporting her kids while she's secretly calculating how to get money out of you the whole time? When I asked you back then, I set you up, so why aren't you angry? What did you say? Huh, you actually said it's because you're stupid. How old are you? Can you stop being so damn naive? You and me, we're just a shameless pair who got together without a matchmaker, each taking what we need. I'm after your money. I want to leave my kids as much as I can before I die. And aren't you after my body? If I were old and ugly, would you give me the time of day? What? Don't tell me you've gone and caught feelings. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, you've got it wrong. I'm not upset about you trading your body for money. I'm just plain scared of dying. I want to know when that karmic debt ghost is coming for me, how to deal with it, whether it has a weakness. I don't know if it has any weakness, and I don't want to die either. If I knew, would I still be sitting here like this? Even if I wanted my in-laws and my husband dead, I couldn't just ignore what happens to my kids, could I? Fine. It's okay if you don't know. I'll figure something out myself. What could you possibly figure out? No idea. One step at a time. Huh. Then you really got the short end of it. I kept telling you not to hold back, and you're such a timid little thing. Come at me hard for once, would you? So gentle the whole time. What? Afraid I couldn't take it. Regretting it now. Saying I had no regrets would have been a lie. But what I regretted wasn't holding back. It was tangling with the wrong person. Widows really are untouchable. A ripe peach tastes good, sure, but it's too dangerous. This was a hard lesson learned. Next time, I'd remember it. Song Galen told me how the thing worked. All I know is it comes and goes like a ghost. Sometimes it clings to me, sometimes to the old couple. Sometimes it just disappears, doesn't show itself for days. It usually doesn't leave the village, but not always. There's some kind of bond between it and me that can't be cut. Once, while it was gone, I took the kids and ran all the way to the county bus station, ready to leave northern Shaanxi for good. It still caught up with me. It can mess with your mind, too. When it's on me, my head fills with nothing but dark thoughts, and I can't stop crying. And the more I cry, the worse things go for the family. When it's not on me, I'm still not right. All these extreme thoughts keep bubbling up. My mind wanders all day long. When I'm sleeping, when I'm working. Sometimes I can't control myself. I used to be a very conservative person, but the moment that thing leaves, I can't help wanting somebody to take me in hand. The tension is unbearable. And it's your fault too. Why do you have to be so generous? And handsome on top of it? How was I supposed to resist? That's why, with my blind mother-in-law egging me on, I came to you myself and kept telling you not to be so polite about it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hold on, you call that polite? Polite. Way too polite. Then what would count as not polite? She leaned close to my ear. Here's the English translation. Beside her, muttering a few words. Oh, I get it now. While there's still time, get your money's worth. Don't let yourself come out short. Go wild on me. Do whatever you want. Don't worry. I can take plenty. Once she'd put it that way, why should I hold back? After all those years of studying materials, you think I didn't know a few tricks? This time the sounds from up on the roof weren't just soft moans. There were a few screams thrown in, raw enough to tear a throat. I went all out, and let Song Galen feel truly alive for once. Afterward, she was more than satisfied, face flushed red, eyes hazy, and she still remembered to thank me. Qingzhou, thank you. You really are a good young man. If you're going to deal with that filthy thing, then prepare properly. My guess is it won't come after you just yet, but it won't be long. I understand. I'll prepare carefully. I really don't want you to die. You're the benefactor I picked out for myself. You're going to be somebody someday. I'm counting on you. Someday when you're in a good mood and you remember this poor, miserable big sister of yours, maybe you'll give my family a hand. If you died, I'd feel guilty the rest of my life. These days I only half believe anything Song Galen says, even when she keeps urging me to prepare well, like she's on my side. And what would my preparation be? Getting help from the two female sent-down youths, of course, Zhou Qian in particular. Near dawn, I walked Song Galen back to the village. This time I didn't stop at the village entrance. I went closer, so I could get a good look at that unnatural thing. My cultivation level was different now, and my perception had climbed another step. The moment we reached the terrace outside her cave dwelling, I saw a mass of something drift out of her body. From far away, it just looked like a clump of black mist. Up close, though, I could see a face inside that mist, something like a human face. I say something like, because it had no nose and no eyebrows. Every way you looked at it, it was wrong. And it was genuinely disgusting. As it floated closer, it looked like a big slimy toad, and it climbed onto Song Galen's body with practiced ease. It seemed to sense me watching. Two pallid eyeballs with no pupils swiveled toward me. The corners of its mouth curled, and it slid behind Song Galen, staring at me and grinning that eerie grin. The feeling was like being fixed in the sights of a king cobra rearing up out of the grass, like it might strike the very next second. My nerves went taut, and I circulated my technique. If it dared to lunge, I'd give it a taste of my best weapon, yin-yang force. Turns out the thing wasn't stupid. It seemed terrified of my yin-yang force. It opened its mouth wide, bearing a row of jagged, rotted teeth, and let out a soundless roar at me. Then Song Galen's expression changed. All that tenderness from before was gone. She started sobbing, shot me one resentful glare, and hurried home without looking back, that thing riding along with her. For a moment, I couldn't even tell which one was the real Song Galen. A face change that fast. It's a shame she never took it to Sichuan for the stage. Heh, now I've seen it clearly. That's women for you. I stood there with the image of that thing still filling my head, but the tension I'd felt at first was gone. What people imagine about the unknown is almost always worse than the real thing. Once you actually face it, it isn't so frightening. And I'd noticed something. That ghostly thing felt remarkably like the yin energy in the yin-yang true essence inside me, practically cast from the same mold. If that was true, then what was it to me but fertilizer? Why should I be afraid of it? Wasn't it planning to come make trouble for me? Let it try, after I've cultivated a few more days. Heh, by then, I'm more worried it won't dare come at all. That thought loosened something in me. I headed back humming a tune, grinning. The pretty girl's fine, the pretty girl's wild. Oh, the pretty girl walks into the green sorghum field. Back at my cave dwelling, I hauled the meat down from the roof, took a quick bath, and dropped straight into bed. I slept until nearly noon before I climbed up, splashed water on my face, shouldered my rifle, and hustled off to the village. Wang Jianjun was acting strange that day. Normally he liked to be seen. He'd never gone as far as Gaolan, always forming cliques to gang up on someone. But he was eager just the same. Farm work, digging wild greens, hauling water, cooking. He had to be in the middle of all of it, and he loved playing boss and telling people what to do. Today, though, something was off. That little rooster who was always strutting had gone limp, and he kept spacing out. The reason was last night. Last night he'd run for his life alongside the wife of the fourth by brother, by Dago, and Black Old Donkey. Faces white, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. They'd nearly been scared to death. Right before they reached the village, Black Old Donkey was still carrying the shoulder pole with no water buckets left on it. That should tell you how badly the three of them had been spooked. Once they'd finally shaken off a pursuit that had never existed in the first place, and the three of them had caught their breath, Dagu's wife realized the buckets were gone. She froze, then burst into frightened tears. Old Donkey, where are the buckets? Those were our new buckets. If they're lost, my Dagu will beat me to death. Black Old Donkey couldn't have cared less. He and the Dagu couple were nothing more than business partners. His job was to scout out the male sent-down youths who were dumb, full of themselves, young and hot-blooded, and nudge them into going to see Dagu's wife. In exchange, the Bai family looked the other way while Dagu's wife let Black Old Donkey take a few liberties. Any other benefits? Don't be ridiculous. The two old Bays were no good, and their 4 sons were worse. You think they'd let an old bachelor like Black Old Donkey in on the money or the perks? Now the buckets were lost, so why was that his fault? Was he supposed to pay for them? Black Old Donkey wasn't having any of it. He threw down the shoulder pole, turned around, and left. Wang Jianjun was a green kid. He hadn't matured into some seasoned old Wang from next door yet. He had no experience at all with sneaking around. The second he heard the buckets were missing, he was scared out of his wits, terrified the militia would trace the buckets back to him. He was shaking like a chick left out in the cold. The moment Black Old Donkey walked off, Wang Jianjun took off running too, leaving Dagu's wife standing there. Back at the sent-down youth station, nobody asked him where he'd been. Sent-down youths were restless young people with energy to burn. Coming back a little late was nothing unusual. But that wasn't how Wang Jianjun saw it. He was convinced everyone's eyes were secretly on him. Every time someone spoke in a low voice or laughed, he was sure they already knew and were talking about him. He barely slept all night. The next morning at work, he spotted Dagu's wife from a distance, with a clear handprint across her face. And what did that mean? It meant Bai Dagu knew the buckets were gone, and very likely knew what his wife had been up to on the side with Wang Jianjun and Black Old Donkey. So Wang Jianjun had been keeping his head down. So listless he barely bothered to answer his own little brother when spoken to, terrified that any minute now Big Dog Bai would come at him with a club and break his legs. He didn't need to worry. Catch a thief with the goods, catch adulterers in the act. Given the Bai family's reputation these days, without hard proof, nobody would believe a word out of their mouths, even if they'd caught him red-handed. But everyone has to grow into themselves, don't they? The guy next door didn't start out as the guy next door either. He had to work his way up from rookie to seasoned pro. Right now Wang Jianjun was guilty as sin and stupid enough to think they'd come after him. What he didn't understand was that the Bays didn't dare make a peep about it. They'd already written the whole thing off as bad luck. They'd set the trap and were just waiting for him to walk in. But I was afraid Old Donkey Hay, Wang Jianjun, and the Bays running around at night would wreck my own plans. So I stuck my nose in where it didn't belong and tore their stage down before the curtain went up. Otherwise, Wang Jianjun would be pinned bare-assed against a haystack on the threshing ground right about now, face beaten black and blue, riding home to beg for money to make the problem go away. You think the Bays wanted a few grain coupons? They meant to clean him out and leave him with no way to complain about it. Foolproof, really. He got off easy and didn't even know it. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and strolled toward the village. Coming up the dirt slope behind the village, I ran into the sent-down youths picking locust blossoms along the roadside. The Wang brothers, Gao Lan, Lu Shufan, Yu Qian, Zhou Qian, Su Weihong. All of them. We were all in the same boat, so I played it friendly, acting like I had no idea Gao Lan and Lu Shufan had been running their mouths about me behind my back. I said hello, cool as could be, and pulled out my cigarettes to pass around to the guys. Yu Qian had a good impression of me. He thought I was modest and easygoing, no airs about me, and not the pushy, look-at-me type like Gao Lan and Lu Shufan. Easy to get along with. He was happy for the excuse to take a smoke break, so he took one, lit up, and struck up a conversation. While he talked, I quietly shot Zhou Qian and Su Weihong a look. Both girls caught it immediately. Then I went off to find the party secretary. I actually had business with him. I'd bagged 3 wild boars, remember, 2 big ones and a small one. No way I could eat all that myself. I needed to sell some and get grain coupons. Even rationing carefully, my grain would only last 3 months. No rush now, but I'd have to buy more eventually. Besides, I wanted to look around the county seat. In an era where everything ran on ration coupons, money alone wouldn't get you a good life. You needed connections to get your hands on the right coupons, and a little clout wouldn't hurt, which meant I couldn't just hole up in this mountain valley forever. The moment the secretary heard I wanted a travel permit, he frowned. What do you need to go to the county for? I could hardly say I was going to sell meat. Pork? I already had my excuse ready. I want to get a long bamboo pole and a net bag for catching pheasants. Nobody in our commune sells them. Only the county seat. The secretary was responsible for us sent-down youths. Without a legitimate reason, he wasn't about to let anyone wander off, especially alone. If something happened, who'd answer for it? A net bag? For pheasants? What are you fishing? I glanced around, nobody nearby, and put on a mysterious air. Secretary, this is a trick I paid good money for and bought a man several rounds of hard liquor to learn. I'll tell you, but don't go spreading it around. Seeing how serious I looked, he actually got curious. Go on then. I won't breathe a word. The man works at a coal mine, so he can borrow a miner's lamp. He says pheasants settle into a patch of grass at night, or burrow into the brush to sleep. Same as our chickens roosting up in the trees after dark. Shine a miner's lamp on them. A flashlight works in a pinch, and the light blinds them. They won't fly even if you walk right up. Tie a net bag to a pole, and you can scoop up a few easy. Works on hares too, though your success rate drops. He understood it right away, but there was no way any of them could copy it. No money, no coupons, they couldn't buy a flashlight. And even if they did, they couldn't afford the batteries. Spending that kind of money for a bite of meat made no sense when you could trade for grain coupons and buy food instead. Only a sent-down youth from a well-off family like me had the leisure to fool around with something so much work for so little return. The secretary wrote me a permit on the spot, a letter of introduction to buy supplies in the county seat, everything filled in by the template except the date. I could write in whichever day I wanted and take myself off to town. I was pleased. I tucked the permit away, said my goodbyes, and headed back. Passing the others still working, Zhou Qian and Su Weihong deliberately flicked their little tongues out and licked their lips, like they'd just eaten too many locust blossoms on the face of it. It lit a fire in me all the same. That afternoon I brought out the small boar, tied its hind legs, hung it upside down from a tree, and tried my hand at skinning it. How should I put it? Maybe the knife was no good. Maybe it was because I hadn't blown air under the hide, but it wasn't easy. Took me ages before I finally got it done. The head and trotters I couldn't manage at all, so I just stashed them in the space for now and dealt with them later. Nothing would go to waste anyway. I could use them as bait next time I went hunting. Once it was cleaned up, there were maybe 12 or 13 catties left, bone and all. I couldn't be bothered to butcher it properly, so I took the axe to it. Chop, 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 and turned the little boar into ribs. That made it easy to cook. Just get the gaminess out and stew the hell out of it. The heart, liver, and such weren't worth anything, so I threw them in the pot for myself too. Later I could slice them up or stir-fry them with chilies and seasoning. Either way, before I knew it, night had fallen. The rain that had been holding off for days finally came down. Slowly, it got heavier. I started to worry Zhou Qian and Su Weihong wouldn't come. I was still debating whether to just start eating when the two of them came charging up the slope through the rain, mud all the way up their feet. I hurried to open the door and let them in. Both girls were soaked to the scalp, their clothes plastered to them. Northern Shaanxi wasn't warm yet at this time of year, and once the night wind picked up, it got cold fast. I didn't have time to enjoy the view. I grabbed towels and dug out some of my own clothes for them to change into. Last thing I needed was them catching cold. Honestly, nobody knows how to work a situation better than me. Far from being put off, the two of them thought I was being sweet and let me get an eyeful without the slightest fuss. Once they'd changed, they wrapped towels around their heads the way the local women did and sat by the stove to warm up. After a while, the color came back into their faces. Rotten timing today. If I'd known, I wouldn't have had you come. That rain came out of nowhere, and it's only getting worse. Hee hee, it wasn't this bad when we left the village. Who knew it'd start pouring like that? We already told everyone in the dorm we weren't coming back tonight. We couldn't have gone back if we wanted to, so we just gritted our teeth and came through the rain. SSSS, it's freezing. Zhou Qian rubbed her arms and asked, "What's for dinner? Something good? Why does it smell so amazing?" I hurried to haul the low wooden table up onto the kong and started bringing out the food. Dried vegetables stewed with wild boar, cold-dressed pig heart, and cold-dressed pig liver. The gamey smell got to me, so I went heavy on the vinegar in the cold dishes. Think you two can handle it? If it's meat, we can handle it. There's pig lung in the small basin too. If you want, you can stir-fry some spicy lung slices yourself. Su Weihong, who was busy rinsing the mud off her feet, perked right up. I'll do it. Lots of chili, lots of garlic. Zhou Qian wasn't having it. Excuse me, I know how to cook too. Su Weihong laughed. Wouldn't you rather sit down with Qingzhou first? You're fighting me over cooking? If you're that eager, it's my turn on kitchen duty the day after tomorrow. You can cover for me. Forget it. Last time I did you a favor and hauled water, I ended up getting roped into everything. And now you want me to cover your shift too? Aya, Qingzhou, you hear that? She's dropping hints at you. Aren't you going to deal with her? I pulled out a bottle of liquor and grabbed chopsticks and tin mugs. No rush. Let me eat my fill first. Zhou Qian was still a girl. After all, her face went red, but her mouth stayed stubborn. Not a chance. I've had practice since last time. You think I'm scared of you? Su Weihong giggled. Qingzhou, you hear that? She's not backing down. That's it. I've decided. I'm betraying her and teaming up with you. That got me interested. Fine by me. Just follow my orders when the time comes. While we joked around, Su Weihong finished the stir-fry, with so much chili that the whole cave dwelling turned into a smoke bomb. Nobody could stay inside. All three of us sneezed our way to the door, threw it wide open, and crowded in the doorway waiting for the fumes to clear. It was still raining outside. Zhou Qian stuck out her hand to catch a few drops, her face lighting up. This rain came right on time. I was worried the crops would dry up and die. Looks like we might get a good harvest this year after all. Su Weihong was less optimistic. Harvest is a long way off. This is just the first hurdle. Still, it's a good start. If it had just rained a little harder. I really hope we don't have to go begging again this year. I don't know a thing about farming, so I had nothing to add. Buckwheat, oats, flax, broomcorn, millet. I'd never even seen them, let alone grown them. Back home nobody planted that stuff, and I'd moved to the city young. Being able to tell wheat from chives already put me ahead of most city folks. Once the air inside cleared out, the two girls dragged me onto the calm, too hungry to wait. Wild boar isn't actually very good. Coarse fibers, strong gamey taste. Lucky for us, it was a young one. A full-grown boar would have been even worse. But they didn't care one bit. Chopsticks flying, a bite of meat, a swig of liquor, any pretense of ladylike manners went out the window. They didn't drink much this time. Neither of them was a drunk. Liquor was just for the mood, and tonight they didn't need alcohol to get there. Eating nothing but meat felt too extravagant. Rationed out, it could have lasted days. They said so themselves and asked if I had any cornbread or flatbread. I can't steam mantu, can't make flatbread. Where was I supposed to get cornbread? But that was no obstacle for two girls with maxed out life skills. They scalded cornmeal with boiling water, washed out the pot, added water, and pressed a ring of patties around the inside rim. The bread came out fast, dense and filling, with the side against the pot turned golden and crisp. Just like what I'd had at northeastern iron pot stew places. Honestly pretty good. Full and satisfied, and the rain had eased off. The three of us cleaned up, washed, blew out the oil lamp, and laid out the bedding. Su Weihong was as good as her word. She made her move before I'd given a single order. With me helping, Zhou Qian never stood a chance. She surrendered fast, turning into an obedient little lamb, entirely at my mercy. I wasn't about to waste the opportunity. I sealed off both women's spiritual awareness, pulled Zhou Qian close, and began to cultivate. Willing partners, yin and yang in harmony. The results were just as good as the first time. I'd barely completed a few circulations when I broke through to the fourth layer of the spirit breath resonance realm, successfully entering the middle stage of qi refinement. Maybe it was the heavy rain, the right time, the right place, the right people. The spiritual energy around us condensed into what felt like a solid rope and slammed into my dantian. An opportunity like that doesn't come twice. I was pouring everything into the technique, ready to ride the momentum toward a higher realm, when everything went sideways. A black shadow with a grotesque grin squeezed silently through the crack in the door, moving fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right behind me. I'll give it this much. The freaky thing was genuinely dangerous, nowhere near as brainless as it pretended to be. It had followed the two girls here earlier and simply waited, in no hurry to strike. It had hidden outside the cave dwelling, watching me the whole time, timing its move to the perfect moment. And just as its black chi was about to wrap around me and cling on like some giant toad, a hand shot out and clamped down on the damn thing's throat. I dragged the ugly creature around in front of me and smirked. You piece of trash. I've been waiting for you. Weren't you so good at playing dumb? Why stop now? At my current level, I won't claim I can sense things far away, but if I couldn't spot it poking its head around right outside my door, I'd deserve to die. The thing had assumed I was lost in the act, tangled up, mind clouded, unable to pull myself free. It figured a man with his pants off was at his most vulnerable, the easiest target there is. What it didn't know was that I was cultivating yin and yang in perfect balance, power surging, twice the spiritual energy in my body than usual. I'd been faking the whole time, deliberately leaving an opening, waiting with something nasty up my sleeve. What do you think a joyous union sect cultivator does? We're the school that specializes in yin-yang combined strikes, and you picked this moment to attack? Damn, that's like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Throat locked in my grip, the thing thrashed in shock and fury. Struggling got it nowhere. I already knew its weakness. I ran my technique at full force, drawing the yin energy out of it while pouring my own yang energy down my arm and straight into its body. In an instant, yin and yang reversed. Its body turned transparent, the yang energy inside it burning like wildfire, nearly reducing it to ash. It shuddered all over and threw its head back with a howl. Aya! The shriek tore through the night like a shockwave. Even the paper on the windows shattered, hanging off the lattice in tattered strips like little flags. I'd heard ghost cries were awful. Now I knew it firsthand. Even I was left dizzy and reeling. In that instant of distraction, the karmic debt ghost turned itself into a streak of black smoke, wrenched free of my grip, and went careening around the room, sending pots, bowls, and pans clattering everywhere. I snapped out of it. My joyous union threads shot out like a python bursting from its den, lashing toward the black smoke. You came onto my turf and you think you're leaving? Get back here. The joyous union threads were formed from the spiritual energy projected out of my body, incredibly tough, rigid or pliant at will, and yin and yang could flow along. It attacked. Basically, the thing was a hose fused with a live wire. Once that creepy bastard wrapped itself around you, what chance did you have? Kick a man while he's down. It was its own fault for being blind. Of all moments, it picked the one when my yin and yang energies were peaking to make its move. So why should I hold back? The black smoke slammed head first into the water vat. I seized the opening and lashed it tight, wrapping spiritual energy in yin qi. It sliced through like a knife through tofu, shearing off the entire back half of the smoke in one clean cut. Yang qi surged through the Hahuan threads into the karmic debt ghost's body, while its yin qi poured into mine. I cranked my cultivation technique into overdrive. Yin and yang cycled between me and Zhou Qian, and in the dim cave dwelling a faint taiji pattern slowly took shape, constantly rebalancing itself and sending my cultivation level skyrocketing. I was ecstatic. One man's poison is another man's honey. I'd guessed it all along. The yin qi in this karmic debt ghost was essentially no different from the yin qi in me. It just came bundled with some gray death qi, some red-tinted resentment, a pile of negative energy, nothing more. As long as I purified it, absorbing only the yin qi and filtering out the death qi, the resentment, the bad luck, and all the other impurities, the impact on me would be pretty limited. And if I studied it a little more, who knows, maybe I could find a female ghost for some dual cultivation. Like they say, be bold enough and even a lady ghost will need maternity leave. That thought got me even more fired up. Seeing it try to bolt, I sent the Hahuan threads chasing after it like a shadow. Don't run, let's play a little longer. Haha, stop struggling. The harder you fight, the stronger I get. This karmic debt ghost really had rotten luck, running into a cheat like me. That ghost body, painstakingly refined by the knife peddler, couldn't touch me or drain my fortune. Instead, it had become my fertilizer. All it could do was run, desperately trying to escape this terrifying place before the yang qi burned it to ash. But how could I let it go? The Hahuan threads clung to it like a disease in the bone, carving off chunk after chunk of its yin qi, then kindly topping it up with yang qi so it too could achieve yin-yang harmony. Problem is, it's a ghost. Yin qi is its main ingredient. The heavier the yin, the stronger it gets, the fiercer the resentment, the more vicious it becomes. So what good did all that yang qi do it? I might as well have been complaining it wasn't dying fast enough. A little more of this and its last shred of spirit essence would scatter. The karmic debt ghost finally couldn't take it. It sacrificed part of its ghost body, shrieked, and squeezed out through the window lattice, fleeing madly toward the village. It had to get back into Songalen to have any hope of clinging to existence. Such a premium nutrition pack, no way was I letting it get away. I scooped up Zhou Qian, kept the technique running, threw open the door, and charged out into the rain after that increasingly transparent streak of black. I have to say, with the mountain wind blowing and the cold night rain hitting bare skin, it was genuinely chilly. The ghost had shrunk quite a bit and kept darting back and forth through the curtain of rain, hard to pin down, especially with a person in one arm. Zhou Qian may not be tall, but she's got a killer figure. She had to be at least 90 pounds. Raindrops slid down her more prominent curves, only to be shaken loose by my violent movements. Honestly, kind of beautiful, but this was no time for sightseeing. Catching the thing and eliminating the threat for good, that was the priority. So there I was, sprinting up and down the hillside like a maniac. From a distance, you'd think I'd invented some revolutionary new position. Even Teacher Sue, queen of the airborne acrobatics, would have been impressed. Hounded with nowhere to fly and nowhere to burrow, the ghost could only rage impotently. Meanwhile, all this real combat experience was making me smoother by the minute. Just as I was about to grind it down to nothing, it snapped. Ghosts have their pride too, and this one's obsession ran deep. Once you provoked it, it was a fight to the death. It was never a gentle, easygoing thing to begin with. Getting chased around and beaten like that would drive even the Buddha berserk. So while I was tearing downhill, it suddenly whipped around and detonated its own ghost body. willing to scatter its very soul just to splatter me with resentment and misfortune. A ghost resentment is seriously nasty negative energy. Take Song Galen, a woman that tough, and years of exposure had still left her a little off. And when a karmic debt ghost's entire reservoir of death chi, resentment, and bad luck erupts all at once and hits a person, it can turn them into a lunatic. If it doesn't drive you mad, it'll wreck your luck and bury you in disaster. Even someone like me, no ordinary man, would end up half sick from it. But I was in a full-speed descent. Momentum like that doesn't change on a dime. Just as the resentment was about to engulf me, I thrust out my right hand, palm turning over and under in a Taiji cloud hands motion. Spiritual power spun in my dantian. Yin and yang blasted outward, and the raindrops around me hit an invisible bubble, each one hanging suspended in midair. I bellowed, Yin-yang force. As for why I shouted the name of the move, I couldn't tell you. Probably watched too many TV dramas. It just felt like the moment called for it. So it came out naturally. Peak showing off. But the yin-yang force really did the job. Not only did all that surging resentment and bad luck fail to touch me or Zhou Qian in my arms, my palm strike sent it rolling back the way it came, drifting far off before slowly dissolving into the air. At that exact moment, in the Jia family's cave dwelling, Song Galen felt something lift off her in her sleep, as if a weight that had been pressing down on her had simply vanished. She jolted awake. Then came the heat, a wave of it, an urge welling up from somewhere deep that she couldn't suppress. Before long, her lovely face was flushed crimson and her body was trembling on its own, like ants were crawling over her skin. A soft moan escaped before she could stop it. Realizing she'd lost her composure, she clapped a hand over her mouth, slipped quietly off the Kong, and walked out into the rain in nothing but a thin undergarment. The night rain soaked her hair, her body, her clothes, and the wind carried away the heat she'd been fighting so hard to contain. It took a while before she felt better. Then she laughed softly. Heh, that little troublemaker. He actually pulled it off? You on the half-immortal, you old fox, you really did hide your talents. Studying purple star astrology that deeply behind everyone's back, calling it dead on every time. That reading you gave me actually came true, word for word. I just wonder if my little troublemaker will end up the way you said, dying an unnatural death. There was once a woman who, on her deathbed, gave her son a piece of very profound advice. Never trust a woman. The prettier she is, the better she lies. And here I was, thinking that lowering my moral standards a notch would make me invincible. The truth is, an ordinary guy like me, raised on modern morals, isn't ruthless enough or cold-blooded enough. Aside from sneaking peeks at study materials, I'd never broken a single law. How was I supposed to compete with Song Galen, a woman who'd clawed her way out of hell itself? There are still plenty of good people in modern society, folks who don't steal, don't rob, don't hurt anyone, and swear undying hatred toward gambling and drugs. They'd be up against a period drama version of Louis Fei with a knockout figure. Please, every single one of them would look like a kid brother next to her. And me at that moment? I still had no clue I'd been used from start to finish, that I was nothing but somebody's tool. I was still congratulating myself on offing that karmic debt ghost. I carried Zhou Qian back to the cave dwelling, toweled the rain off her, and only then released the mental seal I'd put on her and Su Weihong. 1 second Zhou Qian was still all fire and passion. The next she was shivering all over. She only felt better once she'd clamped herself against me. Qingzhou, what's going on? I'm freezing. By now I could lie without even drafting it first. Oh, the paper over the window got soaked through by the rain. Of course it's cold. Both girls turned to look and both froze. Were they really that focused? They hadn't even noticed when the window paper tore. Near dawn the rain stopped, the wind died down, and I called it a night too. I walked the two of them back to the village. As we were leaving, I asked, I might head into the county town tomorrow. You need anything? Zhou Qian thought about it. The donkey intestine in Meiji County town is supposed to be really good. Wei Hong and I have been going on about it forever, and we still don't know what it tastes like. If it's not too much trouble, could you bring a little back for us to try? Su Weihong looked hopeful too. We've seen it before. Last spring we went into town to beg, and we ducked into a state-run restaurant. There were two young guys in work uniforms sitting there with a plate of stir-fried donkey intestine in front of them, bright red chilies, all glossy with oil. It looked amazing. We barely got a good look before somebody chased us out. I was stunned. Hold on. You two have actually gone out begging? Listen to you. Down here doing farm work. How many educated youths get to dodge that? Our families got hit. Our parents went into investigation study classes. Our older brothers and sisters lost their jobs. They can barely keep themselves afloat. The grain coupons they mail us are squeezed out from between their own teeth. There isn't enough food. If you don't go beg, what? You just starve to death in the brigade. Huh? Even you two, compound kids, had it that bad. What did you think? You just got here, there's a lot you don't know. To keep from starving, the two of us did something really shameful once. What was it? Heh, better not say. I'm afraid I'd throw up the meat I just worked so hard to get down. I'll tell you some other time, when the moment's right. It's almost light out. You should head back. Bring the food if you can afford it, don't push it if you can't. Out here in northern Shaanxi, keeping up appearances will genuinely get you starved to death. Wild pheasant and boar taste just as good, and they don't cost money or coupons. Got it. You two head on back. If I actually get hold of that donkey intestine, I'll give you the signal. Hee hee. Sounds good, sweetheart. Your sweethearts will be waiting. The two of them said goodbye, laughing, and walked hand in hand toward the educated youth quarters. What they didn't see was a beautiful woman standing up on the terrace, watching them with envy in her eyes. Back at my cave dwelling, I quickly mixed up some paste, repapered the window, and cleaned up everything the karmic debt ghost had knocked around. I stashed the leftover meat and corn cakes in my space and hurried to catch up on sleep. I slept until 10 in the morning, then rolled out of bed, folded up the bedding, brushed my teeth, took off my kit. No, tongue slipped. I changed my shoes, locked the door, and set off toward the county town. I didn't go through the village. I just took the slope straight down to the main road. So I had no idea that by then the Jia place was already packed with people. Party Secretary Chang had brought some men over to help Song Galen handle the funeral arrangements for the old Jia couple. That morning, when Song Galen left for work detail, a neighbor had still seen the blind, old woman tapping her way out the door with her cane. Then Song Galen came back at noon to make lunch and found both of them dead. She ran to fetch the party secretary. He came, took one look, and sighed. It's just as well. They should have gone long ago. No more suffering for them, and no more burden on the young. An old man in the village who knew funeral customs wiped the two bodies down. There wasn't even a thin plank coffin. They just put them in the clothes with the fewest patches, the ones that were still halfway clean, and wrapped them in a torn Kong mat. The Jias were dirt poor. Forget laying out the bodies for 3 or 5 days or putting on a funeral banquet. There wasn't even a scrap of white cloth in the house for mourning. But that was easy enough to solve. They tore the white lining out of some clothes, and Song Galen and the two kids tied it on and knelt at the head of the Kong. It saved everyone money, really. Each household sent one representative to pay respects. The younger generation cowed out. And just like that, most of the funeral was done. The party secretary put up some grain, and a few men found a level patch on the Lus hilltop and dug out a double cave grave. Once the pit was ready, Song Galen led the two children, carrying a few pitifully bare offerings, walking behind the men who bore the bodies, crying the whole way as they buried the old couple. Riding in on a donkey cart when I first came to the brigade, the distance hadn't registered. Now that I was covering it on 2 legs, it felt long. Luckily, my physical condition had improved by leaps and bounds, so I wasn't especially tired. When I reached the commune, I made a circuit, not for sightseeing, but to look for a ride going my way. The commune was nothing special. Grain depot, mill, post office, clinic, supply and marketing co-op, commune compound, Carter's Inn, elementary school. You could see the whole thing in 5 minutes. After one loop, there wasn't a single vehicle headed for the county town. No truck, no donkey cart, not even a bicycle. Country folks going into town usually set out at the crack of dawn and come back around noon, which is when you look for a ride. At this hour, it was hopeless. Nothing for it. I kept riding the number 11 bus, my own 2 legs, threading through the gullies until I finally made it into the county town after 5 in the afternoon. Getting there wasn't the end of it. I still needed to find myself a sucker, someone to help me move that wild boar, and a place to stay. True, I had a letter of introduction, fill in a date, and I could check into a guest house or an inn, but I didn't plan on using it. An undated letter of introduction is too precious. With that thing, I could come into town whenever I wanted. Why burn it? In my past life, as a veteran bad student, I knew a thing or two about picking up shady friends. First, age. If I wanted to unload that boar meat smoothly and actually walk away with the money, I couldn't go to some crafty old-timer. Those guys have been around the block for decades. They're too sharp, and they'd probably end up working an angle on me instead. Second, no middle-aged men. They've got families, they've lost their nerve, they think of their wives and kids before they act. Too cautious. They probably wouldn't have the guts to help me. The only real target was a young guy with too much time on his hands, plenty of nerve, not much overthinking, and empty pockets. And if I could turn up the son of some cadre or factory boss, that'd be perfect. Those types aren't afraid of trouble. They've got family backing, and they can wriggle out of anything. Where do you find a kid like that? Somewhere fun, obviously. Like the movie theater. I asked directions the whole way and reached the entrance of the Red Star Cinema just in time to catch a fight breaking out. Young guys, right? Hot tempers. Always figuring heaven ranks first, earth second, and themselves third. Hormones with nowhere to go. See somebody you don't like, beat him up. A day without a couple of brawls outside the movie theater? Now that would be news. I showed up at just the right moment, right in the middle of a showdown between two camps. On one side, the sent-down youth who'd come into town during the farming off-season to bum meals and kill time. On the other, the local hoodlums. The cause was simple. A few of the punks didn't have money for tickets but wanted to sneak in anyway, got caught, and were stuck outside. So there they were, a whole crew sitting on the steps with nothing to do, sizing up every girl who walked by and running their mouths. Then along came a girl who'd tagged along with the sent-down youth looking for a meal. Real pretty, oval face, nice figure, ragged clothes couldn't hide it. The punks perked right up, snickering and tossing out a few dirty comments under their breath. Normally, that would have been the end of it. But these guys were bored out of their skulls, so they started betting each other on who could get her number, so to speak. The girl and her friends had already walked well past them, and they went chasing after her, blocking her path with big, shameless grins, insisting on getting acquainted. But she hadn't come alone. A couple of shouts, and people came running. Hey, let go of her. What do you think you're doing? Molesting a woman in broad daylight. The punks weren't pushovers either. They had experience with this kind of thing. Doesn't matter if you're guilty or not. Just deny everything, start cussing, and swing first. A charge of sexual harassment was no joke back then. Getting into a fist fight was nothing by comparison. Both sides piled in. At first, the local punks had the upper hand, but the sent-down kids stuck together, and the second word got around that a local was hassling one of their girls. More and more of them came running. Pretty soon, the local tough guys were the ones running for their lives, hands over their heads. Chased down the street with nowhere to go, they instinctively bolted back toward home turf, the movie theater. They'd just reached the entrance when the show let out. Guys running, guys chasing, and the whole crowd pouring out of the doors. It turned into a real party. I was in school back when the young and dangerous movies were huge, and I was never exactly an honor student. I'd seen plenty of fights, but 100-person free-for-all like this? Hardly ever. Watching it, I felt downright nostalgic. Easy for me to get nostalgic. I wasn't the one getting hit. Some poor bastard in the crowd with a rat face and a look about him that just screamed creep, though he wasn't so lucky. They called him Skinny Monkey. His family worked at the farm machinery plant. His old man was head of logistics. He'd just come to see a movie with his buddies. Walked out the door and straight into disaster. His friends got swept away in the crowd, and he got grabbed by a pack of sent-down youth. That's him, right? Son of a bitch, we'll kill you, you pervert. Get him. Teach him to go after our girls. Skinny Monkey covered his face and howled. Wrong guy. Wrong guy. I just come to see a picture. I ain't done nothing. With a face like his, claiming he was just there for a movie, who'd buy that? You're exactly who we're after. Nah, listen, let me explain. Save it. Guy doesn't have an honest face on him. Hit him. Hold on now, I've been framed. Hit him first, ask later. Nobody with that face is innocent. What? So whether I harassed a girl gets decided by my face? I look like a creep 'cause my mama and daddy made me that way. How's that my fault? You want to beat somebody? Go on down to the machinery plant and beat on my old man. I nearly died laughing off to the side. Rat-faced he might be, but the man had a hide like a rhino. To save himself a beating, he'd sell out his own father. Talk about filial piety. And that's exactly how I knew. This was the sidekick I'd been looking for. I pushed through the crowd, stepped in front of the guy about to throw a punch, and said with a smile, "Hey, brother, you guys from Beijing? I'm sent down too. I can vouch for him. He came out of the theater. He's not with those punks. Where are you from? Who asked you to butt in?" Chin Song. I'm not butting in. I just don't want people saying we sent down kids don't listen to reason and beat on whoever's handy. Every debt has a debtor. The ones who deserve a beating are those hoodlums, not some skinny little nobody who wandered into the wrong place. All right, fair enough. We'll let it go, out of respect. I grabbed Skinny Monkey by the arm and shielded him out of the chaos at the entrance. Once we were clear, he couldn't hold it in. Buddy, do we know each other? Why'd you help me out? With a kid like this, you just say it straight. No need to dance around. I grinned. I heard you say your dad works at the farm machinery plant. I want a favor, so I pulled you out. Well, I sure do thank you. Saved my hide today. But what kind of favor? Let's get it straight up front. My old man don't listen to me, so I can't do nothing big, and I ain't got a cent in my pocket. I bagged a few wild boars. I want you to help me get them to the machinery plant cafeteria and get them processed. That work? Skinny Monkey looked troubled. By rights, it's the lean season and the plant's short on meat, so it ought to be easy. Problem is that old maid Fong, the accountant. She's a piece of work. Bookkeeping, cash, it all goes through her. There's no going around her. You can't handle her, it ain't happening. Say, buddy, you look pretty solid, and you got a good face on ya. You work her over, and I guarantee my old man won't say a word against it. I stared at him. Hold on, I'm trying to sell meat, and now I've got to sell some meat first? Skinny Monkey said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ain't no big factories in this county. The machinery plant is the best place to work, period. Now, That woman's got a crooked face, skinny, yellow as a dried gourd. Sure ain't pretty, but plenty of folks still line up to set her up with somebody. And you ain't exactly prime cut either. You want to sell, you gotta be sellable. That set me off. The hell? We're both selling meat here. What makes pork so much classier than mine? Looking down on me, huh? Now I've got to prove you wrong. Trading a little on my looks. As heir to the Hawan sect, I didn't see anything shameful in it. In the world I came from, plenty of guys would kill for the chance to be a kept man and never get it. But how to be a kept man that I had no experience with? If I'd had any, I wouldn't have ended up lying flat in the first place. Anyway, Skinny Monkey's needling did the trick. I marched off after him full of righteous swagger, ready to go meet this famously sour, sharp-tongued old maid. As for how I was going to win her over? No idea. Crossed that bridge when I got to it. I followed him to a compound on West Street, the best workplace in the whole county, apparently. The farm machinery plant. It wasn't big. It sat right up against the base of the old city wall, next door to the grain depot and the brick and tile works. Rammed earth walls, a few rows of stone workshops with the sound of machinery and hammering coming out of them, and beside them a handful of cave dwellings that served as offices and dormitories. Miniature, the whole thing. Not many people, either. Around 40 permanent workers. Add the apprentices and temps, and you still didn't clear 60. Small as it was, the workers there carried themselves with plenty of pride. Sparrow may be small, but it's got all 5 organs. They even had a man on the gate. Without Skinny Monkey walking me in, I'd never have gotten past him. We arrived right at the end of shift. Skinny Monkey turned toward the door of the plant office. He pointed, and a frighteningly tall woman came walking out of the cave house. 25, 26 or so. About 5'10", nearly as tall as me, and thin. Really thin. Thin makes you look even taller, and most men wouldn't dare stand next to her. She wasn't ugly, actually. Just a severe face. High cheekbones, slightly hollow cheeks, smallish eyes, a straight high nose, thin lips, a clean jawline. Her features had a built-in keep-your-distance quality. Back in my old life, feed her up a little, put some makeup on her, and she'd be a straight-up runway model. But in an era where round faces, thick waists, and big hips were what people considered beautiful, she wasn't exactly in demand. Her skin was rough, too. Years of working the fields in the sun and wind, eating nothing but coarse grain, hardly any oil or meat. Her complexion was yellow and dull, worn out, older than her years. No wonder Skinny Monkey called her a sallow, scrawny thing. She did have a bit of that classic widow's face about her. Not my type. This phone woman had taken over her mother's job at the plant after her family fell apart. Between working and raising her younger brother and sister, she'd let her own marriage prospects slip right past her. Behind her back, people called her an old maid. Right now, she was carrying a basket. Couldn't tell what was in it. Probably groceries she'd picked up before her shift. Skinny Monkey elbowed me. Well, think you can handle that. There was a nice little dose of schadenfreude in his voice. He wanted to watch me crash and burn in front of that grim, humorless older woman. I'll admit I didn't have much experience picking up girls, and I was feeling a little shaky. But I couldn't let my future psychic look down on me, so I kept a straight face and doubled down. Skinny Monkey. And if I do land her, then what? His dad ran logistics, the guy who spends the money. She was the accountant, the one who guards it. Natural enemies. And on top of that, this woman had a sharp tongue. It wasn't just his dad who couldn't stand her. Skinny Monkey didn't think much of her either. Forget landing her. Forget getting her to take orders from you. If you can just get her to agree to buy your wild boar meat, I'll call that impressive. From then on, you're my big brother, blood sworn. You tell me east, I don't go west. You tell me chase a dog, I don't chase a chicken. Not bad. That's about the highest praise one man can give another. I flipped my hair back and lifted my chin. Then watch and learn, kid. Let me show you what a real ladies' man looks like. Keep up. The two of us shot back out of the yard and hurried after her. West Main was busy, people coming and going. Skinny Monkey figured I'd wait until we hit somewhere quiet before making my move. Instead, I threw the playbook out the window. Barely a few steps in, I opened my mouth and hollered. Cousin, it's me, your cousin Hong Chi. Ah, no. Wrong again, my tongue slipping. Fongjia. Cousin Fongjia. The lady accountant was heading home with her basket. She heard somebody behind her yelling, cousin, thought nothing of it, and didn't even turn around. Her mother was from Gansu, had wandered east during a famine years ago, and ended up married here. There was no family left back home. Where would a cousin come from? Then she heard her own name, and it finally registered. She turned around, and there was a bright, good-looking young man with the friendliest face in the world, jogging toward her in the setting sun. Like something out of a dream. Her mind just went blank. You're calling me? Yeah, aren't you Fongjia? She started to nod, about to ask why he'd called her cousin, but I was already running my mouth like we'd known each other for years. Then that settles it. You're my cousin. Aya, why are you so thin? They not feeding you at home? Look at you. Your cheeks are sunken in, your color's terrible. A young woman like you. That's no good at all. Here, cousin brought you some wild boar, and a pair of nice big kidneys too. Take them home and build yourself back up. Io, you poor thing, you're breaking my heart. You've got to take better care of yourself. Feng Jie stood there dazed. Something felt strange in her chest, and for no reason at all she wanted to cry. Ever since her mother died a few years back, her father remarried, and she took over the job. She'd shouldered the raising of her brother and sister by choice. So of course everyone treated her like an adult, like an elder, like the head of a household who carries everything herself. Almost nobody had ever really cared how she was doing. Nobody treated her like a young girl anymore. Of course she knew this kid had almost certainly mistaken her for someone else. The ages alone didn't add up. But hearing him tell her, so earnestly, to take care of herself, made her nose sting. After a long moment she came back to herself, bit her lip, and a little embarrassed, took the things back out of her basket and held them out to me. I think you've got the wrong person. How old are you, even 18? I'm 24. There's no way I'm your cousin. Here, take your things back. I need to get home and make dinner for my brother and sister. I scratched my head and put on my most innocent, harmless face. That can't be right. Did I get it wrong? You're not Feng Jie. I am Feng Jie. But there's plenty of Feng Jies in this world. I'm not the only one. Go look somewhere else. I frowned. You know, that's actually possible. But that no-good old man of mine only gave me a name. Said she was tall, lived somewhere around West Main. Where am I supposed to look? Feng Jie frowned too, worried on my behalf. Your father didn't tell you anything else? Huh, that old bastard. Ugh, don't get me started. He's not even human. So you couldn't get by at home? You came looking for family. It's not that I couldn't get by. The old man's living it up just fine. I'm the one who got the short end. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I'm a grown man. I can't find my aunt's family, can't find a place to stay, so what? I'm not going to starve to death. What? You don't even have anywhere to sleep? It's fine. I'm tough. Anywhere's a bed. Worst case, sky for a blanket, ground for a mattress. It's not cold anymore. It won't kill me. Don't say that. The nights are still pretty cold. You'll get sick. Nah. If I'm good at one thing, it's roughing it. You go on home. I'll go ask around some more. It's about to get dark. Who are you going to ask? How about you make do at my place for the night and start looking again tomorrow? Huh? Wouldn't that be too much trouble? It's fine. I can fix you something to eat while I'm at it. You haven't eaten, have you? No. Haven't eaten all day. Then come on. I reached over and took her basket. I've got it. Is your place far? I followed Feng Jie toward the end of the street. Behind me, Skinny Monkey was frozen stiff. Eyes bugged out, mouth hanging open, jaw practically on the ground. Holy crap. He really is a ladies' man. He's going home with her already? Unbelievable. The Fengs lived in a cave house compound too. One main cave, two side caves, plus a wing cave and a small courtyard. But the place was old, the rammed earth walls weathered by years of sun and wind, half ready to collapse. The whole thing looked run down. The second I walked in, her brother and sister came out to meet us. Sis, the porridge is done. We've just been waiting on you. Hey, who's this? Is that our future brother-in-law? Brother-in-law. He's a good-looking guy. Feng Jie's face went red. Don't talk nonsense. This is... When it came time to introduce me, she stalled, not knowing what to say. She could hardly tell them the two of us were complete strangers, that she'd mistaken me for someone else, and had felt so sorry for me that she'd brought me home. Only an idiot would buy that. I jumped in. I deliver goods to your sister's factory. Didn't have anywhere to stay tonight, so I came to crash here. Don't worry, I'm not freeloading. I'll cook you all some meat. Sound good? The two kids, 12 or 13 years old, heard meat and forgot everything else. Feng Jie let out a breath, then looked a little embarrassed. That's too much trouble and expense. Things aren't easy for you either. It's nothing. I shot this wild boar myself. Didn't cost me a thing. Where do you usually cook? Let me show you what I can do. I didn't give her a chance to refuse. The two kids were already dragging me inside. Thrilled. I know where. Follow me. I'll work the fire. Meat? We're having meat. I cook a lot, so I'm quick about it. My skills are nothing special, but I'm generous with the seasoning. Heavy on the oil, heavy on the chili. Before long, I had a strange hybrid dish out of the wok. Stir-fried pork slices with kidney and shredded potato. Nobody in this era would turn their nose up at it. In my old life, it would have been roasted as a culinary crime. The two kids wolfed it down. Feng Jie couldn't. It wasn't that she couldn't handle spice. It was too rich for her. She managed a few bites and stopped. One look and I understood. It wasn't my cooking. She'd lived on plain, coarse food for years, and her body had lost its tolerance for fat. A few bites of meat and her chest felt tight. Her stomach turned. You saw this all the time in the countryside. Feng Jie can't eat? Is it that bad? She was working through millet porridge and pickled vegetables with real appetite, and shook her head quickly. No, it's just, I can't handle meat. I've never had the luck for it. I put on my best expression of dawning realization, like I knew exactly what was going on. Oh, so that's it. No wonder you look so pale. You're sick. That got a jolt out of Feng Jie and both kids. My sister's sick? No way. Sick with what? I sighed. This one used to be called the poor man's disease. Nasty thing. The thinner you get, the more washed out you look, and it even wrecks your luck. What? It affects your luck? There's a disease like that? How come I've never heard of it? I glanced out the door like I was worried about eavesdroppers, then leaned in and dropped my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm telling you this, but don't go spreading it around. People will say we've got low political consciousness, chasing after comforts. I call it the poor man's disease because supplies are short these days. Families don't have much, you eat badly, and work hard on top of it. Plain and simple, it's malnutrition. Look at your sister's face. Compare her to other women in their early 20s. What's different? The kids normally thought about nothing but eating and playing. When had they ever really looked? But once I pointed it out, it clicked immediately. There's no meat on my sister's face. She's too skinny. Yeah, and it's kind of red and rough. Not as pretty as the young dang wife next door. I slapped my thigh. Exactly. That's it. You're all in your early 20s, so why the big difference? Feng Jie, you've noticed it too, haven't you? You want to eat something good, put a little weight on, but you can't get it down. Am I right? Feng Jie and the kids stared at me like I was a miracle worker. I'd hit the nail on the head. So how do you cure it? I set down my chopsticks and continued my utterly serious campaign of nonsense. The point isn't curing it. It's building yourself back up, which takes some doing. Feng Jie opened her mouth to say forget it. But the kids beat her to it. How does she build herself back up? Can it be fixed for good? I thumped my chest. No brag, but I've brought more than a couple people back from this. You've got to go step by step. Start with tofu, pheasant, pigeon, wild rabbit, lean meat, no grease. Every day, small portions. Then move on to lean pork and eggs. When you buy meat, don't get the fatty cuts. Still small portions. After that you can work in a little fatty meat, and once it stops turning your stomach, you can eat normally, as much as you want. 2, 3 caddies, no problem. One more thing, don't go smelling raw meat on an empty stomach. From now on, you two do the cooking so your sister doesn't have to deal with the smell. Eat something light before the meat, and don't lie down right after. Go walk around the yard a bit, and your stomach won't bother you. And the wind and dust are brutal around here, so wear a hat and a face covering when you go out, and put on some clamshell cream or vanishing cream. Keep it up for half a year, and, you won't believe your eyes. The second I finished, Feng Jie shot it down. Never mind the hassle. Think what it would cost. My family can't afford that. Our meat coupons for a month barely cover 2 rounds of noodles with minced pork. Meat every day? Forget it. She had a point. She was the only wage earner, supporting 2 younger kids, and setting grain aside for her older brother out in the countryside. The oldest was coming up on marrying age, so she had to save for a bride price too. Money was tight. Everyone wants to look good, but you have to be realistic. She could grit her teeth and spend a little. Eating meat every day, in different forms? She'd never scrape together the coupons, and even if she could, she'd never let herself squander like that. I thumped my chest again. Easy fix. I hunt. Pheasant, rabbit, boar, whatever you want. Truth is, I bagged 2 big boars on this trip. More than I can eat myself, which is why I came looking for an aunt I haven't seen in years, hoping she could help me move the pork through a work unit cafeteria. So from here on I'll swing into the county now and then and drop some off. That'd cover it, wouldn't it? Meat won't be a problem. Before Feng Jie could get a word out, the kids were already worked up. They had savory meat in their mouths right that second. Hard proof I could actually deliver, that I wasn't just talking. And if their sister was eating meat, surely they'd get to share the broth? But where would my family get the money? I waved it off. Meeting like this is fate. Strangers once, friends twice. We're practically family now. Just think of me as a cousin. You think I'd gouge my own cousin? Come on, sis, just say yes. Yeah, big brother's off doing farm work. He's not coming back anytime soon. Worst case, we hold off on his wedding money for 6 months, and he marries 6 months later. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Nothing's settled at all. What's the rush? In the end, Feng Jie couldn't resist the promise of looking beautiful. She agreed, and even offered to ask the factory director whether they wanted to take some boar meat to put a little protein in the workers' meals. It was the lean season right now. The slaughterhouse was short on hogs, and the factory wasn't short on money. Who turns down meat that's already at the door? Shouldn't be a problem. I spent the night in the Feng family's side cave room. Early the next morning, Feng Jie left for work and told me to come wait at the factory gate later for news. I strolled over to the gate, where Skinny Monkey had clearly been watching for me forever. He sidled up with a sleazy little grin. Brother, you're my real big brother. From now on, you're the boss. It's just, could you teach your little brother how to get a girlfriend? I'm 20, and I've never even held a girl's hand. You didn't run your mouth, did you? Of course not. Not. I'm not stupid. I know what to say and what to keep quiet about. Relax. I'm the only one who knows about you and that old maid. I swear, I'll take it to my grave. No, I didn't do anything with her. Say no more. Bro, I get it. You made a huge sacrifice this time. That took guts. I'm impressed. Seriously impressed. Forget it. There's no explaining it to you. Just keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, when you get married, I'll go have a chat with your wife. Whoa, that's cold. Go talk to your old man. Get some useful ration coupons out of him. Don't try to fob me off with industrial goods coupons. I'll cut you in on it. You won't be helping for free. You got it, bro. I'll go find my dad right now. And from here on out, we don't know each other, okay? Does being the son of somebody automatically mean money? Not necessarily, not in these times. Especially a kid like Skinny Monkey, whose family worked at some little factory with no perks worth skimming. And even where there were perks, not everybody dared reach for them. Some families kept their kids on a short leash, and those kids spent big, eating out every so often, at least a yuan or two a pop. They wanted nice clothes, nice things, good liquor. A full-size bicycle and a wristwatch were standard equipment. Everybody was competing with everybody, and it all cost money. No money in your pocket, but you still want to look like a big shot? Well, that's my opening, isn't it? I waited outside a while longer. Then Feng Jie came out and took me into the farm machinery plant to find Skinny Monkey's father. The old man had already gotten the word from his son. One sentence from Feng Jie, and he agreed on the spot, sending Skinny Monkey out with a handcart to haul the meat with me. I played it sly. I made a show of walking Skinny Monkey around in circles, and while he was in the bathroom, I moved the wild boars out of my space and onto the cart. He came back, and his jaw hit the floor. This new big brother of his was something else. A few minutes, and somebody had already loaded pork onto the cart, which meant he wasn't the only little brother in the crew. Big bro, where'd the guy go? You don't have to be this careful. We're on the same side now. I'm not going to talk. Why hide from me? I didn't bother answering. I just grabbed the cart and started walking. The whole way, Skinny Monkey kept craning his neck around like a spy making a dead drop. Enough. The guy's long gone. Keep skulking around like that, and somebody's going to report us. At the plant, we weighed in and settled up. 2 boars, for 156 gene, at 50 cents a gene. But since they were undressed carcasses, they had to deduct the bones, head, hooves, and hide. Final estimate, 300 gene, 150 yuan. Don't think the estimate was outrageous. Skinny Monkey's dad was already going easy on me. Wild boar has a low meat yield to begin with, and these were spring hogs taken in the lean season between harvests. Getting half your weight back as meat would have been cause for celebration. The old man led me out through the logistics office, and I took the slip to the finance office for my money. Feng Jie had everything ready, though she still wore that stern face of hers. The old man was an old hand. He didn't call her out on anything, just smiled and greeted her and handed over the slip, making a point of asking that I be given extra grain coupons. Any other time, Feng Jie wouldn't have given him the time of day. But not today. Whatever he asked, she did, and she even smiled at him. Only the smile came out so stiff that it gave the old man the creeps. He was thinking, asterisk, you know what, don't smile. Anybody watching would think I had a gun to your head, asterisk. The money came out of the plant's slush fund, off the official books, and the director had been given a heads up. Smooth as could be. I took the cash and the grain coupons, pulled the cart back out, and went with Skinny Monkey to the grain station next door to trade the coupons for actual grain. The 2 work units were right next to each other, and Skinny Monkey knew people at the station. Nobody asked a single question. They took the coupons and the money and loaded us up. In those days, 10 yuan had frightening purchasing power. Coupons aside, coarse grain ran 9 cents to a dime a gene. Cornmeal, sorghum flour, buckwheat flour, all of it. Millet and yellow rice were 11 cents. White flour and bean flour cost more, but never above 18 cents. Pork ran 56 to 75 cents depending on how fatty it was, and eggs were 55 cents a gene. Dirt cheap. After the grain, Skinny Monkey and I made a circuit of the state-run store and turned all my coupons into goods. I didn't forget Feng Jie, of course. I got her clamshell hand cream and a jar of vanishing cream, and when I spotted a nice red gauze scarf, I bought that too. If you want romance, you'd better be willing to waste a little money. Broke men don't win girls. I don't have a ton of experience, but I got beaten up plenty by life in my other lifetime, so I know exactly what women want. Vanishing cream, clamshell hand cream. Aren't those cosmetics? A gauze scarf that costs 7 or 8 yuan. Isn't that a luxury item? Coming out of the state-run store, I steered Skinny Monkey into an old establishment that had since been renamed the People's Donkey Meat Restaurant. I ordered a table full of the good stuff and thumped a bottle of Yulin sorghum liquor. 1 yuan 20 a bottle, down on the table. Dig in. Except this plate of spicy donkey intestine, that's mine. Everything else is fair game. When Skinny Monkey and his buddies got a craving, the most they could scrape together was a yuan or 2. 2 meat dishes and some bulk liquor. That was already enough to make everybody else jealous for a week. Sitting across from me, he realized he was strictly small time. Bro, you are the real deal. I swear, there's nothing you can't pull off. This one table is enough food for 3, for meals for us. I'm impressed, I really am. Recruiting a little brother takes 2 things. First, make him respect you. Second, be willing to let him eat. If all you do is talk big and he never gets a taste of the meat, then no matter how impressive you are, the best you'll ever do for him is find him a sister-in-law. Give it enough time, and why would he stay loyal? That meal, the 2 of us ate like men possessed. And we still couldn't finish it. I pulled out a lunch tin and boxed the rest up. The spicy donkey intestine, which I hadn't touched, wouldn't even fit in 1 tin. Outside, I fished 2 packs of Great Front Gate cigarettes and a Tenuan note out of my pocket and pushed them into Skinny Monkey's hands. He nearly jumped. All he'd done was lend a hand and thank me for getting him out of a jam. He'd already eaten himself round and greasy. Taking Tenuan on top of that was more than he could stomach. No, bro, that's way too much. Too much, my ass. It's money. Somebody's going to spend it. Money's a bastard. Spend it and earn more. Wait here, don't move. I'm going to go buy some tangerines. Huh. Skinny Monkey blinked, completely lost. Never mind. Had a bit too much to drink. I'm rambling. What I mean is, I'll haul the cart over to a friend's place to drop this stuff off, then bring the cart back to you. Bro, you scared me. I thought you actually meant tangerines. I pulled the cart around for a while, found a spot with nobody in sight, and moved everything into my space. The grain, the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, cigarettes, liquor, tea, and all the good stuff from the state-run store. Then I hauled the empty cart back to the restaurant door, told Skinny Monkey I'd come find him again in a while, and sent him home. After he left, I wandered the streets with no particular destination. Passing by me were penniless educated youths and commune members who'd come into the city to beg. Faces sallow with malnutrition, clothes in rags. They walked and looked around, hoping to scrounge a mouthful of food, all while dodging the joint defense patrols and the militia, terrified of being picked up and shipped back. Translation: I felt a twinge of something, but not enough to hand out grain. Total strangers, ships passing in the night. Besides, how many people could the little bit of grain in my space possibly feed? I'm just an ordinary man, a bit dumb and selfish on top of it. Greatness isn't in me. Dad's dead and mom's remarried. Everybody looks out for himself. So I turned my head away, spent some money on wonton, liangpi, rujiamo, and yellow steamed buns, tucked them into my space, and headed for the Feng place with my things in hand. Feng Jie's younger brother and sister were both home. School was suspended, and kids were running wild all over the streets. I set down the gift for Feng Jie along with the pheasant and the hare, stuffed a few pieces of candy into each kid's hands, and left before they could say a word. I got lucky on the way back, ran into a donkey cart headed to the commune. The old man driving it had been in the county seat visiting his daughter. I sweet-talked him a little, and once he heard I was a sent-down youth from the same commune, he let me hop on. Northern Shaanxi was easing into summer, and the world wasn't just monotonous yellow anymore. But the ride was dull, so when the old man got in the mood, he cleared his throat and started to sing. Not dirty songs, exactly. Asterisk swants you asterisk, this sour tunes. Sheep belly kerchief with 3 stripes of blue / easy to meet face to face. Hard to say a word to you / the mountain lily blooms on the shady slope / whatever's on your mind. Take your time, let it through. 30 li of mountain road, don't feel far to me / just to brush my shoulder against my little sister's. See / I'd walk 1,000 hills, and every gully wide / rather spend one night at my sweetheart's side / the rooster crows at midnight. And away I creeped / rushed and hurried. Never got my fill of sleep. Damn. The lyrics were blunt without being crude, wide open without being vulgar. The kind of thing that makes your ears burn. Really something. I picked up a few lines myself, but my voice was nothing special. I couldn't get that desolate edge into it. Seeing how much I liked it, the old man adopted me on the spot as a kindred spirit. That's nothing. You kids miss the good days. Back then I sang whatever I wanted. Hell, I hooked my old lady with sour tunes. Now they won't let you sing them in public. Say they're vulgar, say it's hard to draw the line. The commune's pushing the new customs. A cadre hears you and you might get criticized, hauled up in front of a big meeting. Only place you can really let loose is out in the gullies where there's nobody around. I couldn't have agreed more. In all my time in northern Shaanxi, the only person I'd ever heard sing was Black Old Donkey, the old bachelor who herded sheep. When I got to the commune, the post office hadn't closed yet, so I ran over to ask if there was any mail for me. Perfect timing. Replies from Blackie and Buckteeth had come in. I picked them up. Once I was outside the commune, I tore them open and nearly choked laughing. Apart from the greetings, both letters said the same thing. I was lucky. Thank God I'd gone down to the countryside, or I might have spent a few days in a cell. Turns out widow Shui had gotten into trouble. Some guy who wanted her and couldn't have her got twisted up about it and reported that broad-minded, ever so generous, deeply charitable widow. The police followed the trail to Buckteeth. He was too conspicuous, easy to find. Naturally, he denied everything. He'd only made the introduction for me. He never went in himself. And even if he had done something, they hadn't caught him in the act. No proof, no witnesses, no thumbprint on a confession. Why would he admit to anything? By the time I made it back to the Bajadian Brigade, it was already dark. In the dusk, the cave dwellings glowed one after another. And from a distance, the whole place looked like some castle in the sky out of a legend. I didn't go through the village. I circled around the bottom of the slope. As I got close to my cave, I saw that familiar silhouette up on the roof ridge again. God knows how Song Galen knew I was coming back tonight. But there she was, waiting early. Not only that, she'd found where I hid my key, let herself in, and hauled the Kong mat and the bedding up onto the ridge. Talk about taking initiative. When she saw me, she lit up and came running down to meet me. That ample roundness, completely unrestrained, bouncing and swaying with every step, and the twin ponytails she'd tied specially for me swinging along with it. It hit every single one of my weaknesses. I surrendered on the spot. Up on the ridge, Song Galen kept telling me not to hold back, said she could take it. Clearly these past couple of days had been hard on her too. Afterward, when the rain had stopped and the clouds cleared, she clung to me and whispered in my ear, "You little devil, take all you want these next couple of days. After that we can't anymore. Can't leave any marks." I tightened my grip a little, which earned me a few soft cries. I'm leaving. Where to? That damn thing is gone now, and I've got to think about myself and the kids. So, I'm getting married. Before you came, there was a sent-down youth from the prefecture posted here. He was sweet on me, but my man was still alive back then, and then he got a job and went back to the city. Well, he heard about my situation now, didn't he? Came all the way back just for this. Wants to take the three of us with him, to the city, to a good life. I said yes. We leave in a few days. Something twisted in my chest, but I understood. Song Galen wasn't going to marry me, and I wasn't going to marry her. Each of us got what we needed, neither of us owed the other a thing. That was the best way. Try to hang on, and all you get is a mess of feathers on the floor. I asked her, "What about your in-laws?" "They're dead." My hand jerked, harder than I meant to, and she let out a yelp. Sorry. It's fine. You don't have to be so careful with me. You got rid of that thing on my back and let me live like a normal person. I don't even know how to thank you. Once I'm married, I won't betray my man, not ever. So you'd better make the most of it now, or you'll be sorry later you didn't get your fill. No, hold on. Weren't the two of them tough as nails? How'd they die all of a sudden? Rat poison. I handed it to them myself. Watched them swallow it. What? She talked about 2 lives, ending the way you talk about stepping on a couple of ants. It made my skin crawl, like I was holding a beautiful snake. Is that so strange? Country folks have no money for doctors. When it gets to where they truly can't go on, and the sick one is suffering, might as well make it quick. Family leaves a packet of rat poison lying around and walks out, lets the sick one handle it himself. Happens all the time. And I didn't force them. They heard the thing on my back was gone, heard I was taking the kids off to a better life. They asked for it themselves. Besides, even if I had poured it down their throats, they'd have had it coming. You know what they did to me, to make me willing to stay and carry on the Jia family line? They treated me like a dog, kept me on an iron chain for over a year. Every night the 2 old ones held me down for their son, bred me like livestock. When I had my boy, I nursed him with that chain still around my neck. When I had my girl, I wasn't even out of the postpartum month before they drove me out to go begging. I refused. I was afraid the baby wouldn't survive the road, so they beat me. Beat me till I couldn't take it. And then didn't I go anyway? Letting them die. I was that blunt because I happened to be in a good mood and didn't feel like making an issue of it. Otherwise, don't preach forgiveness to someone whose suffering you've never lived through. Besides, some people suffer because of all the wrongs they committed when they were young. They don't deserve an ounce of sympathy. In this world, being the weaker party doesn't automatically make you right. Isn't that how it works in the future? If you've got a case and the evidence, you go to court. Case but no evidence, you go to the police. Evidence but no case, you hire a lawyer. Neither one, you post a video online. And if you're truly beyond the pale, you find a mediator. After everything the Jia family did to Song Galen, she endured it all these years and still never raised a hand against them herself. I have to admire her. You don't know how much something hurts until it happens to you. The people who are always urging others to be the bigger person. Better to keep your distance from them, so you don't get caught in the blast when heaven finally strikes them down. One night of tenderness, and she was completely won over. She volunteered to come back the next night. I agreed, and lay there with my arm around her, talking. There was a question that had been nagging at me, and with her about to leave, I wanted an answer. That fortune teller, can you tell me about him? Qing Zhou, You're not planning to go after him, are you? If you're going to blame anyone, blame me. I'm the one who set you up. It wasn't his fault. No, I'm not going after him, and I'm not going after you either. Let's part on good terms. Once you leave Baijia's store, our paths never cross again. The reason I'm asking about him is that I want to learn something from him. Dealing with that karmic debt ghost this time was pure improvisation. I got lucky, that's all. Next time I run into something uncanny, that luck might not hold. Qingzhou, I really wasn't lying to you. He's genuinely gone. I looked for him too. I've never been able to turn up a single word about him or his family. That's fine. I'll ask around myself. And if I can't find him, then it just wasn't meant to be. All right. Honestly, I didn't know him well either. All I know is that he lived in the Sichuan Brigade, and people called him half-immortal Yuan. Some said he was a descendant of Yuan Tiangang. True or not, I couldn't tell you, but he had his principles. When poor folks came to his door, he never barked at them or drove them off, even if they had no money. I didn't pay him a cent when I went to him. I just steamed a few flour buns. He'd set you a condition to test how sincere you were. If you could meet it, he'd help you. What condition did he give you? Kill someone. Hee hee. Hard to believe, isn't it? There's a line I've never been able to cross, my bottom line. Killing. It's not that I'm some bleeding heart playing the saint, willing to let anyone climb on my neck and take a dump. It's that our Hahuan sex methods are particular. We're born predisposed to slide straight into the abyss. And that scares me. I cultivate the yin-yang profound union art. I could be devouring the essence and blood of my partners to multiply my power in my realm. I could be a rake and a ravisher, a new groom every night, cultivating at who knows how many times the speed. It wouldn't take long to break through chi refining and establish my foundation. So why haven't I? A man can be a bit of a scoundrel. That's between consenting adults. But he still needs a basic sense of right and wrong, a conscience. Some things you don't do, because once you do them, you can't stop. And once a man loses that last line, he's no different from an animal, and he'll destroy himself sooner or later. So I don't dare crack that door open even a sliver. I'm terrified of falling into the demonic path and turning into something that doesn't recognize its own kin, something lower than a beast. So hearing her admit, in her own words, that she'd killed, I wasn't exactly shocked, but it did unsettle me a little. Half-immortal Yuan said Taoism is about breaking your obsessions, that only when your mind opens and awakens are you in accord with the Tao and the natural order. He said my hatred was too great, my obsession too deep, my karmic debt too heavy. If I wouldn't change myself, even he couldn't save me. I asked him how to change. He told me to kill the person I hated most. And once the hatred was gone, once I could face my life with a calm heart, then I should come back to him. My scalp crawled. This half-immortal Yuan really was a half-immortal, capable of curing inner demons and guiding people to enlightenment. It's just that the medicine he prescribed was awfully strong. Qingzhou, guess who I hated most? Your in-laws? That husband of yours? No, the knife peddler. Huh. Wrong, all of them. The person I hated most was my brother, who may or may not have even been my parents' real child. If it weren't for him, would I have ended up like this? You don't know. I went to school back then. I was smart. My grades were good. The teachers all said I picked things up fast. I actually dreamed I could change my fate through studying. It was him. His arrival is what made me worthless, made my life as cheap as a blade of grass. I wanted to kill him. I wanted it badly, but I couldn't. He was too far away, and that thing riding on my back wouldn't let me kill him either. After half-immortal Yuan freed my 2 children from it, I couldn't accept just dying like that. So you went back to him? Yes. I wanted to live. I clung to him, told him I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my children grow up with my own eyes. I wanted to protect them, so they'd never have to walk the road I'd walked. What did he say? He said my time hadn't come yet, and there was nothing he could do, and that he wasn't skilled in killing arts, so he couldn't deal with the thing attached to me. Clinging to him wouldn't help. I don't think he was telling you the whole truth. Not quite. Half true, half not. He probably really wasn't skilled in killing arts. But he did say he was a master of Ziwei Doshu, that when he read a person's 8 characters and cast their destiny, he was never wrong. He said he wouldn't claim he could defy heaven and rewrite fate, but he could point out a clear road through a tangled situation. Once he said that, I couldn't give up. I went to pester him every single day, but it was always the same answer. The time hasn't come. After a while, of course, people started talking. As it happened, he was probably already planning to leave. Maybe he took pity on me, or maybe he just didn't want the attention I was drawing. He wrote me a fate slip and told me not to open it until after I'd killed, not one moment before. Then he threw me out. When I went back later, he'd already taken his whole family and gone. Vanished overnight. Nobody knew where. Didn't you ask their brigade secretary or the commune? These days you can't travel without a letter of introduction. Maybe they knew something. Do you think I'm stupid? Looking the way I do, Walking up to their door would be like a meat bun thrown to a dog. I'd never come back. All I could do was hint around the edges. I'd never dare go to the officials. Anyway, there was never any news, and I went on living my miserable life. And then my husband's madness kept getting worse. Not long before you came, one evening, I was cooking, and suddenly I heard the children crying. I turned around, and somehow my husband had gotten the rope untied. He had a stick in his hand. He beat me. He beat the children. He chased us and kept swinging. I grabbed the kids and ran. A neighbor held him off for a second, so I hid the children and ran up the ridge alone. He still wouldn't let me go. He kept chasing me, swinging, grinning that idiot grin, like I'd been put on this earth for him to abuse. Something in me snapped. I went stupid, went mad. I looked back at that high-lust cliff, and I laughed and said to him, "Come on, aren't you the..." Translation: "Huh? Don't you love hitting me? Come on then, hit me." He lunged at me, trying to grab me. I dodged, gave him a hard shove, and down he went off the dirt cliff, club and all. You know, I wasn't really scared at all. I actually felt good. I realized that the man I'd feared like a tiger could bleed, could die, just like anybody else. From that day on, I understood nobody could ever control me again. Even if it killed me, I'd never again be somebody's weak, worthless punching bag. The second I got home, I couldn't wait to open that fortune slip. There was just one line on it. Body like duckweed, catkins on the wind. When the boat reaches the bedside, it comes to rest. Asterisk body like duckweed, catkins on the wind. When the boat reaches the bedside, it comes to rest. Asterisk. That's right. I had no idea what it meant back then. I studied it every day, turned it over in my head day and night, and I still couldn't crack it. The first half was easy enough. It just meant I had a rotten fate. But the second half? How's a boat supposed to sail up to a bed? Was there going to be a flood? Or was it some kind of riddle? I racked my brains over it for years. Then came the day you shoved that little bit of money and those grain coupons into my hands. And I heard those two girl-educated youths call you Li Qing Zhou and rag on you for being a cheapskate. And this crazy thought popped into my head that I just couldn't shake. Asterisk body like duckweed. Catkins on the wind asterisk. That means my fate was bad, sure. But doesn't it also carry the sense of Qing, light? And a boat, isn't that, Zhou? The reading couldn't have been clearer. It was telling me to hook you. And after that my life would stop drifting like duckweed and willow fluff with nothing to hold on to. And I could take my kid and go live the life I wanted. My head was spinning a little. Hold on. That's how you read it? That literally? That boldly? How complicated does it need to be? When fate lines up, everything falls into place. You were born to end up with me. That genuinely floored me. Good grief. So Ziwei Do Shu, the art of fate calculation, could really be that uncanny? You could call it coincidence, but it had actually happened. Because of it, I'd started down the path of cultivation, and she'd gotten free of that cursed thing and changed her fate. It was as if heaven had arranged the whole thing in advance. Every link connected to the next, and that one line of prophecy was a link that couldn't have been left out. Wow, this guy really is something out of a legend. No wonder they call him the half-immortal. I'd love to pay him a visit, see him for myself. If I could learn a trick or two from him, that'd be perfect. Right? I admire him too. The old man is truly amazing. That night, Song Galen and I talked about a lot of things. Setting aside the lust, setting aside the scheming, we just talked, like friends. Near dawn, I walked her back. As we neared the village entrance, I pulled out some money and grain coupons and pressed them into her hands. We can't be together, but we did meet, and that counts for something. Take this. You don't know what things will be like over there. Having a little money on you beats having nothing. She doubled over laughing. You're still such a fool. When are you ever going to learn to look out for number one? Heh, I'm already plenty selfish. I slept with you, and I'm not taking responsibility, am I? That's not selfish enough. She rolled her eyes at me. Who came out ahead there is still up for debate. Whatever, hand it over. Call it my fee. Come here. She pulled me behind a big poplar tree. Hey, it's almost light out. What are you doing? She smiled. It's fine. I'm leaving soon anyway. What do I care if people talk? With that, she gathered up her loose hair, deftly tied it into two pigtails, and slowly crouched down. By the time I got back to my cave dwelling, the sun was up. I was completely wiped out, too tired to even drag the bedding back inside. On wobbly legs, I stumbled up onto the roof terrace and dropped straight into sleep. I slept till noon, until the heat had me drenched in sweat, and I figured any longer would cook the skin right off me. I hauled the bedding back down into the cave, splashed some water on my face, and finally felt human again. That heavy rain a few days back had been a blessing. I don't know whether there was water in the village well, but my own cistern was full to the brim. No more rationing every drop like before. I took a bowl of liangpi and a rujiamo out of my space and ate. And then, with nothing else to do, I sat cross-legged on the Kong and started cultivating. After absorbing that karmic debt ghost as fuel, I'd sharply sensed a layer of foul luck clinging to me. I'd done my best to expel it at the time, but there was no way to come through completely unaffected. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. The stuff wasn't unsolvable. I could gradually force the foul energy out of my body while cultivating, so it wouldn't drag down my fortune. Over the next several days, Song Galen came by now and then for a little tenderness. Then one day she took her child, climbed into the horse cart that had come for her, and was gone. I didn't go see her off. There was no point. We were adults. We had to be sensible. You need to know which occasions you belong at and which ones you should stay away from. We'd agreed to cut it clean, and I wasn't going back on that. I've never understood people who invite their exes to their own weddings. What on earth is going through their heads? How can they be so blasé about it? Is it something to be proud of? After Song Galen left, life for the educated youths got worse by the day. Elm seeds, locust blossoms, wild greens. All good things, but none of them could take the place of grain. The grain in the crocks dwindled, bit by bit. Finally, it reached the point where people had no choice but to go out foraging. As for me, I'd been either in seclusion cultivating or off in the mountains practicing spells and bagging a little game on the side. The foul energy in my body was finally purged clean, and after all that stillness, I was itching to move. That day, Yu Qian came running over to call me to a meeting and to sniff around and see whether his little buddy here had any way of putting food on the table. Qingzhou, you in there? Who is it? Brother Yu? Come on in. Yeah, it's still nicer over here, roomy and quiet. Huh, I've never liked crowds. Have a seat. Brother Yu, I'll pour you some water. Don't bother, I'm not thirsty. Just toss me one of your good cigarettes. I handed him one. What brings you by, Brother Yu? Something up. Just letting you know, there's a thought report meeting at the Educated Youth Station this evening. Get yourself ready ahead of time. They might make you speak. I frowned. Who's been pointing fingers at me behind my back this time? Why do I have to speak? You've got some nerve asking. How many meetings have you skipped? If a few of us old-timers hadn't been covering for you, you'd have been hauled up for public criticism ages ago. Brother Yu, I honestly don't know what to say. The second I get nervous, my mind goes blank, and I'm scared I'll say the wrong thing. You. All right, let me give you a tip. When they call on you to give your thought report, just pull out the little red book and read from it. When you're done, say you've studied the spirit of it, that you're moved and full of admiration, so stirred up you can hardly stand it, and that you're going to keep studying and keep taking it to heart. Read it slow, drag it out, just cycle through the same handful of lines you can't possibly get wrong. Nobody can say a thing about it, but they're not going to let you drone on forever and hold up the real business, right? So they'll just wave you through. Oh man, Brother Yu, you've really got a head on your shoulders. Why didn't I think of that? That's nothing. That's an old trick we use to pull all the time. Whatever works, works. Now, down to business. You know how us sent-down kids have been bunking separately, guys and girls, eating out of one big pot? Well, there's no stretching it any further. Tomorrow we officially break up the arrangement. Anybody whose family can swing it buys their own grain. Anybody who can't figure out where their next meal's coming from heads into the county seat to beg. What are you planning to do? What's that got to do with me? I'm not short on grain. I've got enough for now. I'll just stay put at the brigade. Yu Qian chuckled. Kid, you're still too young. Haven't been around enough. It's not scarcity people resent. It's inequality. Sure, you can sit in your cave dwelling with plenty to eat and drink and sleep till the sun's baking your backside. But what are other people going to think? You think they won't be green with envy? It clicked. So what you're saying is, even if I'm just putting on a show, I've got to go along for the ride. Spend a couple of days in the county seat, and once everybody scatters, I come back or go scrounge meals somewhere else. Nobody sees it, nobody's business. Right. Yu Qian flicked away his cigarette, but ground it out with his heel and nodded with a grin. Exactly. Humans are social animals, and these past few years, people have gotten downright rotten. Stick out too much and you'll pay for it. Even if it's all an act, you can't look like you don't belong. That night, all 30-odd of us crammed into the guys' dormitory for a meeting. The agenda had been set long ago. All we had to do was follow it. Running the show were Lu Wei and Chao Yang, two old-timers from Beijing. They'd been here the longest, and both had held temporary posts back at school. One guy, one girl, perfect representation for both sides. Neither of them was bad to deal with, and neither had a taste for tearing people down, so everybody respected them. Once everyone was seated, Chao Yang led us all in singing, "We are marching on the broad road," followed by the slogans. With the opening formalities out of the way, Lu Wei relayed the directives from the commune's Educated Youth Office. Same old song and dance. Things were going to get harder from here on out. The sent-down youth needed to overcome hardship, stop raiding the villagers' chickens, stop stealing the commune members' dogs, stop doing anything shameful. Hang in there. And remember that perseverance is victory. Nobody said anything out loud, But in their heads, everybody was cursing 18 generations of ancestors of those well-fed bureaucrats who could rattle off that stuff as easily as breaking wind. Out of the 30-some people in the room, only Gao Lan, Lu Shufan, and Wang Jiangwo, Gao Lan's newest lapdog, were clapping and cheering. Next came the reading of a leader's speech from the newspaper, which counted as the news segment. And after that, it was my turn. I'd come prepared. The second Xiao Yang called my name. I sprang up, all eager, pulled out my little red book, and launched into my performance. Man, Yu Qian had told me to cycle through the same few lines over and over, and I executed those instructions to the letter. I gave that whole room a masterclass in what the old saying means by an old lady's foot bindings, long and stinking. And the best part was, nobody dared say a word. They just had to sit there and force themselves to listen. After I'd rambled on for a solid half hour, everyone finally hit their limit. Lu Wei seized on a pause in my speech and jumped in with applause. Good, very good. Comrade Li Qingzhou has a real passion for study. Let's give him a hand, everybody. The crowd hurried to play along, and a burst of enthusiastic clapping followed, as if I'd actually shared some profound insight. Qingzhou, keep up your studies after you sit down. Time's short tonight, so we'll cut your report there. Let's move on to the county seat trip. What's his name? Yu Qian. Yu Qian stood up promptly. You're one of the veterans. Take someone with you tomorrow. Carry on that glorious tradition of the old hands, showing the new ones the ropes. Yu Qian had already squared this with Lu Wei beforehand, so this was pure theater. He nodded right away. I'll take Comrade Li Qingzhou. He and I don't know each other that well anyway. Good chance to build some comradely feeling. My sphincter clenched. Alarm bells everywhere. Looking at Yu Qian with his buzz-cut, round face, and full beard, that easy grin plastered on, I just couldn't shake the feeling the guy was up to no good. When it came around to Gao Lan, Lu Shufan, and the Wang brothers, they all insisted they didn't need anyone assigned to them. They'd just tag along when the time came. Probably had grain coupons stuffed in their pockets and were playing dumb. The two country girls who'd come out with us, Han Xiaoling and Zhu Pingping, were the only ones who accepted their assignments without a fuss. Both came from bad family backgrounds, black 5 categories, and they were young. They went through life like a pair of ghosts. I'd barely even noticed them before. Once the departure time, the list of things to bring, and the meeting spot had all been settled, and the usual precautions gone over, the meeting broke up. On the way out, I shot Zhou Qian and Su Weihong a look, said goodbye to Yu Qian, and headed back. I figured they'd be busy packing and might not show. But I hadn't been back long before the two of them came running over hand in hand. I'd picked up some donkey sausage for them on my last trip into the county seat, so I brought it out to go with the visit. They were over the moon, grabbing me and bouncing around. Yes, I've been craving this for over a year, and I finally get to eat it. Qingzhou, you're the best. We just mentioned it in passing. I can't believe you actually went into town and bought it. Moi? Thank you. Me too. Moi. All right. Save the enthusiasm. Wait till after dinner, and I'll let you kiss me from head to toe. Ha ha ha. There's Rujiamo too. You want some? Yes. You're not getting it for free, though? I'll be wanting some meat in a bun myself later. Ugh, your mind is filthy. How did you jump straight from food to that? Hee. Qingzhou, you're so bad. I love it. It was stuffy inside, so I hauled out the wooden board that served as both cutting board and table onto the little terrace out front. The three of us ate, talked, and laughed. Zhou Qian couldn't wait to grab a piece of donkey sausage. This donkey sausage really is good. No wonder I've been dreaming about it. Su Weihong didn't hold back either, stuffing a big chunk into her little mouth and chewing hard. The more she chewed, the better it tasted. Right? No wonder people order this dish specifically. Rich, smooth, and it's got that chew to it. So good. As for the spicy pork head meat, I'd had the plain version last time, but I figured I ought to try the spicy one too. How should I put it? The heat was too aggressive. It buried the flavor of the meat. Not as good as the original. But Zhou Qian and Su Weihong didn't have that problem. They'd never had it before, so they had nothing to compare it to, and they dug in with pure delight. Su Weihong chatted with us as she ate, and somewhere in the middle of it, without meaning to, she poked. Something must have snapped in her, because all of a sudden the tears started coming down, plop, plop. Fat teardrops rolling off her face faster than she could wipe them away. I was baffled. Everything's fine, what are you crying for? Zhou Qian knew what it was about, and the second she saw Su Weihong crying, her own eyes went red. You don't get it, Qingzhou. She's remembering that day, after we got thrown out of that restaurant. Just let her cry it out. What happened? Is this that embarrassing thing you two keep mentioning? Now I'm curious. Two young girls. How embarrassing could it possibly be? Don't tell me you sold yourselves. Su Weihong was in the middle of bawling, but that snapped her right out of it. She got so mad she started swinging her little fists at me. Who sold themselves? You think we're that easy? Besides, that state-run restaurant is right on a busy street, Broad daylight, people everywhere. Even if we were selling, nobody would have dared buy. Man, a female sent-down youth who's been doing farm work for years is nothing like those modern girls who can't even twist off a bottle cap. A few punches in, and she'd nearly knocked the wind out of me. Zhou Qian took a bite of meat and mumbled through it. Honestly though, we were starving out of our minds. If someone had handed us food right then, I wouldn't have cared what it cost. We'd already lost all our dignity anyway. Qingzhou, guess what we did? What did you do? There was a side door next to that restaurant, not far from the street, and they had a little vat by the door they used as a slop bucket. After they kicked us out, we couldn't even walk, so we just sat down by that door. After a while, splash star. Somebody dumped slop in it. A little later, splash again. At that point I didn't care about anything anymore. I looked around, picked up 2 pieces of broken roof tile, gave one to Wei Hong, and the 2 of us huddled up to that slop vat, covered our heads, and started scooping it into our mouths with the tiles. People were walking by the whole time. I heard someone yell, look at that. Those 2 sent-down girls have gone crazy from hunger. They're eating slop. Then a whole crowd started laughing and egging us on. Go for the thick stuff. Use your hands if you have to. The good grease is floating on top. Idiots. They scooped it up and dropped it again. Wave after wave of it. Every nasty thing you can imagine. Like they were watching 2 pigs fight over a trough. Su Weihong cried even harder. I had my head buried the whole time. I wanted to just dive straight into that vat. And the worst part is, the more I ate, the better it tasted. Even now, thinking back on it, I still remember it tasting good. Wah. I don't even remember how we got out of there. My head was completely blank. All I remember is people pointing at us from every direction. I've never been that humiliated in my life. HNNGH. Honestly, what Zhou Qian and Su Weihong went through wasn't really that bad. Gross, sure, but they were 2 girls from a Beijing compound, and they just couldn't stomach it. There were plenty of people in the production brigade who'd had it far worse. Take Song Galen. You have any idea what her life used to be like? Back in these days, every family had a pile of kids, and half of them they couldn't feed. Given away, drowned in a chamber pot, left out on the mountainside, too many to count. If you judged it by the morals and laws of later generations, not one of those parents and grandparents would walk free. Animals, all of them. Line him up and shoot him? You do that, and every poor mountain village in the country would be executing dozens of people. And dozens is a conservative estimate. Young people down the road will never understand what people in this era went through. If you haven't lived it, how could you possibly feel that kind of pain? Life was hard back when people were poor. One weightless little sentence, and that's the whole thing summed up. Same as reading, they traded children and ate them in a history book. You read it and forget it. They also love applying their own moral standards to how people behaved in this era. And you can't even say they're wrong. People are born good. Everyone should aspire to be good. But take one of those model citizens and drop them into this era and see what happens. I guarantee you, within a year, hell, within a month, they'd either be screaming for the police or crying for their mothers. Remember Boss Yu, the guy who ate every last chicken in the village, whose eyes started glowing green, who spent every day squatting at the village entrance waiting for someone to come pick him up? Petit bourgeois fantasies about hardship. Guy's eaten meat his whole life and thinks he can rough it. Thinks he's tougher than an old farmer. Ended up near turning into a weasel in the hen house. You know why the party secretary put me up out here by the cave dwellings? Because people are hungry. And hungry people want to steal food. The land belongs to the collective. So do the crops. Somebody steals from the collective. Do you do something about it? Say you do. Who enforces it? They can't even feed themselves. Are they going to line their own pockets? These are all neighbors and relatives. Are they going to cover for each other? With me living out here, even if I never lift a finger, folks are afraid of being seen. They'll at least hold back a little, won't take it too far. Su Weihong and Zhou Qian cried it out, and that was that. I didn't have to comfort them at all. They wiped their own faces and went right back to eating. Surprised? There are plenty of good women in this era. They don't have that whiny nonsense you see later on. Wanting you to be understanding, wanting special little moments, sulking about something and refusing to say what it is so you have to guess. Women in this era don't play that game. You feed her, you can support a family, you're a good man. Don't beat your wife, and you're a catch. She'll be too busy taking care of you to bother with any of that garbage. The 2 of them were pretty good at making light of it, too. They finished the humiliating story and then had the energy to laugh at how dumb they'd been. Said they should have pulled the lunch tins out of their bags, scooped some out, and taken it somewhere private to eat. If anyone asked, just say they were taking it home to feed a dog. I've done that myself. I'm weird that way. At a big banquet, the food never tastes like much to me, but the leftovers I pack up and take home, heat those up, and they're incredible. I'm thin-skinned about it, so I'd volunteer the excuse before anyone even asked. We've got a dog at home. Taking these back for the dog. All of it went straight into my own stomach. Once we'd eaten our fill, Su Weihong and Zhou Qian insisted on giving me a little bonus. I took the opportunity to do some cultivating, and then got them talking about going into the city to beg. The two of them had already done it several times and thought nothing of it. They started walking me through the tricks of the trade. Begging? That's totally normal. Around here, just about every brigade has to go out looking for food during the spring shortage. The first year our batch of sent-down youth arrived, the guys actually had to go out twice. None of us had ever run a household. We got our grain ration and had no idea how to make it last. No plan for anything. And we all complained the corn buns tasted terrible. We thought that was as bad as it got. Then before the new year even came around, the grain was nearly gone, and we had to head into the county seat to find food. The party secretary was worried something would happen to us girls, so he wouldn't let us go. Only sent the guys, Lu Wei, Yu Qian, was Xiaodong in them. After the new year, once we'd gotten a feel for this part of northern Shaanxi and heard the guys talk about how to, only when they realized how bad the food situation really was did the party secretary agree to let us head out with the villagers. We went all the way down to Guangzhou and didn't come back till right before harvest. Folks in northern Shaanxi are mostly decent people. They know you're short on grain because the harvest was bad, not because you're lazy. Nobody's got it easy. I help you this year. Maybe you help me next year. Most of the time you can get something. Full one day, empty the next, but you make it through the spring shortage somehow. What you're afraid of is running into some punk. Not only won't he give you anything, he'll go out of his way to make fun of you. Normally us sent-down kids aren't scared of guys like that. Worst case, you throw down. But you're out begging, so you can't make a scene. Last thing you want is to get picked up by the Joint Defense Patrol or the militia and shipped back. So let's all go together then. Watch each other's backs. I'm not bragging. I'm one hell of a fighter. You're not thinking straight. If you're gonna put on a show, put on the whole show. Even begging, you've got to look the part. A bunch of young guys traveling together? Nobody's giving us a thing. We always bring the old folks and the kids. You change into a beat-up padded jacket with the cotton hanging out and patches on top of patches, tie a straw rope around your waist, chipped bowl in one hand, dog-beating stick in the other, just like some poor soul dragging his whole family away from a disaster. That way, even if the patrol or the militia stops you, they take one look, feel sorry for you, and don't give you too much trouble. Huh? I don't have a beat-up padded jacket. Besides, it's almost summer. Wear a padded jacket. It's a costume, and it's your blanket. Makes you look pitiful, and you can sleep under it at night. Don't worry if you don't have one. Yu Qian will find you one, and he'll teach you how to beg, too. You two just look after the old folks and kids assigned to you. Leave the rest to us. You sure you'll be all right? Or, should I slip you some grain coupons in cash? So if you really can't get anything, at least you won't have to eat out of a slop bucket. Get lost. Don't jinx us. Can't you say something nice for once? So where do you sleep along the way? Plenty of places. Abandoned cave dwellings, haystacks, somebody's gateway, a livestock shed. Where can't you sleep? Just remember, never steal. One person steals, and everybody's rice bowl gets smashed. That's a rotten thing to do. Never. I shrugged. I don't like taking other people's stuff. I don't do the sneak and swipe thing. Don't worry. Su Weihong shot me a look. I know you've got money and grain coupons in your pocket. I'm not worried about you stealing things. I'm worried about you stealing hearts. Zhou Qian burst out laughing. Huh. She's right. You're not bad looking. Some woman's gonna take one look. Strapping young fella, good and strong. Come here, don't go. Auntie's got meat buns for you tonight. Su Weihong and Zhou Qian headed back before dawn. I grabbed a little more sleep, then got up and went into the village to find Yu Qian. By then the village was already buzzing. Even the best off of the sent-down kids couldn't hold out any longer. They were heading out to scrounge. Some of the struggling families in the village took the chance to send their old folks and kids along. One less mouth at home meant one more mouthful for everybody else. Especially the poor souls who'd been rounded up and sent back before. Their families were flat out of options, so they were the eager ones, getting the dry rations and the outfits ready early. Those dry rations were for the road. Whatever you could save became reserve grain, packed into a shoulder bag. By the time I got there, Yu Qian had everything ready. He handed me a letter of introduction for fleeing the spring shortage and told me to keep it safe. I took a look. Simple enough. Asterisk our brigade is out of grain. Our sent-down youth have nothing to eat. We ask your kindness in offering what help you can. Asterisk. Basically, begging by imperial decree. With that paper, the brigade was vouching for you. If the patrol or the militia did catch you, at least they wouldn't take you for a bad element. All right, put it away, quit reading it. Try this stuff on. Yu Qian tossed me a ragged-lined jacket, a rolled-up, beat-up reed mat, and a jujube wood stick. The stick was worn smooth and glossy, with wire wrapped around one end, clearly a veteran of many campaigns. I pulled on the jacket, tied the straw rope around my waist, slung the mat roll on my back, took the stick in one hand and the bowl in the other, and still didn't look remotely like a beggar. I was too clean. I looked like Hong Chi, the young deputy chief of the beggars' sect, dumped by his cousin and about to end it all. Handsome, dashing, and spotless. Not that it mattered. A few days of sun and wind and being worked half to death on the road, and there'd be no way to stay clean. Give it 2 days and I'd be filthy, streaked with dirt, a walking mess. Asterisk then asterisk, I'd look like a proper famine refugee. I'd gotten there late. The others had left long ago. Yu Qian rounded up the 2 old men and 3 kids around 10 years old who'd been waiting, and we set off toward the county seat without a break. At first I was pretty excited, chattering away with the old men and Yu Qian, listening to their old stories about fleeing the spring shortage. Little by little, they ran out of energy to humor this freak of nature who never got tired. Then it was just me talking to myself, which got old fast, and eventually I lost interest too. That March. Thank God my body had been completely made over. The old me from the future would have dropped dead by then. Except for a break at midday to eat our dry rations, we didn't stop once. We passed the county seat without going in, skirting around it, and heading toward Sueda. Those 2 old men and 3 kids were tough as nails. Their legs had to feel like lead, but they never complained, never said a word about being tired. They just stuck grimly behind me and Yu Qian, dragging themselves forward, one mechanical step at a time. Something didn't add up to me, so I asked Yu Qian, "Brother Yu, aren't we out here to beg?" "Fine, we go around the county seat. But we've come this far and passed a bunch of villages, and you haven't opened your mouth once." "Why not?" Yu Qian laughed. "Who begs on his own doorstep? Wait till we're past Sueda. I'll let you practice then. People around here are proud. Unless you truly can't survive, nobody wants to lose face like that. Even if the family's drinking thin gruel every day, they won't go bow their heads to anybody, let alone beg. So around here they don't call it begging. They call it looking for food. And you have to walk a long way, somewhere nobody knows you, before you say a word. They're different from beggars elsewhere. No singing for alms, no clustering together. Come mealtime, you stand at the gate of a cave house courtyard and call out softly, twice. "Uncle, Auntie, have a heart, spare a bite." Only twice. Whether they give or not, you don't call again. If they don't, you move on to the next house. Very strict about the rules. With night coming on, Yu Qian started figuring out where we'd sleep. Off in the distance, up on a slope, we spotted a rundown temple. Perfect. No need to go hunting for an abandoned cave or a haystack. I wasn't too keen on the temple. In every movie and TV show I'd ever seen, nothing good ever happened to anyone who spent the night in an abandoned temple. Later on, people online even summed it up. There's a good reason behind the old saying, better to sleep on a lonely grave than in an abandoned temple. For one thing, folk beliefs out in the countryside are a mixed bag. Some crumbling little shrine up in the hills could be housing God knows what. For another, a temple left to rot with nobody tending it makes a perfect roost for wandering spirits and mountain sprites. And third, abandoned temples are worse than anywhere else. Nothing happens, or something happens, and you're dead 10 times over. Sure, it keeps the wind and rain off and the animals out. But if you ask me, you'd be safer in a busted-up cave dwelling. Problem was, out here there was nothing. No village ahead, no one behind, just gullies and ridges as far as you could see. Not a single place fit for people to sleep. Yu Qian was holding up okay, but 2 old folks and 3 kids had been on the road all day and they were finished. What was I supposed to do? Make them sleep out in the open? Even if I were willing, they weren't. So tonight, this was it. Nothing for it. I quietly extended my spiritual sense and swept the area. Good, nothing out of the ordinary. We filed into the little temple, black tile roof over rammed earth walls, cleared out a spot, and settled in. The 2 old people and the 3 kids rolled out their mats, tossed down their ragged padded jackets, sat down, and didn't get up again. I told Yu Qian I was heading out, walked around nearby, and came back with an armload of firewood to get a fire going. Out in the middle of nowhere, a fire is worth a lot. Light, warmth, and it keeps wild animals away. Certain other things, too. Yu Qian was worn out himself. He wasn't crazy, pushing old people and children this hard. It was the food. They didn't have much, and begging in poor places like Miji and Sueda barely got you a mouthful. They needed to reach the richer counties north of the Wei River as fast as possible, scrape by there until the harvest came in. The little girl, Xiaofeng, held her wild greens bun in both hands and ate it in tiny, careful bites, like she was afraid of losing a single crumb. Even so, it was gone in a few mouthfuls. She licked her palms, got the last few specks of flour on her tongue, smacked her lips, and asked the old woman beside her in a small voice, "Grandma, when are we going home?" The smaller boy next to her, her little brother, chimed in. "Yeah, Grandma, when? I miss Ma." Both old people chuckled. "Silly children. We just left, and you already want to go back? Go back for what? To go hungry." The older boy didn't say anything. He wasn't family. Not to the old couple, not to the two little ones. His father had had bad luck. A while back he'd gone to this sacred site of the revolution, looking for food, and walked right into some kind of study session. The Revolutionary Committee decided beggars were an eyesore, bad for the image, and shipped the whole lot of them back to their home villages. After they were escorted back, he'd had to write a written guarantee at the commune before they'd let him go. A growing boy eats his father into poverty. The adults couldn't leave to look for food, and there genuinely wasn't enough grain at home, so there was nothing to do but send the boy out begging with the sent-down youths. The old hands had been posted to the village for over 2 years. Everybody knew them, knew they weren't bad people, and felt safe handing over a child. And even if they hadn't felt safe, what then? Sit at home and starve to death. On the Lust Plateau, the temperature swings hard between day and night. Once it got dark, the air cooled off fast, and everyone pulled their thin, worn jackets over themselves. I hauled in another armload of fuel, mostly carragana branches and dry wormwood. Looked like a lot. It wouldn't last the night. Once the fire was up, the temple warmed a little. I took out my aluminum mess tin, poured in some water from my army canteen, and set it over the flames. A lidless tin like that will never bring water to a boil. The heat runs off too fast. But it didn't need to boil. A few swallows of something warm to help you sleep. That was all. After we ate and drank, the adults took the kids outside to relieve themselves. Then everyone crowded back into sleep. Yuqian was friendly about it and offered to squeeze over so I could bunk down with him. A jolt went through me. No, I'm not cold. Yuji, you all get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Keep watch for what? Animals smell smoke and clear out a mile off. No need. Come on, get over here. I went stiff as a board, goosebumps everywhere, both hands waving him off like I had Parkinson's. No, really. The party secretary told us to look after the villagers. Better to be careful. Didn't take you for the responsible type. Fine. Sleep when you get tired. I'm lying down. This road has just about killed me. Xiaofang must have been shy around strangers. She sniffled a few times until her grandfather pulled her close and soothed her, and inside of 2 minutes, she was asleep with tears still on her lashes. Before long, they were all out. Just me, sitting against the wall. I don't know how much time passed before the wind came up. It rattled the dead branches and dry grass with a dry hiss, like something walking out there. It poured over the ridge and funneled down into the gully. The orange tongue of the campfire bent and swayed under it, and the light seemed to dance, and the shadows of the sleepers on the wall twisted up and down along with it. I hadn't been sleepy, but somehow, staring into that fire, my vision started to warp. That was when I heard the roof tiles clatter overhead, and I looked up on instinct. Crouched on the beam was a gray, half their shape, shaggy all over, cat-like, but not a cat. Something of a weasel about it too. What it actually was, I couldn't have told you. The longer I looked, the blurrier the body got, until all I could make out clearly were the eyes. Huge, like 2 little bulbs draped in cloth, glowing a dull orange-yellow. I didn't know what it was. I only knew it was wrong, and not wrong in the ordinary uncanny way. The aura coming off it was nothing I'd ever encountered. No death stench, no miasma, no resentment. Just energy wound around some yellow, secretive something, faintly like the smell of burnt-out incense and candles. Sharp in the nose. It just watched me. No sign of attacking. If anything, it was like a relative's brat of a kid. Rude as hell, sly, quietly rotten, clearly cooking up some prank to pull on me. Slowly, I realized I was drifting upward, floating higher and higher. The light receded, the dark closed in on all sides, and then I dropped into absolute blackness and absolute silence. I tried to shout. No sound came. I tried to run. My arms and legs were bound, and no matter how hard I strained, nothing moved. I knew what this was. I'd been caught, hag-ridden, sleep-pinned, whatever you want to call it. I also knew whatever it was didn't mean to kill me. Not a man-eater, then. Fine. At that point it just came down to who was the better player. The first realm of my Yin-Yang Xuanhao art, the realm of spirit breath resonance, comes with 3 minor techniques: Joy Union Thread, Yin-Yang Force, and Flower Shadow. I'd developed Joy Union Thread into the Joy Union Rope. Yin-Yang Force I'd folded into my Taiji Quan, good for offense and defense both. Flower Shadow was the one I'd never gotten a handle on. Mind techniques are always the hardest, and always the most useless in practice. Mastered, sure, they're formidable. Crowd control, killing without a trace, the natural nemesis of the ruthless Tao. But they demand raw talent. And practice partners are hard to come by. What's the point of charming a bunch of ordinary people? So you can collect a pile of simps? Cultivators chasing a breakthrough need more than spiritual energy and techniques. Those are just the foundation. What really matters is grasping the Tao, elevating your state of mind, and cutting down your inner demons. Especially the high-level cultivators. Saying their hearts are like solid rock is honestly no exaggeration. Which one of them doesn't have willpower to spare? And yet the Hahuan sect insists on swimming against the current, trying to work its charms on people like that. Talk about a recipe for disaster. Picture it. The guy tilts his chin up at that classic 45-degree angle, stares off into the distance, and says with total contempt, "You really thought a cheap trick like that would work on me? What are you supposed to do then? Forget how mortifying it is to be so full of yourself that you assumed he'd fall for you. The second he roars, 'Die, you demoness,' or 'Die, you lecher,' you're getting one shot. Easily. But I got lucky. I just so happened to run into something that could mess with the mind, had no killing intent, and only wanted to play pranks on me. A sparring partner that good? I wouldn't have dared dream of it. If I didn't take the chance to really study Flower Shadow, right then, when would I? So I quietly activated the technique, sending the spiritual energy in my body surging to drive my yin-yang true essence into a frenzied cycle. I calmed my mind and carefully felt out the shifts of yin and yang around me. I don't know how long it took, but eventually I realized the space I was in had slowly turned into a world made of yin energy. Thick yin energy, driven by that mysterious presence, kept gathering around me, and some of it had invaded my sea of consciousness and my very soul, cutting off my perception of the outside world. No wonder I felt like I was floating in absolute darkness and silence, unable to move or make a sound. My five senses had been sealed. Of course I couldn't feel anything outside. Once I had a rough idea of what was happening, I started fighting back. I silently recited the Flower Shadow mantra, using my yin-yang true essence to push away the yin energy coiled around me. Then slowly channeled my spiritual energy up to the point between my brows, with a huge amount of yin-yang true essence concentrating in my head along with it. Behind the brows lies the Niwen Palace, home to the Sea of Consciousness, the spiritual space where a person's soul resides. I directed my spiritual energy to drive the yin-yang true essence, strangling and then absorbing the wisp of yin energy, harassing my soul. Maybe it was thanks to that yin energy, but my spiritual power and yin-yang true essence slowly began to merge with the thoughts my sea of consciousness projected outward. What to call the thing that came out of that fusion, I have no idea. The mantra didn't say. Whatever it was, it also split into yin and yang, but it wasn't the same as the two energies of yin and yang. I couldn't be bothered to overthink it, so I just kept calling it yin-yang true essence. Even fused with yin-yang true essence, though my consciousness couldn't just be flung out anywhere. I'm not Grand Preceptor 1 or Yang Jian, no third eye on my forehead, so it could only be projected through my two eyes. So my mind guided the spiritual energy, wrapped it around the yin-yang true essence, and pushed it out through my body. Problem was, I'd overestimated myself. I was too excited, and I forgot I was still a total rookie. I'm not the kind of guy who likes getting the short end of the stick, so I couldn't wait to use my consciousness to steer the yin-yang true essence into a sneak attack on that thing up in the rafters. Let it get a taste of a Hahuan sect heir's brand of prank. Except I overdid it. A bone-splitting, brain-piercing pain shot through both my eyes, and I screamed. My eyes. Damn it, it hurts, I'm going blind. My shout jolted Yu Qian and the others awake. Kids crying, adults shouting, total chaos. Yu Qian scrambled up and grabbed hold of me, prying my hands away from my eyes. One look and he nearly jumped out of his skin. My eyes were shot through with red, like two beads of blood. I really did look like I was going blind. Qingzhou, what happened? Did the smoke from the fire get in? Aya, you were fine before we went to sleep. What do we do now? The pain had me half out of my mind. My eyes are burning. It hurts so bad. Get me some water, let me rinse them. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old couple rushed over to help too. They had me lie on my side and poured water from the kettle over my eyes. There was less than half a kettle left, and they didn't dare use it all at once, so after a quick rinse they soaked the towel from my satchel and laid it over my eyes. After a while, it finally eased up. I opened my eyes to test them. Everything was a blur, like there was a sheet of red cloth over them. Couldn't make out a thing, but it was way better than before. At least I could be sure I wasn't blind, and that let me relax a little. This is the price a rogue cultivator pays for having no sect and no lineage. One manual, and you feel your way through everything alone. Get it right, and you got lucky. Get it wrong, and you eat the consequences and know better next time. Funny thing was, when that damn thing in the rafters saw the state I was in, it made a strange face, somewhere between a smile and a smirk. Then went whoosh, vanished, and was gone, like it had never been there at all. At the time, I had no idea it had stopped bothering me. As far as my spiritual sense could tell, the thing was still crouched up on the roof. So I stayed on guard the whole time, terrified it would kick me while I was down. After a night of that, the sky finally started to gray. The moment I heard people stirring, I hurried everyone into packing up, had Yu Qian support me, and with my jujube staff in hand, we left that rundown temple as fast as we could. Yu Qian was worried about my eyes, afraid I'd come down with something serious. Qingzhou, how are you feeling now? You bring any money? How about we head into the county town and get your eyes looked at? It's scary as hell. I was only 18, right in my prime. Good looking, young, full of life. If I really went blind, my whole life would be ruined. So he was willing to risk getting picked up by the local patrol just to take me into Sueda County to see a doctor. But I knew my own situation. I'd just been too reckless and hadn't controlled the output of my yin-yang true essence, and that's what hurt my eyes. Rest for a while and slowly nourish them with spiritual energy, and they'd be fine. Going to a hospital would just get me some eye drops, which wouldn't do much for me. No need. I'm all right. Let's keep going. You sure? I'm sure. All right then. AI, talk about starting off on the wrong foot. Everything was fine, and then we run into something weird like that. Speaking of which, I was curious too. I'd never seen anything like that thing living up in the rafters of a rundown temple. Never even heard of one. Lucky for me, it had the temperament of a child. All it wanted was to play around. It didn't want to hurt anybody. Otherwise, I really might have been in trouble. Uncle Chong, Auntie, have you two ever begged for food around these parts? Do you know what god that old temple used to be dedicated to? The old couple didn't even have to think about it. Forget seeing one. Their own family used to keep an altar to it. What else would it be? It's a Mao Gui Shan, of course. I'd assumed it would be a mountain god or an earth god, a dragon king or Lord Guan, some little village shrine, a minor folk deity at most. I never expected an answer that strange. Mao Gui Shan. What kind of god is that? Never heard of it. Child, you're not from around here, and you're an educated youth who don't believe in ghosts and gods. No wonder you ain't heard of it. This Mao Gui Shan, even we can't rightly say what it is. It ain't a ghost, and it ain't a god. More like something caught in between the two. Ain't big, either. About the size of a half-grown cat. Covered in gray fur, with eyes like little lanterns. From far off it looks just like a gray weasel, but the second you try to get a good look at it, it's gone. The old folks say the thing's temperamental, moody as anything. It likes a clean stove, it likes sweets, and it likes being praised. If it's in a good mood, it'll dig up gold and silver from who knows where, or drag home a wild hare or a pheasant and drop it at your door. And just like that, you've come into a windfall. If it's in a bad mood, it'll wreck your life. Today your sheep drops dead, tomorrow your donkey won't touch its hay. And if not that, then your kid's up bawling all night and won't sleep. When I was little, we had a whole nest of hairy imps living in our house. I nearly yelped out loud. A nest? These things breed. What did you think? Back then they raised absolute hell in our place. Come nightfall, stuff would go clattering and banging all over the house. Go look in the morning, and everything's been turned upside down. Old clothes dumped on the floor, busted shoes flung on top of the cupboard. The table and stool sat right where they belonged all day, and the thing just had to drag them clear across the room. You go to fetch water and find the dipper's been tossed onto the bellows. You go to scoop out flour for soup, open the flour crock, and there's a pile of mouse droppings in it. You go to pour oil for cooking. The oil's been drunk up, and the soy sauce and vinegar bottles are knocked over. It'd drop a gecko in the salt jar, and the second you lift the lid the thing goes skittering out and scares the daylights out of you. Our number 5 was 2 or 3 back then, too little to know anything. And those little hairy imps messed with him day and night. Every evening he'd squeeze his eyes shut and wail till his face went purple. Nothing else for it. My old man went over to the Sichuan Brigade and found a man who dealt with hairy imps. He wasn't old, a few years older than me at most, but he carried himself like someone twice his age. Just the way he walked, you could tell he wasn't ordinary. He got to the house, wouldn't sit, wouldn't take any water, just walked around looking at everything. Before long, he pointed up at the loft over our cave dwelling where we kept grain and odds and ends, and said, "There's a nest of hairy imps up there. 1 big one and 3 little ones. They're bothering you because you haven't offered them anything sweet. They want you to set up an idol for them and put out a bowl of sweet fermented grain. Agree to it, and they'll watch the house and catch your mice. Refuse, and they'll keep at it. I can drive them off for you too, but I can't promise they won't come back once I'm gone. Making an offering to a hairy imp is easy. You take clay and some millet stalks, mold a funny little figure, dab some color on it, add a bowl of sweet fermented grain, cost you next to nothing. Just to keep the peace, we made the offering. Later, when us brothers split up the household, I kept it up too. Then a few years back the commune came around about stamping out old customs, and every temple and ancestral hall, big or small, got torn down or smashed. The stone tablets, the timber, the bricks and tiles, all good material, none of it wasted. The big buildings got turned into schools and warehouses. The small ones were pulled apart, and the material hauled off to build latrines and pig pens. We didn't dare keep offering to the hairy imps after that. Everybody chucked their clay figures into the gullies or smashed them and threw them in the manure pit. But here's the strange part. Hairy imps hold a grudge over nothing, yet this time they didn't act up. Anyway, I haven't heard of a single family with imp trouble since. Say what you will, I actually kind of like the sound of hairy imps. Cute little things. Not that vicious, not bloodthirsty, they don't kill people. They look like weasel spirits, but they're a world apart from the vindictive, temperamental weasels of legend. The key thing was, these creatures would be a big help with my flower shadow cultivation, basically the perfect starter zone mob for training charm techniques. If they weren't so indifferent to good and evil, so aloof and impossible to control, and so prone to random destruction, I'd honestly have considered keeping a few. But I was broke as it was, and the thing tears up your house. Who wouldn't be scared? A hairy imp puts a husky to shame. Tick one off, and it'll make off with your whole grain store. The group talked as they walked, skirting Sueda County town and heading south. They walked on until it was time to eat. Cooking smoke was rising from a village up ahead, and Yu Qian asked Second Uncle Chong. Second Uncle, Second Aunt, what do you say? Shall we get started? Stick your neck out, and it's one blade. Pull it back, and it's still one blade. We came out here to survive. Who's got room to worry about pride? Let's do it. Everybody pulled on ragged padded jackets, took up sticks, held out chipped bowls, no different from beggars. Me especially. Once I changed, with those bloodshot eyes of mine, I was the picture of a pitiful blind beggar. Yu Qian took one look at how perfectly suited I was to begging and got an idea. He had Xiaofang lead me by the stick from door to door. And I have to say, the pair of us looked absolutely wretched. Especially me, shameless as I am. I got carried away and even started singing. If I could see, my life might be completely different. Maybe what I want, what I like, what I love would all be different. The dark before my eyes isn't really dark. What kind of white is the white you're talking about? You are my eyes. Have pity on me. Folks, I'm just a young, educated youth from the city, unloved by my father, unwanted by my mother, and blind on top of it. Xiaofang was sharp too. Timid, eyes brimming with tears, calling out grandpa, grandma, uncle, auntie, in the most pitiful little voice. Who could resist that? Poor child. Wait here. Auntie'll get you a couple of corn buns. Such a handsome young man. What a shame, going blind. He ought to be living easy in the city, and instead they drag him out here to suffer. It's a sin, that's what it is. Young man, Auntie's putting some flatbread in there for you. Eat it slow on the road. Don't be afraid, child. Our brigade isn't well off either. Take this and keep heading south. Once you get to Weibei, things you'll be better. They made a full circuit of the village, and by then mealtime had passed. The group left the village, found a quiet spot with nobody around, and took stock of the haul. One look at the limp, flat sacks belonging to Yu Qian, Second Uncle Chong, and Second Aunt, and then at the bulging satchel Xiaofang and I were carrying. The difference was staggering. The food the two of us had begged was more than 10 times theirs. Second Aunt was so excited her hands shook. Good heavens, this is way too much. We couldn't finish it in 3 days. Second Uncle Chong was grinning ear to ear, nodding away. Yu Qian was practically dancing. See? Not a bad plan of mine. And that's just one village. If we work them one after another all the way down, by the time we reach Weibei, we'll be able to open a shop selling corn buns. Qingzhou's the real star here. Not only does he swallow his pride, he can sing, too. TSK, what talent? Qingzhou, were you the arts and culture officer back in school? Me, an arts and culture officer? When I was in school, that job always went to the sweet, well-behaved girls. A bad student like me. Teachers got annoyed just looking at me. I never got assigned anything. They ate a quick bite, drank some of the thin porridge they'd been given, and the group headed south again. Toward evening, they reached a gully and stopped for the night in a half-collapsed abandoned cave dwelling. Yu Qian gathered everyone's food together and divided it evenly. Portions. All 3 of the kids were in their teens, and none of them were light eaters. They could put away just about as much as young guys like me and Yu Qian. So we just split it evenly, 1 share each. That way nobody felt shortchanged. That's the rule out here. When you're on the road, you look out for each other. It can't be that you go hungry today because you came up empty, while I sit on the good stuff and eat alone. Besides, that much dry food was a load to carry by myself. Divide it up, everybody carries their own, and anybody can eat whenever they get hungry. Early the next morning we set out again. We walked and asked questions of everyone we passed. How far to the next village? What's it called? Are the people decent? Any militia patrols rounding people up? You had to get all of it straight. Begging isn't so different from a monk going out for alms. There's an etiquette to it. A real monk shows up in a village before noon, keeps it dignified, never asks for money, and certainly doesn't push himself on people or pressure them into handing over food. Any monk asking for cash isn't a real monk. Same idea. Asking for food is fine, but a man asking for money is no real beggar. Our one rule was simple. Never take food out of somebody else's mouth. We didn't get picky. If it was edible, it was fine. Thin gruel, a corn bun, whatever. You don't put a family in a bind on your own account. If they turn you down, you don't curse them out. If they give you something, you thank them like you mean it. Even if they chase you off, you leave on your own 2 feet. no getting angry, and absolutely no hitting anybody. If a family keeps a dog and the dog doesn't lunge at you, you don't go after it. If a woman is home alone, or there are only kids in the house, you don't go in. The ideal is to hit a well-off village with good-hearted people right at mealtime. That's when you can actually get your fill. Miss that window, and you're likely to come away with nothing. But this trip was going smoothly. With me and Xiaofeng working as a pair, our bags were never empty. Even Uncle Chang and Auntie said they'd picked the right person to follow. They'd been begging for decades, and when hadn't it been feast one day, famine the next? They'd never had a run this easy. We didn't dare go near Yan'an, too much risk of getting sent back. So we took the eastern route, Qingjian, Yinchuan, Yichuan, Hancheng, and finally down into the Weibei area. We crossed ridge after ridge the whole way, through more gullies than I could count, over more mountain spines than I could remember, steering clear of county seats and the big communes, dodging militia units and joint defense patrols. After more than half a month on the road, we finally reached country where food wasn't scarce. Everybody was fired up, and in all that excitement, we managed to take a wrong turn. We'd been told there was a village just over 2 ridges. Either somebody had given us bad directions or we'd wandered off course. But night was coming on, and there was still no village in sight. In Hancheng, densely populated, villages scattered everywhere like stars. That was almost unthinkable.